103. Was Marxism. During the 1970s, however, the all-nationalism is bourgeois theory regained some of its popularity as PARFOF critique of THMJWOITDISM-+. 1 and of course true that Marxists everywhere had tended to idealize national liberation struggles, to ignore or explain away their failings, which were sometimes well hidden behind orthodox Marxist rhetoric. But a more influential factor was the retreat from Leninist theory concerning imperialism, colonialism, and the role of anti-colonial struggles in the struggle against capitalism on a world scale. And perhaps most influential was the return by some Leninists and most social democrats to the apologetics of diffusionism, with colonialism seen as a modernizing, formerly a civilizing, process, and anti-colonialism as a simple continuation of that process. In any event, after the early 1970s it became increasingly popular to argue that Third World liberation movements were essentially a continuation of the bourgeois revolution, the rise of capitalism, and that their ideologies, strategies, and leading class elements were bourgeois. National liberation, in a word, was bourgeois nationalism. Something like this view has been argued during the past few years by many Marxist theorists who consider themselves to be following the main line of Marxist analysis that goes back, via Lenin, to Marx. National struggle, for them, is indeed a form of class struggle, but it is a form that is essentially bourgeois, or part of an essentially bourgeois revolution, whatever may be the class composition of a given movement. By the same token, an ideology of national liberation is, or incorporates, some variety of bourgeois nationalism, usually the variety called the principle of nationalities, each nation its state, each state its nation. All of the phenomena associated with national struggle were important and valid during the period when capitalism was rising in Europe, the 19th century. But today capitalism is fully risen. Bourgeois revolutions are essentially things of the past. Even the capitalist state, typically a nation state, is a thing of the past. Capitalism today is international or multinational, not national. The most distinguished, and most nearly persuasive, exponent of this basic viewpoint is Eric Hobsbawm. Hobsbawm's theses. Hobsbawm's position is set forth in several of his writings, but most fully in an essay in New Left Review entitled Some Reflections on the Breakup of Britain. 7. This essay was written as a critique of Tom Nairn's view, put forth in the Break-up of Britain, that the nationalist movements on the British periphery, Scotland, Wales, and Protestant Northern Ireland, are politically significant, that they can indeed break up Britain, and that they are progressive and deserve the support of Marxists. Hobsbawm's critique of Nairn is primarily an answer to these arguments about peripheral British nationalism. They are not progressive, he argues, and, significant or not, they are irrational. But Hobsbawm is not content to mobilize only the arguments which are specific to the British case. He introduces as well his own larger view of the national question, the history of its treatment in Marxist thought and practice, and, most crucially, the present and presumptive future status of national questions of all types on a world scale, nothing less. His cardinal proposition is that nationalism has made little sense in the present century, will make no more sense in the future. 104. And cannot, therefore, claim the support of Marxists. All of this discussion is of course ditectio at the target of Pentnera, Herfes Linatonitism out Hobsbawm 1 ires a massive broadside at substantially all present-day national movements, bringing even the anti-colonial liberation movements into his sights, and declaring modern nationalism in general to be the rather pointless, irrational, vociferous nationalisms of our time. This argument consumes most of Hobsbawm's essay, and thus the essay as a whole is less a response to Nairn than it is a presentation of Hobsbawm's own theory of nationalism. He would object to the use of the word theory in this context, since he considers nationalism to be devoid of any discernible rational theory. Later in this chapter I will show that Hobsbawm's non-theory is a theory. Hobsbawm had dealt with the national question in others of his writings, but the New Left Review article is, to the best of my knowledge, the major vehicle for his views. 8. My criticism of these views will focus mainly, though not entirely, on this article. I will not venture a systematic critique of the article as a whole. For one thing, much of what Hobsbawm has to say about the national question, in Britain and in general, is valuable and important. For another thing, I confront Hobsbawm's theory in order to refute or turn aside those arguments which, in my view, are likely to lead to false judgments concerning national liberation struggles not yet won, struggles mainly in small countries like Puerto Rico. The matter of spatial scale is rather critical in Hobsbawm's thinking, as we will see. Another purpose of my essay, naturally, is to advance our general understanding of nationalism. Given these purposes, it seems important to criticize 4 primary theses which Hobsbawm advances and quite strongly defends. 3 of these are reasons put forward by him for opposing, or at least neglecting, national struggles in the modern world. The 4th pertains to the history of the Marxist theory of nationalism, and also relates directly to present-day national struggles because Hobsbawm's thesis is in essence a denial that there exists such a theory in any comprehensive sense, a matter not of theoretical principle, but of pragmatic judgment. Hobsbawm's 4 theses can be stated in summary form as follows. 1. The nature and goals of national movements have changed profoundly since the First World War. Some of the older forms were rational, and all could be judged from the standpoint of a rational theory. This is not true of newer forms. 2. The development of capitalism has tended to diminish the importance of sovereignty, of nation-states, which are losing their significance in proportion as capitalism becomes more fully international. 3. The virtual disappearance of formal empires, colonialism, has snapped the main link between anti-imperialism and the slogan of national self-determination. 9. Struggles against neocolonialism are not national struggles. Therefore, nationalism today is mainly confined to the fission of developed capitalist states. 4. Marxists have tended to relate to national movements as a matter of pragmatism, not theoretical principle. When national movements are progressive, they are given essentially tactical support. In particular, there is no Leninist theory of nationalism, there is, instead, a set of pragmatic positions, such as support for the 105 right of self-determination, POS 1T1 ons which tended to be correct, although tmainfied la shirabergiali antitzasrafi and 1 is posto answer nor entirety unfounded. I will discuss each of these 4 theses in turn, but first a brief but necessary comment on matters of terminology with regard to the national question is required. This chapter will conclude with a brief analysis of Hobsbawm's fundamental theory of nationalism as a social process, and will relate this theory to the larger Marxist theory of nationalism. A note on terminology. Discussions about nationalism, the national question, the nation, and so on, are apt to lose themselves in a fog of terminological confusion, so it is important to straighten out pertinent matters of terminology at the outset of the discussion. 10. Pride of place must of course go to the word nationalism. Hobsbawm uses the word nationalism in all of the senses indicated in Chapter I, applied to national struggle in general, to one or both sides in a national struggle, to narrow and bourgeois nationalism, but he does not make the required distinctions of meaning. This assertion will be brought down to specifics as we proceed. He uses the word nation broadly in the way it was used by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Luxemburg, but not in the way it was used by Bauer and Stalin. Both Bauer and Stalin supposed that the nation is a definite, discrete, whole phenomenon, with invariant properties, what A. N. Whitehead would have called a natural entity. 11. Stalin in particular applied his definition of nation as a yardstick to determine which groups of people and national movements deserved the right of self-determination, on grounds that they were, indeed, genuine nations, because only genuine nations had the capacity to become independent states. This definition is discussed in Chapter 5. No attempt to provide a rigorous definition of nation was made by Marx, Engels, Lenin, or Luxemburg, and Hobsbawm follows their practice in noting that there are many different sorts of communities deserving the appellation nation, and that their internal characteristics do not always warrant a judgment of their potential to form a sovereign state. Thus, of the two approaches to the concept of the nation, Hobsbawm rejects the a prioristic one and adopts the realistic one. Since most Marxists, including those who have nothing friendly to say about Stalin, accept the Stalinesque form of definition, Hobsbawm's approach is refreshingly undogmatic. He uses the word nation either to describe a community which, realistically or not, is striving for independence, and Thursday, has spawned a national movement, or to describe an existing political community which may be a sovereign nation-state or a non-sovereign entity like a colony. These meanings are very clearly specified in context, and thus one of the usual sources of confusion in discussions about the national question is nicely avoided. There is, however, one problem with regard to Hobsbawm's usage of nation. Recall his doubt whether there can be other than pragmatic agreement on what constitutes the nation in any particular case. Here he moves towards the position of Luxemburg and away from the position of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Luxemburg considered nations to be, in essence, fictions, either they were the product of bourgeois ideology beamed at the working class or they were some sort of slapped. 106. Together economic entity create _dby_c.api.tajisjs for their convenience and cast aside when capitalism had reached its mature international stature. 12 Marx, Engels, and Lenin, on the other hand, were very respectful of human cultural processes and cleavage planes, and, however unwilling they were to try to define precisely and universally what a nation is, they certainly recognized its reality in the sense that they perceived the significance of cultural qualities and groupings in political life. Hobsbawm does not retreat all the way to Luxemburg's position, although he shares with her the tendency to put the word nation in quotes, as though nations were truly unreal. But he clearly prefers to work with the much more concrete historical concept of nation-state. Hobsbawm's use of the concept of nation-state is also refreshingly undogmatic, although it is not without probiums. He notes that a nation-state may start cut as a state, then become homogenized, or at least simplified, in cultural terms to the point where the inhabitants of the state see themselves as a nation. Hobsbawm also notes that culturally and territorially defined national communities have no inevitable destiny or cosmic right to become sovereign states, according to the mystical principle of nationalities which was widely accepted in the 19th century, and which Hobsbawm rightly criticizes. He notes also that multicultural states, whether capitalist or socialist, are as viable in the modern world as are culturally uncomplex states of the sort which is usually called a nation-state. Thus Hobsbawm's essential concept of the nation-state is a political concept, not a cultural one. He does not try to define the term in any formal sense, but the meaning is nonetheless clear in context. He is concerned about the substantial, persistent, consequential states of the modern world, some of them large, others small, but not very small, some of them multicultural, others culturally uncomplex, these he calls nation-states. His focus is thus on the politics of states and state formation, a perspective on the national question which is all too uncommon in modern Marxist writings on this subject. This focus does not lead him to neglect matters of culture, of ideology, and the like, in favor of matters more coldly political. He is merely arguing, in essence, that the Marxist theory of nationalism is at heart a theory of politics. And I fully agree. Hobsbawm's errors on the matter of nation-states relate not to terminology but to what can be thought of as their natural history. He puts forward a theory about the origin, dispersal, and imminent extinction of the capitalist nation-state. A theory which I will criticize at some length. And he projects the view that very small states are not nation-states and are not viable. This, too, I will criticize. Are national movements irrational? Nation-states of yesteryear. Hobsbawm maintains that national movements had a proper function in the days when the formation of nation-states was appropriate to the politics of youthful or rising capitalism, but national movements no longer have that function or indeed any other. He argues that the principal form of nationalism in the 19th century, and down through the period of the First World War, was not nationalist in the current sense, inasmuch as it did not envision a world of nation-states irrespective of size and resources, but only one of viable states of medium to large size. The evidence is overwhelming that at this stage the crux of nationalist movements was not so much state independent E as S11CHBJJJ, rather the construction of viable states, in short unification rather than separatism, though this was concealed by the fact that most national movements also tended to break up one or more of the surviving obsolete empires of Austria, Turkey, and Russia. 13. Hobsbawm then lists among the 19th century national movements which sought unification rather than separatism, not only the German and Italian movements, the well-known cases, but also the Poles, the Romanians, the Yugoslavs, the Bulgarians, with Macedonia, the Greeks, and the Czechs and Slovaks. He also notes that the ideal of medium to large states was shared by Mazzini, Marx, and Engels, and the Wilsonian boundary makers. Overall, this was a form of nationalism that was aimed at creating a world of viable states of medium to large size, and not a world of many states and other such peculiar entities. Today, however, the situation is altogether different in Hobsbawm's view. There has been a balkanization of the world of states, and any speck in the Pacific can look forward to independence and a good time for its president, if it happens to possess a location for a naval base for which more solvent states will compete, a lucky gift of nature such as manganese, or merely enough beaches and pretty girls to become a tourist paradise. 14. Hobsbawm envisions all of this as both a modem state of being and an ongoing tendency. Not only is the world already filled with many states, but fission, separatism, attempts to break up existing nation-states of the proper old-fashioned form, are the characteristic nationalist movement of our time. 15. There are several objections to this model of contrasting forms of nationalism, old and new, and objections also to Hobsbawm's political geography of both the 19th and 20th centuries. Let us begin with his characterization of 19th century national movements as aiming at unification rather than separatism. In every case mentioned by Hobsbawm, separatism was explicitly involved, however strong may have been the desire also for unification, and thus for the creation of larger states. These were independence movements. The fact that the Poles, for instance, had to seek independence from three separate empires, each of which held a portion of Polish territory, does not alter this fact. Separation, that is, independence, had to come before unification. Indeed, in the case of Poland, I doubt whether the national movement could have concerned itself as much with the goal of viable size as it did with the goal of freeing, and then uniting in one state, all lands considered Polish, granting the mini-imperialism which, as Luxemburg pointed out, went with the idea of a fully restored Polish state, since many regions of historic Poland were non-Polish in culture. I am not splitting hairs in arguing that the essential character of these national movements was their struggle for independence, exactly as is the case with modern movements, and the matter of the size and shape of the sought-after sovereign state was a somewhat different and subordinate question. Czechs and Slovaks, for instance, might agree to go it in tandem, rather than separately, but they would not. 108. Agree to remain. L_JJ_QJ foreign IJJJLH case of Czechoslovakia adds us into another objection. Did the post-World War boundary makers have in mind an abstract viable state in such a case, or did they intend, rather, a state strong enough to, viably, resist Bolshevism, within and without? And, more generally, did these boundary makers, as distinct from the Marxist theoreticians and the small nation national leaders, give a fig about viability for any of the new Eastern European states for any reason other than that of buffering and bolstering themselves against Bolshevism? The same query applies, incidentally, to the Wilsonian efforts to adjust state boundaries as much as possible to cultures and culture regions, nationalities. Was this much more than an attempt to minimize the danger of ethnic conflicts and, behind them, revolutions? I do not mean to suggest that small nation nationalists were unconcerned with the issue of Econer 11 IC and political power and therefore the size of the state, but I wonder whether any of them would have refused a chance to form a mini-state if sovereignty could be achieved in no other way. I will go a step farther now and question whether the 19th century ideal which Hobsbawm describes as a world of viable states of medium to large size was really much more than that, an ideal. Before proceeding to this point, however, I must register a small doubt about the ideal itself. Marx and Engels certainly considered it such. 16 However, at the beginning of the present century Marxists in both the Russian and Austro-Hungarian empires had as their immediate objective the establishment of bourgeois democracy within the existing empires, not the breakup of the empires into medium to large-sized states. The Austrian party, for example, explicitly rejected the right of secession for nations within the empire, and Otto Bauer developed an elaborate argument in favor of very large states in general, with his eye of course cocked to that one very large state, Austria-Hungary. Point 17 Even Lenin hoped that the nations held captive by the Tsar would voluntarily agree to remain within, or return to, the single state after it had become democratized. 18 The operative word was concentration, read, size. Large states were thought to offer the advantages of economic concentration. Thus the specific ideal of Britain or France-sized states, and indeed of nation-states in general, was by no means universally supported. One can assume also that conservative politicians and theorists of the Russian, Turkish, and Austro-Hungarian empires did not exactly favor the decomposition of their own imperial states into medium to large-sized nation-states, viable or not. But the ideal of a medium to large bourgeois nation-state was perhaps not realized anywhere. Great Britain and France are of course the classic examples, the countries considered to be realizations of this ideal. But both countries were states with huge overseas empires, and their internal characteristics cannot really be understood without taking into account this external bonding. 19 For one thing, it is very likely that the wealth and power derived from colonial, and other external, enterprise had much to do with creating something like a melting pot situation of the type later found in the United States, such that France and Great Britain, save for colonial Ireland, had become partly melted down from multinational to national status by the beginning of the 19th century. For another thing, it can be argued that the relatively stable boundaries of both Britain and France during the 19th century, after the Napoleonic period, and down to the First World War. 109. Teftektaten the fact that TE11 at 01 ESPA 11 Zion was taking P14 Theophilsvf Europe. Pursuing this argument to its logical conclusion, one might assert that the ideal of a medium to large bourgeois nation-state is only realistic, for this period, if one adds with appended colonial empire. And of course this argument applies also to the other colonizing powers, notably the Netherlands, Spain, and Portugal. Russia, Austria-Hungary and of course Turkey represented another type of state, the large territorial or continental empire. Then there were, Hobsbawm's generalization notwithstanding, a fair number of mini-states, Greece, Serbia, Belgium, prior to the Congo adventures, Denmark, and a few others of lesser significance, to mention only the European cases. This leaves, by my reckoning, Imperial Germany and Italy. But unification in both these cases was rather quickly followed by colonial expansion. Relatively unsuccessful because most of the choice plums had already been plucked. My general conclusion on this matter of the 19th century ideal of the medium to large nation-state is as follows: to the extent that there was an accepted nation-state ideal for 19th century nationalism in Europe, it was utterly discordant with a complex reality embracing everything from empires to mini-states, and with real-world examples of the classical bourgeois nation-state which were impossible to copy, except by one or two exceptional late corners, because they came equipped with, could not exist without, worldwide empires, empires which could not be emulated in a world of finite size. To all of this I would add an observation that the boundary making which took place after the First World War, including the Versailles process and events soon thereafter, did, in fact, create or legitimize an impressive number of very small states, many states in Hobsbawm's vocabulary, from Estonia to Albania, suggesting that the ideal of creating medium to large-sized states was honored mostly in the breach. States of this size would surely threaten troublesome competition in the world economy. Perhaps only the threat of Bolshevism could persuade the boundary makers to accept, to a degree, such competition and create medium to large-size states like Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and the rest. The real question here is not what nationalism looked like, what forms it took, in 19th century Europe. The question is how you leap across time and space from the 19th century to the 20th century, and from Europe to the Third World. Separatist nationalisms of the present. The other side of Hobsbawm's contradistinction between rational national movements then and irrational ones now is something which he considers to be a new form of nationalism, characteristic of the world since perhaps the end of the Second World War. He is not precise as to its date of birth. This new form, labeled the separatist nationalisms of the present, has led to a balkanization of the world of states, a transformation of the United Nations into something like the later stages of the Holy Roman Empire, that is, the mass of petty principalities of Central Europe in early modern times. The United Nations seems in fact to be, for Hobsbawm, an important yardstick of the new nationalism. The majority of the members of the United Nations is soon likely to consist of the late 20th century, Republican, equivalents to sex. This matter of the UN as yardstick deserves a comment in its own right before we proceed along the main thread of the argument. Hobsbawm's basic contrast between large, viable states yesterday and many states today really requires a standard for measuring what is, and what is not, a sovereign state. Membership in the UN provides something like this standard in our own time. But the UN did not exist in those former times which Hobsbawm associates with rational nationalism. The question is, how does point 1 determine what was, and what was not, a sovereign state in those days, by way of setting up some sort of comparison with the present? What about those Balkan entities which had mere nominal allegiance to the disintegrating Turkish Empire? What about those many protectorates on the fringes of the British Empire, some of which, like the Malay states, were legally, and in their own eyes, sovereign states with merely treaty ties to Britain? And what about those very same German principalities in the days before there was a German customs union and thus the beginnings of a unified German state? You can't have it both ways. Hobsbawm notes correctly that the sovereignty of the small German states was limited, but he sees no special significance in this fact of dependency while, as we will discuss below, he considers highly significant the limited sovereignty of small, unmember, states today, a phenomenon which he labels sovereignty as dependence. 22. Was there not dependent sovereignty in former times? And if so, what basic difference is there between Schwartberg-Sondershausen then and the Seychelles now? And between the two types and eras of nationalism? A valid distinction can certainly be made between two forms of nationalism characteristic, respectively, of Europe in the 19th century and the colonial world in the 20th. Allowing for exceptions, Ireland, for instance, was a colony within Europe. The former type can be described as a dimension of the rise of capitalism in areas, mainly, of Eastern and Central Europe which were suffering some degree of national oppression which was visited on exploited classes but also, and more consequentially, on the young bourgeoisie, at the very least inhibiting its efforts to rise. The latter type cannot be understood apart from the central economic function of colonialism, which was, and is, the super-exploitation of colonial workers and peasants and, usually, rather thorough suppression of the independent sectors of the colonial bourgeoisie. Under these colonial conditions, nationalist movements were, and are, a response to the distinctive form and degree of national oppression which has as its material basis the political enforcement of super-exploitation, and no Marxist has any hesitation in using the term national liberation movement in describing this form of nationalism. But Hobsbawm's contradistinction is somewhat different. What I have described above as the 19th century rising capitalism form of nationalism is one of Hobsbawm's two categories. But the second, the modem form, embraces, for him, both the national liberation struggles in colonies and the fission of developed capitalist states. Hobsbawm sees a common process underlying both of the modern forms. Although he would certainly not deny the LLL. I.MJ1.Orton, __ of a distinction between national liberation struggles of the anti-colonial type and the other sorts of modem nationalism, he lays considerable stress on what he sees as a common underlying process and a common result, the balkanization of the world of states, the worldwide proliferation of many states, the separatism, the vociferous nationalisms of our time. Moreover, he declares the anti-colonial form to be no longer significant today because of the virtual disappearance of formal empires. This announcement will seem premature to Puerto Ricans, Namibians, and the rest of the 30 million or so people still living in colonies. And Hobsbawm most pointedly excludes from consideration the struggles of neo-colonies, states which are nominally independent but actually dependent and not really sovereign, claiming that their struggles for real independence are not really Yadivnal strug, es, a thesis that, we'll examine in detail later. Therefore, for Hobsbawm the modern vociferous nationalism is mainly characterized today by the national movements in developed capitalist states like Britain, France, and Spain. What accounts for this new sort of vociferous nationalism, characteristic both of colonial areas and developed capitalist states? The immediate cause, says Hobsbawm, is a complete transformation of the concept of state viability. Point 23. But how is this to be explained? Hobsbawm lists three reasons. The first is the process of decolonization, which left a half-globe full of small territories, or large territories with small populations, which could not or would not be combined into larger units or federations. 2. Would not sticks in my craw. Does Hobsbawm believe that the West Indies Federation, the Mali Federation, and so on, would have survived but for a lack of will? Decolonization itself is not explained, presumably because Hobsbawm expects his readers to share with him an understanding of and opposition to colonialism. Yet there is ambiguity, as when he criticizes the assumption that state independence, or what amounts to it, is the normal mode of satisfying the demands of any group with some claim to a territorial base, a country. 25. And when he second-guesses the Irish Marxists and asserts that the Connolly Marxist nationalist policy must be regarded as a failure, stopping just short of the suggestion that independence for Ireland was not progressive. 26. Hobsbawm's second reason for the presumed change in the notion of viability and the tendency toward vociferous nationalism is relatively uncontroversial, and he rightly gives it little emphasis. It is the international situation in our time which to some degree protects small states from conquest by large states because of the general fear that small wars may escalate into nuclear conflagration. Yet in the 19th century too there were many small states which retained their independence for no other reason than the world balance of power. Hobsbawm's third reason is his crucial one. This is nothing less than a change in world capitalism, the relative decline of the medium to large nation-state and national economy as the main building block of the world economy. 27. Hobsbawm's argument is that small states can now proliferate and vociferous national movements can flourish because the main historic check upon these processes no longer operates. No longer is there an economic rationale, the national economy, for the old-fashioned nation-state, and for the rejection of unviable national projects. Capitalism is no longer national in scale, hence national movements are no longer rational. Hobsbawm's argument. 112. Hell is tel ibly significant, northeast for thunnerste endlieg afpas tco de milt befafio to movements and for the pursuit of independence by those which have not yet won their struggles. The fact that arguments quite similar to Hobsbawm's were advanced by Rosa Luxemburg 70 or 80 years ago, and were answered then by Lenin, is of some interest, but it does not obviate the need to display Hobsbawm's arguments and respond to them. This will be our next task. International capitalism and the national state. Are states dissolving? Hobsbawm notes that capitalism is no longer national in scale but is now quite thoroughly international. This, he says, has produced a new phase in the international economy, 28-1, in which the relation between national states and global capitalist development, internally and internationally, is no longer what it was. 29 Down through the First World War there was, according to Hobsbawm, a congruence between the national economy and the medium to large size state, such that this form of state, in Europe, was the basic building block of capitalism. But now, he argues, the scale of capitalism has outgrown the state and the latter is thus left without its functional relationship to a national economy. Therefore the national state in general is of much less significance today than it was in earlier times. And by implication, any effort to create such a state today is likely to be irrational. There is much more than this to Hobsbawm's argument concerning this putative decline, dissolution, disintegration, of states and related matters. I had best quote two long passages which convey the pith of this argument. The balkanization of the world of states, in part, reflects a change in world capitalism, which Marxists have not hitherto brought seriously into the discussion of nationalism, namely, the relative decline of the medium to large nation-state and national economy as the main building block of the world economy. Quite apart from the fact that in the era of nuclear superpower even a fairly high potential of production, men, and resources is no longer sufficient for the military status which was formerly the criterion of a great power, the rise of the transnational corporation and international economic management have transformed both the international division of labor and its mechanism, and changed the criterion of a state's economic viability. This is no longer believed to be an economy sufficiently large to provide an adequate national market and sufficiently varied to produce most of the range of goods from foodstuffs to capital equipment, but a strategic position somewhere along the complex circuits of an integrated world economy, which can be exploited to secure an adequate national income. While size was essential to the old criterion, it appears largely irrelevant to the new. Of course, in military terms many states are negligible, but so are most large states today. The difference between Britain and Barbados in this respect is no longer one of kind, but only one of degree. 30. The multiplication of independent sovereign states substantially changed the sense of the term independence for most of them into a synonym for dependence. We may leave aside the obvious fact that many of them exist as independent states only on sufferance or under protection. They are 113. Economically dependent 111. Two ways, generally, on an international economy they cannot normally hope to influence as individuals, and specifically, in inverse proportion to their size, on the greater powers and transnational corporations. The fact that they today prefer, or find indispensable, a neocolonial relationship rather than something like a formalized dependence, should not mislead us. On the contrary, the optimal strategy for a neocolonial transnational economy is precisely one in which the number of officially sovereign states is maximized and their average size and strength, i.e., their power to effectively impose conditions under which foreign powers and foreign capital will have to operate, is minimized. This argument, needless to say, is complex, and each of its subordinate positions calls for a definite response. First, I will try to respond to the central thread of the entire argument, the thesis that the internationalization of the capitalist economy diminishes the significance of sovereign states, states called national by Hobsbawm to signify scale, not culture, be they neocolonies like Barbados or great powers like Britain. We have to begin with basics. In Marxist theory, the capitalist state is considered to have as its primary function, there are disagreements about the degree of primacy, but they need not detain us, the maintenance of a political environment which permits the capitalist system, in all its dimensions, to continue operating, the capitalist class to hold on to its property and privileges, and capital itself to keep on accumulating. Stating the same thing negatively, capitalism cannot survive without political power, and without a state which it controls. Furthermore, the greater the weight of contradictions in the system, and the closer it is to collapse, the more important the state must surely become. Here I use the word state to mean government and all that goes with it, including most particularly the well-known monopoly of legitimate force. Now I ask, how does any of this change as the scale of capitalist activity becomes more and more international, comes more and more to transcend the scale of the state as sovereign country? The function of governance does not decline in importance. And no superstate emerges, to expand in congruence with the expanding supranational economy. Rather, what occurs is an effort by capitalism to change the specific activities of the state in order to adapt it to the new economic landscape. Thus, for instance, the advanced capitalist countries develop rapid deployment forces, a form of reserve military power, to be applied where and when needed, be it Suez or Santo Domingo, secret mercenary armies, foreign military bases or detachments billeted on foreign soil at the request of client states or with their acquiescence, covert military action or covert economic and material support for military action, police and military training programs euphemized as foreign aid, and so on ad nauseam. Let us not forget that the so-called multinational or transnational corporations are still rooted in, and generate most of their capital for, the advanced capitalist country which is the home office. The state which surrounds that home office will tend to provide, either alone or in some formal or informal alliance, either overtly or covertly, the international political and military support needed by its own multinational corporations, as the US did in Brazil and Chile for ITT, as Britain did in British Guyana for Booker's, as various states did in Katanga for 114. Unum foira, anat like. 32 The SFAF is Governmerifriednas advanced capitalist countries must remain as strong as ever, to deal with the external problems associated with transnational capitalism and, of course, to keep the workers in their place at home. Otherwise the system collapses like a house of cards. The great states do not crumble into mini states. But this is still only half the global map. It is not a coincidence that brutal guerrilla regimes have come to power in so many neocolonial states, and that democracy is at best shallow-rooted in all neocolonies. The deeper the penetration into these countries by multinational corporations and more broadly by foreign corporations, many of which have been there since long before anyone used the word multinational, the greater will be the intensity of exploitation. The greater, then, will be the associated oppression, aimed specifically at maintaining low wages and generally at supporting the regime, the greater, we may assume, will be the resistance, and, finally, the greater will be the need for a powerful state as agent both of repression and of indoctrination. A somewhat parallel scenario can be described for the role of the neocolonial state in relation to domestic capitalism, much of which is directly tied to and dependent on the foreign corporations. Indeed, multinational corporations under certain circumstances prefer to leave production relations in the hands of domestic companies or even in the hands of the neocolonial state, precisely because the state's power to keep down labor costs is sometimes greater when the multinationals have no direct presence in domestic production and merely buy the product at very low prices and market it elsewhere at a satisfying profit. It would probably be wrong to argue that neocolonial governments are very much more dictatorial and repressive than were the colonial governments which they replaced, because colonial governance is, without exception, the antithesis of democracy. But it is probably true as a historical tendency that regimes tend to grow more repressive as the threat of revolution grows stronger. Be that as it may, the basic fact is this: neither in advanced capitalist countries nor in neocolonies nor in paleocolonies, like Puerto Rico, has the state grown weaker or just significant in modern times. Hobsbawm is simply wrong. The internationalization of the capitalist economy has not weakened the state in the existing sovereign countries. Nowhere has it erased the boundaries of existing nation-states and changed the political map of the world. Hobsbawm is concerned with the strength of states mainly as it is reflected in their ability to resist what he sees as the forces tending to decompose them, forces which he essentially identifies with nationalism. In the I-9th century, he argues, the national economy was a cementing force for the medium to large states which he considers to have been the building blocks of capitalism, and the lack of that cement today is the primary reason for what he calls the balkanization of the world of states, the vociferous nationalisms of our time. This is an interesting proposition, but I fail to see any evidence to support it. To be precise, I see no evidence on the world political map that any balkanization has taken place, and no evidence that any sort of vociferous nationalism is tending truly to break up the advanced capitalist countries. Apart from the Basque and Quebec cases, the centrifugal tendencies discernible today in 115 advanced capitalist country 1 ES, seem either FOB relative weak or to not some degree of regional autonomy short of independence. It goes without saying that I am not talking about the ex-colonies of advanced capitalist countries. In the Third World, the danger of fission is much greater, because the process of national integration in former colonies is often slow and painful, and often hindered by the machinations of foreign economic and political forces. But, perhaps surprisingly, there has been only one significant secession thus far in the formerly colonial world, the splitting off of East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, from 1,000-mile distant West Pakistan, and there have been enough contrary cases where secession movements were defeated, or never arose, to suggest that no general trend toward state fragmentation exists in the Third World today. 33. Is decolonization a balkanizing tendency? Tom Nairn, in his book The Breakup of Britain, maintained that there is indeed a general tendency, in the world as a whole, towards state fragmentation, and that this tendency is progressive. Hobsbawm disputes the latter proposition but accepts the former, calling this tendency the vociferous nationalisms of our time, the balkanization of the world of states, and so on. He puts forward reasons for this tendency, for example, a change in world capitalism, but does not really support these causal propositions with arguments. He relies mainly on one empirical fact: in recent decades there has indeed been a great increase in the number of sovereign states, thanks to the process of decolonization. Hobsbawm exhibits decolonization as the initial phase, and the exemplar, of the new tendency toward balkanization. But his description of the decolonization process is not entirely accurate, and it can be shown that the process bears no relation at all to the vociferous, balkanizing tendencies discussed by Hobsbawm. There are important errors in Hobsbawm's account of decolonization. First, the process cannot be explained in terms of some abstract internationalization of the world economy combined with, or perhaps signalized by, a change in the preferences or needs of capitalism such that colonies are more or less deliberately transformed into neo-colonies. The greater powers and transnational corporations prefer, or find indispensable, a neo-colonial relationship rather than something like formalized dependence. If this were all there was to decolonization, it might be plausible to argue that an internationalization of the world economy has led to a proliferation of independent states and that these states are themselves subject to further fission because they are dependent and weak. And there might in fact be what Hobsbawm calls an optimal strategy for a neo-colonial transnational economy, one in which the number of officially sovereign states is maximized and their average size and strength is minimized. This is another interesting hypothesis for which there is no real supporting evidence, however plausible the hypothesis may sound. But if we look at decolonization as a single process in history and geography, it is clear that the main dynamic in that process was, and is, let us not forget Puerto Rico and all the other remaining colonies, the resistance of the colonized peoples. The advanced capitalist countries gave up their colonies, in general, because they had no choice. This was patently true in the first major instances of 20th century. 116. Dearmation Jari Tamertief Tefel Retiperni S. Ure, Gre Adertuntia Anki Outen Flow Indies, now Indonesia. Some colonizing powers, notably Great Britain, learned eventually to accommodate to the situation, and sometimes to yield, gracefully, peacefully, having found from experience in such areas as Latin America, China, and parts of the Middle East that it should be possible to maintain the same exploitative economy without direct political control, that is, through neocolonialism instead of old-fashioned colonialism. In a very few cases, among them some French African colonies, independence was given as a direct decision by the colonizing power, but always, I am convinced, this was a tactical maneuver in the face of some degree of resistance to maximize the probability of a smooth conversion to neocolonialism, and, conversely, to minimize the probability of a socialist or anti-foreign revolution. And then in other cases, Algeria, Kenya, Vietnam, Angola, etc., the colonizing powers exhausted themselves in futile attempts to hold on to colonies at all cost. In sum, decolonization was some combination of popular resistance and imperialist strategy, but mainly the former. The pattern of new states which resulted from decolonization did not reflect processes of fissioning, unless we define the empire itself as a state, as Lord Acton did, but as Hobsbawm cannot do without undercutting his theory of the medium to large size building block states of the 19th century. 34 What had been discrete colonies in one epoch became in most cases discrete independent states in the succeeding epoch. For many valid reasons the national liberation struggles tended to take place at the level of the existing economic, political, administrative, military unit, the colony, and typically the colonial boundaries were retained as those of the independent state. There are exceptions, but in general it can be said that the pattern and number of discrete colonial territories which we find on the world political map for, say, 1939, has become the pattern and number of independent states, and surviving colonies, which we find on the world political map of today. Figuratively speaking, Hobsbawm's speck in the Pacific was a colonial speck before it became an independent speck. There was no fission. And we should really talk about the many colonies of former times if we propose to talk about the many states of today. It may conceivably be true that a world of neo-colonies generates greater aggregate surplus value for the corporations of the advanced capitalist countries than does a world of classical colonies, because formerly monopolized colonial economic spaces are now thrown open to competition among the multinational corporations and the states behind them. But this remains to be demonstrated. There is, for instance, the stubborn fact that U.S. corporations find the classical colony of Puerto Rico much more profitable than they do the neo-colonies of Latin America. 1/3 of all U.S. investment in Latin America goes to Puerto Rico, and profit ratios are much higher there than elsewhere. 35 In any case, a comparison of profits and other economic categories across epochs would be very difficult to make. Thus Hobsbawm's proposition that the great powers and multinationals prefer, or find indispensable a neocolonial relationship is certainly invalid as an explanation of the decolonization process. One very telling argument against this thesis is the evident fact that there was always the danger that independence would lead not to neocolonialism but to socialism, as happened in a number of instances. 117. Qui teodil tr1 hia ecotonizai en epocn fertner more neoco t6 iltes 7 fave thefron ambitious bourgeoisies which provide at least the threat, if not usually the reality, of economically costly competition. Certainly capitalism has learned, since decolonization, to extract much greater surplus value from most former colonies than ever it did during the colonial epoch, but this has no bearing on Hobsbawm's argument. Lessons from history and geography. It would be silly to dispute Hobsbawm's thesis that we have entered a new phase in the international economy, a phase in which the relation between national states and global capitalist development is no longer what it was. But it would be equally silly to exaggerate the differences between past and present. First of all, capitalism has always been international. Pre-industrial capitalism drew much, perhaps most, of its sustenance from Mexican and Peruvian mines, Brazilian and West Indian plantations, Indian pepper gardens and cotton fields, and so on. Industrial capitalism, as Hobsbawm himself has brilliantly shown, had manifold relations of supply and marketing with the non-industrial parts of the world, while industrial nations traded intensively with one another. Moreover, classical industrial capitalism grew within giant empires upon which the sun never set, and one may wonder whether the boundaries of each industrial nation-state were more significant, economically, than the bounds of the larger empire. Formal and informal empires expanded until, at the end of the 19th century, the array of imperial states, dominions, colonies, semi-colonial spheres of influence, and a few other odds and ends like mini-states, covered the entire world. At that moment capitalism became thoroughly, indisputably, international. It covered the globe. Just a few years later, before and during the First World War, Marxist theorists began to debate the effects of this internationalization on the national state. The high point of the debate, which we will discuss later in this chapter, came in 1916 when a number of Marxists contended that the economic internationalization of capitalism, which they viewed as a fundamental attribute of the new era of capitalist development, the era of imperialism, had rendered the national state essentially obsolete. Said Radek and a group of Polish Marxists associated with Rosa Luxemburg, imperialism represents the tendency of finance capital to outgrow the bounds of a national state. 36 Said Piatakov, this form, the national state, fetters the development of the productive forces. 37 Similar positions were enunciated by Bukharin and Trotsky. 38 Thus it was widely believed that new sovereign states would not emerge, even that colonies would never, under capitalism, attain independence, in this new era of fully international imperialist capitalism. Lenin was the outstanding opponent of these views, which he labeled imperialist economism because, in essence, they noticed only the economic attributes of the new era of imperialism, losing sight of its political attributes and exigencies. Said Lenin in reply to Bukharin, the same old fundamental mistake of the same old economism, inability to pose political questions. 39. Lenin also pointed out that the tendency towards concentration or centralization was an economic tendency, not a political one, and that internationalized capitalism is fully compatible with the nation-state. 118. FDO not suggest that Hobsbawm is one aching th Samirus, but he is not the first Marxist to draw incorrect political conclusions from novel economic tendencies, and more particularly to believe that the internationalization, or multinationalization, of capitalism somehow corrodes the national state. Certainly the multinational capitalism of our own time is a far cry from the early imperialist era with its colonial empires and inter-imperialist warfare. Certainly the multinational corporation of today is not the same as the great colonial and international corporations of a half-century ago and before. Let us not, on the other hand, forget those ancestral multinationals, the East India Companies, the colonial production giants like United Fruit, Lever Brothers, and the rest. The transformation is qualitative as well as quantitative. But it has not redrawn the political map of the world or eliminated nation-states. Before leaving this matter of the relation between the internationalization of capitalism and the fate, if it is that, of the nation-state, I want to dispute Hobsbawm's thesis about the optimal strategy for a neocolonial transnational economy, one in which the number of officially sovereign states is maximized and their average size and strength is minimized. Another interesting but unsupported proposition. I am not privy to capitalist strategy decisions, but I can even so show that the present pattern of sovereign states is not a reflection of any optimal strategy. Most of the argument has been made already. The size and shape of states can largely be explained as a relic of colonial times. The strength of those states which are neocolonial is also in part a function of the colonial legacy and the difficulty of acquiring power or strength, not to say wealth, in a world in which independent capital accumulation tends to occur mainly in the core countries. Moreover, we have seen that a vital, not merely optimal strategy of multinational capitalism is to maintain the strength of neocolonial governments in order to hold down labor costs and prevent revolutions. Theoretically, then, it is not at all a sensible strategy to maximize the number of neocolonies and minimize their size and strength. But empirical evidence is even more persuasive. Neocolonial profits have been more abundant in large countries like Brazil, Nigeria, India, and Indonesia than in tiny ones like Sierra Leone and the Seychelles, and the politico-military power of states in the former category has from time to time proved distinctly useful to multinational capitalism. And when we examine the pattern of socialist revolutions in former colonies and semi-colonies, we find that they cover the spectrum from very large states, China, Vietnam, etc., down to very small ones, Guinea-Bissau, Nicaragua, etc. Thus neither theory nor fact seems to support the thesis that neocolonialism favors the proliferation of mini-states. Neocolonialism and the national question. It must be borne in mind that Hobsbawm's New Left Review article is intended mainly to be an attack on Tom Nairn's breakup of Britain thesis, and not an essay on the national liberation of colonies or an effort to put forward a comprehensive theory of nationalism. But Hobsbawm sweeps with a broad broom, proffering generalizations about nationalists and nationalism without qualification or limitation as to context, and without paying attention to the Marxists' caution. 119. Signal to take heed o, de.ec differency between financialism of oie oppressia fd that of the oppressor, a procedure grounded in the valid argument that general theorems supposed to govern both of these categories are always suspect and usually wrong. But nearly every theorem put forward by Hobsbawm with regard to the really reactionary nationalisms of this world can be read as applying also to progressive national movements, such as those movements which did, and those which still do, struggle for national liberation from colonial oppression. Indeed, there is a general theory of nationalism underlying Hobsbawm's position which establishes a fundamental distinction, not between oppressor and oppressed, but between the supposedly rational national movements of the 19th century and the supposedly irrational movements of our own century, the latter including both reactionary nationalism and, as well, the progressive struggles against colonialism. This brings us to the last specific criticism of Hobsbawm's argument. He posts just one warning that his discussion should not be applied to the world of former colonies. That is an assertion, it is indeed a major thesis, that struggles in neo-colonies are not national struggles. The virtual disappearance of formal empires, colonialism, has snapped the main link between anti-imperialism and the slogan of national self-determination. However real the dependence of neocolonialism, the struggle against it simply cannot any longer be crystallized around the slogan of establishing independent political statehood, because most territories concerned already have it won. Not only is this argument invalid, but Hobsbawm proves it so himself. Consider the following: the multiplication of independent sovereign states substantially changed the sense of the term independence for most of them into a synonym for dependence. We may leave aside the obvious fact that many of them exist as independent states only on sufferance or under protection. They are economically dependent, on an international economy and, on the greater powers and transnational corporations which today prefer, or find indispensable a neocolonial relationship rather than something like formalized dependence. One or two very peculiar theories are embedded in this passage, among them the notion that dependence is somehow a result of the multiplication of independent sovereign states, and the notion, already remarked upon, that decolonization was somehow a result of imperialist strategy, not of colonial liberation movements. We may also defer until later a comment upon the resemblance between Hobsbawm's argument that independence is generally not real, is a synonym for dependence, and Rosa Luxemburg's argument of long ago that self-determination is an illusion because sovereign states under capitalism are really dependent, not independent. What I wish to call attention to now is the contradiction between the two passages of Hobsbawm's quoted above. In the first he asserts that the virtual disappearance of formal empires, colonialism, has meant that struggles against neocolonialism are not really national struggles, struggles for sovereignty, because most territories already have it. In other words, once a state has gained formal 120 sovereignty, its international struggles are no longer matters of national liberation. But in the second passage, Hobsbawm asserts that these newly independent states are dependent, not independent, they exist on sufferance or under protection, etc. If they do not enjoy real sovereignty, if they are dependent, which of course is a political as well as an economic condition, then it must follow that they are still engaged in national struggle for real independence and real sovereignty. We do not have to remind Hobsbawm that there are degrees of sovereignty, and that these gradations are found in the array of newly independent states, former colonies, just as they were found in the supposedly sovereign nation-states of 19th-century Europe, Portugal, Denmark, etc., in the supposedly non-sovereign dependencies of that time and place, Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, several Balkan entities, etc., and in the vast number and forms of classical colonies, forms ranging from nominal sovereignty, as in some native states, through various intermediate conditions, for example, indirect rule, to absolute lack of self-governing institutions. What logic, then, would justify an assertion that neo-colonies are not engaged in national struggle when they fight for real political independence? This is not just a matter of juggling terms. The progressive sectors in what I think must be every neo-colony on the planet insist that they are, indeed, fighting a national struggle, a struggle for independence from dominant foreign powers and multinational corporations, as well as, of course, a domestic struggle against exploiting classes. This is often articulated, I think wrongly, as a dual struggle, a national struggle externally and a class struggle internally. But, as we saw in Chapter 2, national struggle is class struggle. In these neocolonial cases it is struggle against exploiting classes based in other countries and using local subalterns for the local struggle. The matter is even more stark in the case of all but the largest socialist states. Each of these perceives itself to be and is threatened with invasion and subversion by capitalist powers, and each defines its own posture as one of engagement in a national struggle for self-determination, a struggle to defend and preserve its sovereignty. We might recall, also, that socialism was won in many of these states, among them Vietnam, Cuba, and Nicaragua, in struggles against a domestic enemy, regardless of whom that enemy fronted for, and how. Would Hobsbawm deny that these, too, were national struggles? Hobsbawm thus deletes from the national question the generally progressive struggles against neocolonialism. This leaves him free to declare that the only important form of national struggle, the essential content of the vociferous nationalisms of our time, is the irrational sort of national movement which springs up in a developed capitalist country and the supposedly frivolous independence movement of some speck in the Pacific. It leaves him free, moreover, to dismiss nationalism in general as irrational. To all of this the response must be that Hobsbawm's perfectly justified critique of reactionary national movements can stand by itself. It can be justified by the empirical facts of class forces and class struggles. Insofar as it needs theoretical backing for its empirical assertions, this can be the unpretentious generalization that all national struggle is a struggle for state power, that struggle for state power is a form of the class struggle, and that we can in principle determine whether a given case is progressive or not, rational or not, in much the same way that we make that. 121. Determination with other forms of class struggle. But if instead we use a convoluted theory which declares modern national movements in general to be atavistic and irrational, then very dangerous consequences ensue. Legitimate and progressive struggles, like the Puerto Rican struggle to win independence and the Nicaraguan struggle to defend independence, will be misunderstood and thus hampered. Hobsbawm and the Marxist theory of nationalism. Hobsbawm's essential theory, as I read it, describes the interplay between two distinct sorts of historical process. One is nationalism, which he conceives to be a very complex phenomenon made up of ideology, political program, politique movement, and rather deep-lying cultural processes. Two forms of this phenomenon seem to be important. One is the form of the conventional national movement, a nation-building process which has as its aim the establishment of a state congruent with the community in which the movement arises, typically a language community or a culture. Hobsbawm traces the origin of this process and movement back to the convulsions and dislocations associated with the great transformation from feudalism to capitalism. The other form of nationalism, also called nation building, is generated within an existing state, and constitutes what he calls, as do others, a civic religion by means of which the inhabitants of the state are cemented into a socio-cultural whole, a mass of patriotic and law-abiding citizens. Both forms of nationalism interact with a set of basically different processes which are characteristic of the rise of capitalism, processes associated with the establishment of the capitalist state and the definition of its internal characteristics. On this matter, Hobsbawm's view is the conventional one among Marxists and many others. Capitalism, in its rise, has the need for an adequate-sized national economy, and the need to maintain state power over this territorial whole. Need is of course not to be read anthropomorphically. Hence the emergence of a finite number of capitalist states. Where no state yet exists, nationalism or nation-building creates national consciousness, a national movement, and so on. Where capitalism seizes, so to speak, an already existing state, nationalism or nation-building tends to transform the state into a nation. Thus both cases tend towards the formation of nation-states. We see, then, that nationalism in Hobsbawm's theory is distinct from capitalist state formation but gains its historical significance in association with the latter. Hobsbawm suggests rather offhandedly that nationalism as a process may have a prehistory antedating the rise of the capitalist state, but he asserts firmly, in several of his writings, that effectuated nationalism is a product of the 19th century, of Europe, and thus of the politics of rising capitalism. 43. For the non-European world there seems not to have been any proper nationalism during most of that century, according to Hobsbawm. 44. On the other hand, Hobsbawm pointedly discusses cases of nationalism in 19th century Europe which were quite unrelated to the normal rise of capitalism state-forming process. These were the Ruritanian nationalisms, the national movements of, usually, small areas or small societies which sought to form states but were, so to speak, destined to be absorbed within. 122. Larger states and come to nothing. They were thus, according to Hobsbawm, irrational. This brings us to the crucial objections to Hobsbawm's theory. It is a theory about nation-building processes, and it speaks of two forms, a rational form which is associated with the rise of capitalism and the formation of capitalist nation-states, and an irrational form which seems, there is some ambiguity, to cover all other sorts of nation-building efforts. This formulation leads to a number of serious problems, among them the following. Hobsbawm's theory postulates a single sort of phenomenon to which the label nationalism is to be attached. But there are other sorts of phenomena which do not fit into Hobsbawm's theory yet are, so to speak, begging to be described as nationalism. One of these, to my mind the most important, is the expansionist nationalism of imperial states, including most pointedly Britain and her fellow colonizing powers, but also including Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan, and the rest. Is this not nationalism? And when an imperial state resists a national movement in some part of its territory or in its colonial empire, is this resistance to nation-building, etc., not also nationalism? Stated differently, if there is an ideology, political program, and political movement, a national movement fighting to create a state, must there not be an ideology, program, political force, etc., fighting to prevent the state from emerging? Must there not be, at least, two sides in every national struggle? And do we not need a comprehensive theory which will deal with such struggle in all its dimensions? This is not only true in theory, it is true in Marxist practice on the national question. Since the time of Marx and Engels, and more concretely since Lenin, Marxists have concerned themselves at least as much with great nation nationalism, and with the nationalism of the oppressor nations, as they have with the nationalism of nation building and state formation. 45-2. Hobsbawm's theory describes as rational only the sort of state-forming process which is associated with the rise of capitalism. Before the First World War this would have been considered basically correct. But Lenin, and others, argued theoretically that colonies and semi-colonies might, for various reasons, win out to socialism without enduring a capitalist purgatory. And national liberation movements have not only established this in practice, but they have shown that fully capitalist colonies and neo-colonies can win through to socialism. Hence we now must have a theory of socialist state formation. Hobsbawm's does not suffice. 46. Stating the matter differently, a Marxist theory of nationalism must be able to explain national struggles, like those of Vietnam, Angola, Cuba, Nicaragua, which are not part of the bourgeois democratic revolution, which are not themselves associated with the rise of the bourgeoisie, but which are in fact led by socialists and result in the formation of a socialist, not a capitalist, nation, state. This also applies to struggles not yet won. For example, Marxists struggle for the independence of Puerto Rico not to create a bourgeois democratic state but to liberate the country from capitalism. 3. Some of the difficulties with Hobsbawm's basic concept of nationalism as a phenomenon or process derive from the very fact that he views nationalism, ontologically, in that way, as a definite phenomenon, a distinct process. He supposes that all forms of nationalism have a common nature, from which it must. 123. Follow that modern national liberation struggles are somehow of a piece with 19th-century rising capitalist national movements and even with the reactionary separatist national movements within some present-day socialist states, like Yugoslavia. All are seen as sharing a common ideological, political, and social character and, at least implicitly, a common relation to capitalism. I think I have dwelt enough on the blind alleys into which this approach leads us to obviate the need for further comment on that matter. What needs to be said is that there is a distinctly different way of conceptualizing nationalism which avoids these problems, and which is closer to the main line of Marxist thinking about the national question. It starts with the proposition that creation and control of a state is the crux of political struggle in all recent and contemporary forms of society. One form of this political struggle is national struggle. It broadly describes all cases of forming states, enlarging states, seceding from states and thus forming other states, unifying states into larger states, absorbing states into other states, and so on. There are thus many forms and combinations of national struggle. Each must display a certain pattern of class participation, on both sides of the struggle, needless to say, and hence is subject to class analysis like any other moment of the class struggle, of which national struggle is one type. Thus we would fully expect to find every major class grouping and type of social formation to be involved somehow in national struggle, and we would thus speak of the struggles of the rising bourgeois, and retreating aristocracy, the monopoly bourgeoisie, the fascists, the proletariat, alone and in combinations, and so on. By the same token, we would expect to find all types of modern states engaged in national struggles. For instance, most Marxists well understand the problematic of socialist states having to engage in forms of national struggle to defend their revolutions within a world geographical environment which is still predominantly capitalist. There is nothing bourgeois about doing so. And, as we noted earlier, most Marxists are aware that the way to build socialism in the world of today is to do it piece by piece, that is, state by state, hence the working classes must engage in national struggle to seize or form their particular local state, not wait for socialism to, magically, descend upon the whole earth all at once. My point in saying all this is relatively simple. We can analyze all forms of the national question without assuming any particular class character of the participating actors, or any stage of history. The integrating principle, on which our theory of nationalism as a whole is based, is simply that the national question is one form or category of the struggle to seize state power. Lenin's pragmatism. Let us recall again Hobsbawm's comment that nationalism is devoid of any discernible rational theory. There was rationality, he argues, in the process of nation-state formation during the 19th century, and there seems to have been rationality in at least some instances of state formation in our own time, instances which represent, he says, something like the bourgeois democratic phase in the development of backward countries. 0. We will take a second look at this revealing remark in a moment. The rationality in the state-forming process was the logic of 124. 1 Isiag capitatus mandator LR, to avoid antil napomo one fism, the bourgeoisie's move to have state power over, preferably, largish and culturally uncomplex territories, thus national economies, and therefore nation-states. Hobsbawm's argument here is faithful to Marx and Engels, and the theory is in large part derivative from the Marxist theory of capitalism itself. But this is not nationalism. Nationalism, says Hobsbawm, is an ideology and social and political movement, often a blindly irrational civic religion, a demand and struggle to obtain independent statehood for one's own cultural community, or nation, regardless of the size and political viability of this community and regardless of all other circumstances, internal and external. According to Hobsbawm, this political ideology and movement sometimes coincides with the normal capitalist state-forming process and thus acquires, as it were by induction, a kind of rationality, sensibleness, logic, from the latter process. But other instances of nationalism in the 19th century, the Ruritanias, etc., and essentially all nationalism today do not coincide in this way with the historically normal process of capitalist state formation. These nationalisms are irrational. Their aims are irrational, and they cannot be brought under any sort of explanatory theory. Hence they are devoid of rational theory. 9 Hobsbawm wants to associate Marxism, and particularly Lenin, with this view. He argues that Lenin's approach to nationalism was a matter not of theory but of pragmatism. This was so, Hobsbawm maintains, because nationalism then, as today, was a powerful mass phenomenon, and was in many cases progressive in the sense that it furthered the aims of the proletariat, although in an indirect way because the directionality of national movements and that of Marxists' political struggles had different causal bases and thus could coincide only under special circumstances. Some of the ways Hobsbawm expresses this matter of Lenin's pragmatism on the national question, and of the pragmatism that Hobsbawm thinks has predominantly characterized Marxist positions on this question, are to be seen in the following quotations. Marxists have to come to terms with the political fact of nationalism and to define their attitudes towards its specific manifestations. Ever since Marx, this has for the most part, and necessarily, been a matter not of theoretical principle, except for the Luxembourgian minority which tends to suspect nations en bloc, but of pragmatic judgment in changing circumstances. In principle, Marxists are neither for nor against independent statehood for any nation, even assuming that there can be other than pragmatic judgment on what constitutes the nation in any particular case. 50. The Marxist attitude toward nationalism as a program is similar in many respects to Marx's attitude towards other a priori abstractions of what in his day was petty bourgeois radicalism, example the Democratic Republic. It is not unsympathetic, but contingent, and not absolute. The fundamental criterion of Marxist pragmatic judgment has always been whether nationalism as such, or any specific case of it, advances the cause of socialism or conversely, how to prevent it from inhibiting its progress, or alternatively, how to mobilize it as a force to assist its progress. 51. 125. L'Arifo in fact did riot recommendif socie SFS-RI the coafter 1s concern to fob mere secession except in specific, and pragmatically identifiable, circumstances. The real danger for Marxists is the temptation to welcome nationalism as ideology and program rather than realistically to accept it as a fact, a condition of their struggle as socialists. Quite apart from implying the abandonment of the values of the Enlightenment, of reason and science, such a conversion also implies a withdrawal from realistic analysis of the world's situation, Marxist or otherwise. 3. The practical attitude of Marxists to the concrete political problems raised by the national question hardly requires serious modification. They will, no doubt, continue to be as conscious of nationalism and nationalism as they have been for most of the 20th century, they can hardly not be. 4. Finally, a quotation which reveals Hobsbawm's belief that national struggle and class struggle, the program for achieving state independence and the program for achieving socialism, are radically disjunctive, from which it would have to follow that Marxists can relate only pragmatically to nationalists. There is no way of turning the formation of national communities, i.e., the multiplication of nation-states as such, into a historic engine for generating socialism, either to replace or to supplement the Marxian historic mechanism. SS. The Marxian historic mechanism, I suppose, is class struggle. Hobsbawm is asserting that national struggles can neither replace nor even supplement class struggle. S6 nationalism is a wild card. Whence comes the pragmatism of most Marxists and in particular of Lenin? But did not the Vietnamese, to take an example not quite at random, consider national liberation to be an essential component of the historic engine for generating socialism in their country, as indeed not a supplement to but a part of the Marxian historic mechanism for them? Hobsbawm does not credit Lenin with a proper theory of nationalism. Ever since Marx, says Hobsbawm, the attitude of Marxists towards nationalism has been a matter of pragmatic judgment in changing circumstances, thus not a theory, except in the specific case of the theory of rational nation-state formation in the period of rising capitalism. Lenin, according to Hobsbawm, revolutionized Marxist practice on the national question, but there was, in effect, nothing to theorize about. The issue was now in the arena of pragmatic judgment. I believe that Hobsbawm is completely wrong on this issue. Lenin developed a comprehensive theory of nationalism, and it is this theory, not pragmatism and implicitly opportunism, which has guided Marxist practice on the national question since Lenin's time. Furthermore, Lenin's mature theory of nationalism is not reconcilable with the theory which Hobsbawm himself puts forward on these matters. In particular, Lenin's theory provides a reasoned, logical basis for Marxists' judgment as to which sorts of national movements Marxists should support and sometimes fight and die in, as a matter of principle, and it likewise provides such a basis for Marxists' implacable opposition to national movements which are discovered to be reactionary. Hobsbawm's theory entails, rather, a vision. 126. Of national movements in which all of them are one or another shade of gray. Some should be supported, though with suspicion, others should be opposed, though with pragmatic willingness to mobilize them as a force. From the point of view of the present chapter, the most crucial difference is that Hobsbawm's position would force us to view with at least some degree of suspicion all liberation struggles of colonies. Lenin's, on the other hand, plainly and simply requires such a struggle for liberation in colonial-type oppressed countries, and requires, moreover, that Marxists in these countries fight for real independence as a matter of principle and theory, while it censures those Marxists in other countries, particularly those in the oppressor country, who fail to support these colonial struggles for independence. It is flatly untrue that Lenin did not recommend socialists in the countries concerned to favor secession except in specific, and pragmatically identifiable, circumstances, in the case of colonies. And it is pertinent to recall here that Lenin argued against the admission of a group of British socialists into the Third International because they were not fighting hard enough for the independence of British colonies. 51. I will try now to summarize Lenin's theory of nationalism or national struggle, mainly to show that Hobsbawm's assessment of it is wrong. Let it be said that a great many modem Marxists, orthodox and heterodox alike, are as wrong about this theory as Hobsbawm is. He is in good company. Lenin's theory. In a sense there are two Leninist theories of nationalism or the national question. Hobsbawm's essential error lies in his neglect of the second and later theory. This second theory is not associated with some intellectual break, some biographical phenomenon of intellectual maturation of the sort which certain Marxists claim to find in the life and ideas of Karl Marx. In Lenin's case it was the World War which forced this great thinker to try to come up with an explanation for a historical crisis which was catastrophic, unexpected, at least in its effects on the workers' movement, and not comprehensible within the corpus of Marxist theory as it existed at that time. I will call this corpus of pre-war ideas post-classical Marxism to distinguish it from the classical Marxism of the Marx-Engels period. Post-classical Marxism contained a body of accepted ideas about the national question, national movements, and the emergence of nation-states during the period of rising capitalism. There were indeed differences of theory and practice, but most of the central ideas were held in common. Lenin broke with this post-classical corpus of ideas on national struggle, and on other matters of theory, notably imperialism, in his writings of the period 1915 to 1920. By 1920 he held a radically different view of national struggle. The emergence of this distinctively Leninist theory of nationalism or national struggle has tended to be neglected for a number of reasons, one being the high visibility of Lenin's earlier debates with Luxemburg, another being the prominence of Stalin's 1913 essay on national struggle, Marxism, and the national question, in most respects a typical example of post-classical Marxist thought which nonetheless continued to be accepted as biblical dogma all through the Stalin period and beyond. See Chapter 5 below. In 1913 and thereabouts it was agreed by all the 127 major theorists on the national question, including Lenin, Stalin, Luxemburg, Bauer, and Koskay, that the set of phenomena embracing national movements and the emergence of nation-states was characteristic only of the period of early or rising capitalism. As Marx and Engels had said before them, nationalism would tend to quieten down or disappear as capitalism matured, because mature capitalism was fully international, because the modem bourgeoisie had become or were becoming a worldwide class with common, worldwide interests, and with no interest in maintaining the fetters, as they were called, of national barriers. In a nutshell, national struggle was part of the struggle of the rising bourgeoisie, was thus innately bourgeois, and would have no function after capitalism had matured and the bourgeoisie had won Eisen. 9. Some fans then extended this argument to the point where it became transformed into an argument against all national struggles, and against any participation by socialists or workers in such struggles. This view we associate mainly with Luxemburg, although others agreed with her. She maintained that the era of nationalism was definitively ended, that new nation-states were very unlikely to emerge anywhere, that national movements were thus rather idle and utopian, and they should not be supported for that reason and also because they were now, in the period of mature capitalism, reactionary. 60. Lenin replied to Luxemburg by attacking this extended or elaborated argument, but holding to the basic position they both shared with post-classical Marxism in general. He said in effect, of course national movements and national struggles are characteristic of the period of rising capitalism, and of course they will tend to die out, along with the national question in general, as capitalism matures. But, he said, the maturation of capitalism is very uneven over the face of the earth. In Eastern Europe capitalism is still rising, and national movements may still, in certain circumstances, have a chance of success, of forming new nation-states. Furthermore, the peculiarly barbarous character of the Russian Empire leads to intense national oppression, hence to intense and popular resistance which may take the form of national movements. And finally, the peculiar characteristics of the Tsarist Empire tend to unite the national movements in oppressed nations with the struggle for bourgeois political democracy, another feature of the period of rising capitalism, and hence to bring the national question close to the center of the socialist struggles for democratic rights. 61. There is of course much more than this to Lenin's pre-war position, and to Luxemburg's, but what I have said will suffice for our purposes. And what I have said would probably not be challenged by Hobsbawm. We have to know two additional elements for a theory of nationalism which were enunciated by Lenin before the start of the World War. The first of these was the proposition that discussions about nationalism could not be limited to the nationalism of small and oppressed nations and aspiring national movements. What he called great nation nationalism tended to be ignored by Marxists, notably, he pointed out, by Luxemburg, but it was something that had to be taken account of as seriously as, and indeed more seriously than, the nationalism of those who aspired to state independence. 62. In essence, great nation nationalism was the dialectical opposing force to national movements. It was also, in its ideological form, easily disguised behind arguments that great states are more progressive. 128. More suitable for modern capitalism, etc., than small ones. In later years Lenin elaborated this idea of great nation nationalism into a major theoretical proposition about the intensification of great nation nationalism in the era of imperialism. In the pre-war period he was far ahead of his contemporaries in understanding the nature and significance of great nation nationalism. The second theoretical element was an extension of the argument that national movements in Eastern Europe were still viable, important, and in some cases progressive. Lenin began to argue this clear and simple proposition: national movements in the advanced capitalist countries of Western Europe are a thing of the past, those of Eastern European imperial states, a thing of the present, those of the colonial world, a thing of the future. 63 In other words, anti-koinonia nationae emkvements and those of semi-colonies, like China, were progressive and viable, and deserved support. Hobsbawm agrees on this matter. The Leninist position, he notes correctly, widened the category of national movements regarded as essentially progressive in their impact much beyond Marx's and Engels' own. 64 On the other hand, Hobsbawm badly neglects the other Leninist proposition, that great nation nationalism needs to be looked at through the same theoretical lens as the nationalism of small and oppressed nations and national movements aspiring to independence. I suppose he accepts the proposition in principle, but there is scarcely any mention of great nation nationalism in his discussions of nationalism, and when he uses the word nationalism it seems to refer almost always to movements for autonomy or independence. Lenin developed his theory of imperialism mainly in 1915 and 1916. It was inherently a political theory, designed to explain the political realities of a war which was destroying the European workers' movements, and necessary to reveal the basic features of the era in which the war was taking place. The overt problem was flag-waving nationalism, but Lenin did not make the mistake of imagining this to be some merely ideological epidemic. It was clear that a profound change in both the economics and politics of capitalism was taking place. Capitalism had always sought to export its crises by spatial expansion, mainly colonial and semi-colonial. With the rise of finance capital and monopoly capitalism, the need for expansion, including the export of capital, increased very greatly, but, the earth being finite in extent, fields for new territorial expansion had disappeared. Therefore, according to Lenin, two basically novel and very powerful political forces had come into play. First, struggles among great powers to repartition, Lenin's word, the already partitioned world, which necessarily implied political struggles among the powers and thus eventually world war, and second, the growth of national liberation movements in colonies and semi-colonies, roughly in proportion to the intensifying economic exploitation and deepening national oppression which the new era brought forth. 65 This analysis led Lenin to a series of fundamental theorems about nationalism. 1. Nationalism is not merely characteristic of the era of early or rising capitalism, dying down as capitalism matures, and associated only with the early capitalist process of state formation. In the era of imperialism, the 20th century, nationalism becomes more intense than ever, and acquires new functions. Great nation nationalism becomes more important and powerful than ever because of the 129. Need to repartition economic space, and this leads to world war. This newly intensified great power nationalism is not precisely a new phenomenon, since great power nationalism already had its own inglorious history prior to the 20th century. It is new in that it is immensely increased in intensity and in significance, leading to the Great War and all its consequences. 66. 2. The nationalism of colonies and semi-colonies is called into being by the intensification of exploitation and oppression. In an important way, this is a new phenomenon, or, to be more precise, since anti-colonial resistance also had its history, it cannot be assimilated to the theory of national movements which emerged during the rise of capitalism and have as their, as it were, purpose or goal the simple creation of a bourgeois state. The nature of koinonism is such that producing classes suffer along with whatever young or incipient bourgeoisie may exist. Therefore the national liberation movements in colonies and semi-colonies are profoundly different from the national movements of earlier oppressed nations such as those in non-colonial portions of the Tsarist Empire. It is not innately a bourgeois struggle against feudal forces for the creation of a classical bourgeois state. It is a multi-class struggle directed primarily against imperialism. 67. 3. The old-fashioned nationalism of rising capitalism continues to be found in various parts of the world, but it is distinct from, and now less important than, the two new forms, the intensified bourgeois nationalism of the great capitalist states and the national liberation struggles in colonies and semi-colonies. What all three forms have in common is struggle over the sovereignty of states. And indeed for Lenin this is the essence of the national question, and the subject matter for the theory of nationalism. Lenin's ideas on colonial liberation struggles had evolved in his later years. By 1920 Lenin was convinced that workers and other exploited classes, with the proletariat in the van, could take the leading role in such struggles sooner or later. Even when these movements had bourgeois leadership they were struggles against monopoly capitalism and could be turned onto a socialist trajectory or a non-capitalist trajectory which would result in socialism. 68 On the basis, mainly, of this reasoning Lenin quite categorically argued that national independence movements must be supported. 69. Hobsbawm notes only Lenin's pre-war position, which did not call for categorical or unconditional support of national movements in oppressed nations. 70. And it was clear to Lenin that colonial liberation movements were a new form of national movement in the sense that they could not be assimilated to the old model of the rise of capitalism. New states and new nations were emerging under conditions of monopoly capitalism, not early capitalism. Some of them were part of the rise of socialism. 71. All of this adds up to a new Marxist theory of nationalism, new in the precise sense that it implies the negation of some important theorems of the earlier theory, the view characteristic of post-classical Marxism. Nationalism is not simply a part of the state-forming process of the young, rising bourgeoisie, of early capitalism. It is also characteristic of monopoly capitalism. And it is also characteristic of the struggle for socialism during the period when monopoly capitalism still dominates most of the earth, a period during which the rise of socialism must take the form, from a geographical perspective, of a multiplicity of struggles to create socialist. 130. States. Nationalism is not an innately bourgeois phenomenon. In the colonial and semi-colonial countries the national struggle is engaged in by workers and peasants as well as the conventional rising bourgeoisie, and workers and peasants can, under the right circumstances and with the right politics and tactics, take the lead. In the case of these struggles, though not necessarily in other sorts of national struggles, the proper posture for socialists is to provide full and unqualified support. The difference between Hobsbawm's approach to the theory of nationalism and Lenin's should now be fairly clear. Hobsbawm builds his theory on the basis of post-classical Marxist thought, which includes Lenin's pre-World War writings. Hobsbawm appears to maintain that nationalism, if it is indeed rationale, is part of the state-forming process associated with the rise of capitalism. He certainly believes that national liberation movements in colonies are likely to be progressive, but he seems to assimilate these, in their turn, to the rise of capitalism in a straightforward diffusion model. Capitalism arose in Europe in the 19th century and then spread outwards across the world, bringing nationalism with it. 72. Lenin, on the other hand, postulates that national movements in colonial countries are essentially different, and may either be struggles for socialism, not capitalism, or will at least be struggles against monopoly capitalism. And they are struggles which deserve pretty much unconditional support, unlike earlier national movements involved in the rise of capitalism, movements to which socialists were expected to concede the unconditional right of self-determination, of independent statehood, but movements which socialists were not enjoined to support. Hobsbawm's second definite category of national processes consists of the irrational nationalism of our time, and that of the Ruritanias of yesterday, a category which appears to include all sorts of cases of 20th century national movements, including those of colonies and those of ethnically distinct regions within advanced capitalist countries. Nationalisms of this type are devoid of any discernible rational theory, they have no theory and they succumb to no theory. Lenin, on the other hand, provides a theory that broadly explains these movements. Perhaps the matter should be put negatively: the old Marxist theory could not explain major tendencies towards state formation, with their national movements, in the era of mature or modern capitalism. It was Lenin, then, who added certain crucial propositions to the Marxist theory of nationalism and deleted others which were inapplicable to the modern period. Lenin may not have prefaced the special sorts of nationalism which one now finds in some developed capitalist countries, for example, Scottish or Basque nationalism. But the fact that nationalism would be intense and important in the era of imperialism is very explicit in Lenin's theory. Lenin's theory also provides an explanation for a phenomenon which clearly puzzles Hobsbawm to the point where he must make fun of it: the process leading to the creation of small peripheral states, of them mini-states. Any speck in the Pacific with enough beaches and pretty girls to become a tourist paradise, Kuwaitis, treated like the English milord of old 7-3, a vast Saharan republic resting on 60,000 nomads 74. It is a fairly direct deduction from Lenin's theory of nationalism to argue as follows: the overall force of super-exploitation in colonies and semi-colonies, and its attendant political force, national oppression, is the 131 basic, underlying cause of the rise of national movements in these sorts of areas. Hence the cause has nothing intrinsically to do with the size of the eventual independent state. Presumably there are forces of nationalism in every town and village over great portions of the colonial world. What turns some of the resulting movements into struggles which eventually create many states is a completely different set of circumstances. Usually it is nothing more than the conversion of a mini-colony into a mini-independent state. The national liberation process would be at work almost regardless of the size and shape of the territory to be liberated. It is in essence the same force in India as in the Seychelles, in Nigeria as in Grenada. I think it most unlikely that any leader of any genuine national liberation movement anywhere fails to see the desirability of a large and powerful state. But for an oppressed, exploited, colonized people, a mini-state is likely to appear better than no state at all. And the conditions which lead national movements to create small states, occasionally mini-states, conditions which include the colonizer's cartography and also matters of ethnic complexity, political ambitions of local despots, intrigues of the CIA and multinational corporations, etc., all such forces are fundamentally distinct from the basic and prior force, the national struggle against colonial exploitation and oppression. Here, I believe, is Hobsbawm's most serious error. A large share of the political problems of the world of modern states he attributes to one or another sort of irrational nationalism. But the national struggle of colonial areas is perfectly rational, it is a struggle for freedom. Imperialist economism, a renascent trend? Reading Hobsbawm and certain other modem Marxists on the national question, I have the eerie feeling of being transported back into the midst of the debate which was raging on this question in 1915 and 1916, the debate in which, as I mentioned previously, Lenin characterized the position of his opponents as imperialist economism. This was part of the larger debate in and around the Zimmerwald left concerning the wartime crisis and the issues of theory and practice which it renounced. The issue of wartime annexations by belligerents, example Germany's occupation of Belgium, became fused with the issue of the liberation of colonies, including Ireland, and with the issue of whether or not to retain the demand for self-determination in the Bolshevik program and whether or not to assert this principle on a wider scale than the Russian. All such questions merged into a great debate on the national question, probably the most important one in the history of Marxism. On one side of the debate were Lenin along with what must have been a majority of the Bolshevik participants, and doubtless other socialists. On the other side were Bukharin, Pyatakov, Radek, Luxemburg, who was in jail in Germany and participated indirectly, through her Junius pamphlet, Polish socialists close to Luxembourg, and others. One central issue was the right of self-determination of nations as a general principle, and the question whether and how socialists should fight for the liberation of oppressed nations. Among many arguments put forward by Lenin's opponents, as I will describe them for brevity's sake, were the following: big states are more progressive than small states, and it is therefore 132. Reactionary to advocate the secession, or even the right of secession, of portions of these big states. The Luxembourgians and others extended this argument to the matter of the secession of colonies, which was judged by them to be something to advocate publicly but with no confidence in the possibility, perhaps even the desirability, of realization under capitalism, since colonies were parts of big states. 75. 2. Imperialism, said Radek and two Polish associates, represents the tendency of finance capital to outgrow the bounds of a national state. 76. This is the argument that capitalism is now a single international system, and thus the national state, or any state, is rendered obsolete, while under socialism ultimately there will be, of course, no states at all. 3. To advocate the right of self-determination and, beyond that, to advocate secession, or liberation, for any country is to throw the workers of that country into the arms of the bourgeoisie, and at the same time to cut off this community of workers from their brother workers of the larger, or oppressing, state. In sum, socialists are interested only in self-determination for the working class, not for the nation, which in any case no longer exists except as an abstraction, thanks to the differentiation of its population into warring classes. Bukharin advanced this argument even after the October Revolution. It seemed to him to be an important reason for refusing the right of self-determination, of secession, to the nations within post-Tsarist Russia. 77. 4. National liberation movements, whether or not they are progressive, are inherently bourgeois, because nation-state formation is a dimension of the rise of the bourgeoisie, of capitalism, and not part of the rise of socialism. Lenin forcefully and successfully answered the opponents of self-determination and national liberation, responding to the first two of the four arguments in the 1915 to 1916 debates and dealing with the latter two arguments somewhat later. Lenin also found a phrase which seemed to provide an accurate label for his opponents. He described them as imperialist economists in a series of articles written in 1916, the first of which, directed mainly against Bukharin, was called the nascent trend of imperialist economism. 78. As we noted earlier, Lenin considered an imperialist economist to be someone who advocated a new form of the old disease called economism, i.e., stressing economic forces and neglecting the political ones, a form suited to the new era of imperialism. Why were the arguments of Lenin's opponents economistic? Because, he said, they were asserting that the new era of imperialism is one which renders obsolete all partial and local struggles for political democracy, including most pointedly struggles for national independence. Why obsolete? Because, they claim, capitalism in its imperialist stage is now fully international, and this means that the principle of scale or concentration renders small states irrelevant and struggles to create small states reactionary, while the internationalization of this economic system, capitalism, makes all individual states, large or small, obsolete. Thus the arguments, 1, and 2. Lenin's answer deserves to be read, not summarized. His most telling points were perhaps the following. 1. The Marxist principle of concentration is an economic principle, not a political one. 133. The law of economic concentration, of the victory of large-scale production over small, is recognized in our own and the Erfurt programs. Nowhere is the law of political or state concentration recognized. Everyone would laugh at this amusing imperialist economism if it were expressed openly and if, parallel with the law that small-scale production is ousted by large-scale production, there were presented another law, of small states being ousted by big ones. 7-9, 2. In the era of imperialism, political struggles are no less important than they were in capitalism's preceding era, because capitalism is inherently a political system as well as an economic system, or, stated differently, the capitalist economic system cannot function without a political environment which it controls, and that PC, IDICA. Invertment is mainly supplied by states AUD state POW in the present era as in others. In Lenin's words, a vast distance separates the era of the establishment of capitalism and the national state from the era of the collapse of the national state and the eve of the collapse of capitalism itself. 80. The question is the relation of economics to politics, the relation of economic conditions and the economic content of imperialism to a certain political form. 81. 3. In the same text there is the kernel of an argument that national movements need not be inherently bourgeois, as there is the kernel of such an argument in Marx's and Engels' writings about Ireland many years earlier, but this argument in its full form, as an assertion that working masses and socialists can and should lead national movements in colonial countries, was developed in Lenin's later works. 82. 4. The argument that national liberation struggles divide the class or unite workers with bourgeoisie was answered by Lenin in a number of subtle arguments. In 1918 he responded to Bukharin by pointing out that in no modem country, including even capitalist Germany and revolutionary Russia, had the differentiation of the classes approached anything like completion, hence, the nation was still a reality, not an abstraction. 83. Elsewhere in later writings he went further, discussing, for instance, the distinctiveness and cohesiveness of national cultures, which would persist after the withering away of states. 8. It would take us too far afield to discuss in full Lenin's response to those whom he called imperialist economists. In the course of this debate Lenin asserted, I think for the first time, the general principle that liberation struggles in colonies should be supported categorically, providing only that they were genuine and serious, of the type of a national uprising or a serious popular struggle against oppression. 85. In later writings he stated the principle more fully. 86. It clearly followed from his analysis of the politics of imperialism. The direction of my own argument should by now be apparent. The four generalizations advanced by Lenin's opponents are very similar to the arguments of those Marxists today who assert that, the creation of many states and even nation-states in general is irrational or reactionary. 2. Capitalism is now fully international and its characteristic institutions, multinationals, and other giant corporations, are able to transcend the bounds of national states at will, thus rendering all states more or less obsolete. 3. To advocate the secession or 134. Inclependence of any state, colonial or otherwise, is to throw workers into the arms of the bourgeoisie, conciliate the nationalists, divide the working class, or undermine proletarian internationalism, and 4. National struggles are essentially bourgeois struggles, because they are inherently part of the rise of capitalism, and thus all nationalism is bourgeois nationalism. Hobsbawm, as I think I have shown in the present essay, subscribes to generalizations, and 2.87 as to 3. Hobsbawm is frustratingly ambiguous. He asserts that nationalism, meaning in context any national movement whatever, by definition subordinates all other interests to those of its specific nation. 88. While nationalists, meaning in context any fighters for state independence, anywhere, are by defin. Cn v1 if anything except their private collective. 89. It is unthinkable that Hobsbawm would mean such statements to apply to the past struggles in Vietnam, Angola, Cuba, and other socialist countries which gained victory in a national liberation struggle, or to struggles such as those in Puerto Rico and Namibia where the same goal is being sought today. 90. These statements are of course devastatingly correct when applied to reactionary and unrealistic national movements. Yet Hobsbawm proffers no qualifications. Hence the ambiguity. Hobsbawm is again ambiguous about generalization, for he speaks of the category of movements directed against imperialist exploitation and representing something like the bourgeois democratic phase in the development of backward countries, a category which seems in context to include all anti-colonial national movements. Thus he seems almost to argue the diffusionist thesis that nationalism equals rising capitalism, and to deny that Lenin was right to categorize anti-colonial national movements as national revolutionary and not bourgeois democratic, a question of theory, not simply terminology. 91 Hobsbawm has explicitly called it an error to equate nationalism only with capitalism and thus to dismiss contemporary nationalisms as troublesome bourgeois survivals. 92 But the statement, in context, seems directed at the reactionary nationalisms within socialist countries, and perhaps also the nationalisms within advanced capitalist countries. Thus we cannot tell whether Hobsbawm truly enlarges the national process to include struggles, not for capitalism, but against it. Yet Hobsbawm is not one to denounce any socialist revolution, including those in colonies. Hence, again, the ambiguity. Hobsbawm is not an imperialist economist, although some other modern Marxists richly deserve that title. Yet Hobsbawm's position on the national question is an extremist one. He is just about as strongly opposed to national movements and national struggles as one can be without departing entirely from the mainstream tradition on the national question, the tradition which both he and I consider to be Leninist. There is, in all of this, a very important question about the long-term development of Marxist thought, a question which has immense political implications for the struggles of the 1980s and beyond. I would express the matter as follows. It appears that there has always been a differentiation among Marxists, sometimes even an oscillation in the thinking of a given Marxist at different periods, on the subject of national movements and the national question. In each period there is a Luxemburgist position which tends to limit its vision to cosmopolitan or 135 international horizons and be suspicious of, or hostile to, the merely national forces. And there have been the Leninists, taking more or less opposing positions, and not for merely pragmatic reasons. The first great cycle of Leninist versus Luxemburgian quarrels occurred before and during the First World War. Leninism officially won, and the Third International became a powerful force for national liberation in the colonial world. Within national communist parties of advanced countries, I suspect that the Luxemburgian view was rather powerful, and must have had something to do with the far from proud record of some of these parties in the matter of the liberation of their own colonies. Nevertheless, the Leninist position on the national question was the dominant one, and this explains a great deal about the relative ease with which Marxism became the philosophical underpinning of very many national liberation movements. 93 And in the period from 1945 to the present the Leninist position has been far more prominent than the Luxemburgian. This has been the era of national liberation movements, and the theory and practice of imperialist economism has had precious little to offer this kind of movement. Today, however, a change seems to be taking place, at least in the universe of discourse embracing Marxist journals and books in advanced capitalist countries. It may well be the trend of imperialist economism renascent. Certainly it projects the view that national struggles today are of secondary importance, emphasizes their limitations and failings rather than their successes, and so on. And certainly this is done with the use of theoretical arguments which would have sounded familiar to Lenin in his day. Capitalism is no longer national. Nations, states, and nation-states are no longer important, are indeed dissolving. Multinational corporations are not fettered by national boundaries. The world of the 1980s is of course different from that of Luxemburg's and Lenin's time. But not entirely different. Old arguments may seem still to make sense, and likewise the answers to these arguments. Imperialist economism may be as relevant today as it was in I-915-1916. Or as irrelevant. The bottom line is political struggle. Perhaps 30 million people still live in old-fashioned colonies and are still fighting for their freedom. A billion people live and struggle in neo-colonies. Arguments like Hobsbawm's and those of the imperialist economists can have a progressive effect with regard to silly and reactionary national movements, of which there are many. But they can have a damaging effect on anti-colonial liberation movements, like that of Puerto Rico. And they can be just as damaging for countries like El Salvador, in which there is a national struggle for genuine state sovereignty and against neocolonialism, and likewise for countries like Nicaragua, which have won a precarious national liberation and are struggling to hold on to what they have won. Arguments like Hobsbawm's do not help these struggles at all. 136. 5. The theory of national minorities. This chapter and the following one deal with one important form of the national question, the struggles of oppressed minorities for self-determination. There are many kinds of minorities and many kinds of struggle, and it would be impossible to examine all of the issues in a few pages, much less try to work out solutions to the many complex national problems of minorities around the world. I will be concerned mainly with two quite important aspects of the problem. One is the matter of correcting mistakes in the Marxist theory of minorities, which I view as a part of the larger Marxist theory of national struggle, and particularly to show that the history of our theory of minorities has been seriously misinterpreted, thanks in part to the intellectual legacy of Stalin, and for many other reasons. My other concern is to criticize the idea that there is some natural and inevitable drift, in capitalist countries, towards the assimilation of minorities and towards their political decomposition. Minorities created by colonialism tend not to decompose, their special oppression continues in one or another form, and so does their struggle for self-determination. The present chapter, therefore, deals with general theory and the history of theory, the following chapter, with the empirical problem of assimilation, and non-assimilation, under conditions of advanced capitalism. Chapters 5 and 6 have a political as well as scientific purpose. They argue against those who believe that the 2 million Puerto Ricans in the U.S. are losing their Puerto Rican nationality and their identification with and commitment to the struggle for the national liberation of Puerto Rico. 1. This belief has harmed the liberation struggle, hindered the minority community's efforts at self-defense, and in no way furthered the cause of internationalism. And the belief is ill-founded in theory and fact. The two chapters are meant to apply to general questions of theory and to many minority struggles, as well as paying special attention to Puerto Rico. The present chapter has much to say about the Marxist theory of nations, as well as the theory of minorities, because the two categories are dealt with together in Marxist theory, as we will see. I am not going to attempt to discuss every aspect of the theory of nations, a very complex matter in its own right, and not reducible to definitions. I hope, nonetheless, to contribute something to this theory, by way of clearing away many tangles of confusion. Some sectors of the North American left are convinced that Puerto Ricans in the U.S. do not belong to the Puerto Rican nation, that this community is merely a 143 national minority, an ethnic subdivision of a different nation, the United States. This national minority theory bears some resemblance to the old idea of the melting pot, or at least to its liberal variant, Puerto Rican Americans, ethnic heritage, minority rights, etc., but there is one crucial difference. The national minority theory is said to be grounded in Marxism, and specifically in a doctrine derived from a 1913 essay by Stalin, Marxism and the National Question. 2. In essence, the argument is simple. Stalin listed the attributes which, in his opinion, a group must possess to qualify as a nation. This was Stalin's famous definition of the nation, which became the orthodox Marxist concept of the nation, accepted by most Marxists, Stalinists, and non-Stalinists alike, down to recent times. Complementing the concept of nation was the concept of national minority, a term which designated ethnic communities that failed to qualify as nations. The distinction was terribly important. Real nations had the potential to become independent states, and deserved the right of self-determination. National minorities had no such potential, and were fated to dissolve, in political terms, through assimilation. Moreover, national forms of political struggle were justifiable for nations, but not for national minorities. One of Stalin's crucial criteria for nationhood was the possession of undivided national territory. Ethnic communities which were divided, fragmented, or dispersed, were not real nations, they were national minorities. Puerto Ricans living in the United States would be, by this criterion, a national minority. They could not be viewed as part of a single Puerto Rican nation. The same judgment would apply to many other minority communities around the world, including, for instance, West Indians, Africans, and Asians in Europe and Koreans in Japan. All such groups would be seen as national minorities, doomed to dissolution and enjoined from engaging in national forms of struggle, including, most crucially, the struggle to liberate their homelands. But there are two Marxist theories dealing with minorities. And there are two very different kinds of minorities, each needing its own distinctive analysis. Puerto Ricans do not fall within the purview of Stalin's theory, but within another theory which was prefigured in Marx's and Engels' analysis of the Irish community in England and was then developed into a general theory by Lenin in the period 1915 to 1923. The fundamental difference between the two theories is defined by the facts of colonialism and imperialism. Lenin provided the first comprehensive analysis of imperialism, and of modern colonialism. In the process, he developed a theory of nations which applies to colonial nations like Puerto Rico and the Puerto Ricans. Stalin, in Marxism and the National Question, barely mentions colonial nations, and his theory of nations and minorities does not in any case work for colonies. Even for the non-colonial nations of Europe, in fact, the theory is only applicable to an early period in their history, the epoch of rising capitalism, an epoch which ended almost everywhere with the outbreak of the First World War. All of this notwithstanding, Stalin's 1913 article was significant as a contribution to Marxist theory and to the Russian revolutionary struggle, a judgment concurred with by many non-Marxist scholars as well as Marxists, even by Trotsky. But the theory does not apply to Puerto Ricans. Lenin's theory, by contrast, does apply. And Lenin's theory compels the conclusion that most Puerto Ricans in the U.S. are 144. Still part of the colonial nation of Puerto Rico. In the discussion which follows, I will not be arguing in defense of any sort of narrow nationalism. To say that a community created by forced emigration from a colony may retain its original nationality, as in the case of Puerto Ricans in the United States, is not to argue that this community will, or should, separate itself from workers' struggles in the country in which it resides. Puerto Rican workers in the United States are completely within the U.S. working class, as well as the Puerto Rican working class, and their commitment to the struggle for social justice in the U.S. is as great as that of any other group of workers. But they remain Puerto Rican. This is not paradoxical, it is explained by the logic of Marxist theory, as I will now try to demonstrate. The theory of minorities in classical Marxism we can begin, I think, with a small incident involving Friedrich Engels a century ago. The setting is a General Council meeting of the International Working Men's Association, the First International, in 1872. As recorded in the minutes, Mr. Hales, the Council's secretary, proposed the following motion, that in the opinion of the Council the formation of Irish national branches in England is opposed to the general rules and principles of the association. Mr. Hales then explained his motion. He said, the fundamental principle of the association was to destroy all semblance of the nationalist doctrine, and remove all barriers that separated man from man. The formation of Irish branches in England could only keep alive that national antagonism which had unfortunately so long existed between the people of the two countries. No one knew what the Irish branches were doing, and in their rules they stated that they were republican, and their first objective was to liberate Ireland from a foreign domination, but the International had nothing to do with liberating Ireland. 5. The motion was debated, and Engels rose to speak. Citizen Engels said the real purpose of the motion, stripped of all hypocrisy, was to bring the Irish sections into subjection to the British Federal Council of the International, a thing to which the Irish sections would never consent, and which the Council had neither the right nor the power to impose upon them. The Irish formed a distinct nationality of their own, and the fact that they used the English language could not deprive them of their rights. Citizen Hales had spoken of the relations of England and Ireland being of the most idyllic nature. But the case was quite different. There was the fact of 7 centuries of English conquest and oppression of Ireland, and so long as that oppression existed, it would be an insult to Irish working men to ask them to submit to a British federal council. The motion was asking the conquered people to forget their nationality and submit to their conquerors. It was not internationalism, but simply prating submission. If the promoters of the motion were so brimful of the truly international spirit, let them prove it by removing the seat of the British Federal Council to Dublin and submit to a council of Irishmen. In a case like that of the Irish, true internationalism must necessarily be based upon a distinct national organization, and they were under the 145. Necessity to state in THIRD rules that their first and most pressing duty as Irishmen was to establish their own national independence. 6. Thus we have Engels' opinion concerning the nationalism of 2 million Irish men and women who had been forced to emigrate to England, as 2 million Puerto Ricans have, to the U.S. But consider now another opinion which Engels expressed at about the same time, concerning the right to independent national existence of those numerous small relics of peoples which, after having figured for a longer or shorter period on the stage of history, were finally absorbed as integral portions of powerful European nations. Here he is talking about a different type CF minority, 2. SMA. European nation somehow lying within the borders of a larger European nation and, in Engels' view, undeserving of independence. Equally undeserving is the detached fraction of any nationality which might wish to be allowed to annex itself to its great mother country, a situation very common then, particularly in Eastern Europe where the recurring tides of invasions during 1,000 turbulent years had left on the shore, heaps of intermingled ruins of nations, and where the Turk, the Finny-Magyar, the Roman, the Jew, and about a dozen Slavonic tribes, live intermixed in interminable confusion. 7. In such cases Engels would withhold support from any separatist movement. But how can all this be reconciled with Engels' fierce defense of nationalism, and of separate political organization, among the minority Irishmen in England? Engels' reference to small relics of peoples, ruins of nations, and the like, was in the context of an article in which he was passionately defending the right of Poland to independence, and defending a proclamation in support of that right by the First International. His disparaging remarks about minority nations were part of an analysis aimed at distinguishing between the case of viable nations, like Poland, and non-viable, fragmentary, minority nations, thereby refuting the charge that support for Polish independence implied support for all manifestations of nationalism. Engels made the distinction, in characteristic Marxist fashion, by referring to history. The ruins of nations became that way through 1,000 years of tangled mixing of nations, the detached fraction was once attached, and so on. But compare the history of these minorities with that of Floreland. The latter exists as a definite, viable, but, for 700 years, oppressed nation. The organization of its socialist movement must take place in the midst not only of colonial oppression but also of massive, forced emigration to England, a matter to which Marx and Engels referred repeatedly in their writings. 8. Now the lot of Ireland in the mid-19th century was extraordinarily like that of Puerto Rico in the mid-20th century, both enduring destruction of their rural economies and forced emigration to a nearby industrial nation, the effect being the establishment of ghettos in the oppressor nation's cities, and in both cases persistent back and forth movement of the population between colony and oppressor nation because of the proximity of one to the other. 9. Today we have the air bridge between New York and San Juan. Everyone now agrees that Marx and Engels did not have a comprehensive, general theory of imperialism and colonialism, that was Lenin's later contribution. But they did have an excellent special theory for Ireland. 146. This one's ample of imperialish hugpound oleftial 1 sm which lay on Europe surmp and they related to the Irish movement in their revolutionary practice. So they could not fail to support Irish independence, conceptualize the Irish minority in England as an integral part of the Irish nation, and defend the right of the Irish forced emigrants to organize politically in England. At the same time, Marx and Engels refused to take this same stand in the case of the non-colonial minorities of Eastern Europe, which had not suffered national oppression of the Irish variety, including, most notably, forced emigration. The moral is this: Stalin, in Marxism and the National Question, was talking mainly about the Eastern European case, and his analysis was, for 1913, largely correct. But his conclusions did not apply to colonial peoples, like the Irish then and the Puerto Ricans now. The two kinds of minority, and the two corresponding theories, and forms of practice, had already been distinguished by Marxism, long before 1913. Stalin's theory Marxism and the National Question was written only to deal with a particular situation at a particular historical conjuncture. This will be clear if we look closely at the context in which it was written, long ago and far away. In 1912 the Bolsheviks were in the midst of what proved to be the most serious crisis in the history of their party. Nationalism of a certain sort was the major symptom of the crisis, though not the major cause. The cause, as described by both Lenin and Stalin, was counter-revolutionary repression by the Tsarist authorities following the abortive revolution of 1905. The effect was a dangerous weakening of the revolutionary movement. The Bolsheviks were convinced that their pre-1905 program and their long-term strategy continued to be correct, and that victory would come very soon, as it did. But many socialist groups and factions had become demoralized. Succumbing to repression, they chose to abandon the hardline Bolshevik position which sought the overthrow of the Tsarist government and to adopt instead a gradualist, reformist program and to retreat to above-ground, legal, political action. This set the stage for an immense ideological struggle, one which took place on two levels: basic program or theory and party organization. The major issue on both levels was nationalism. Whereas the Bolsheviks were determined to overthrow the Tsar, the reformists were willing to settle for a different, more democratic form of the Russian Empire, an improved version of the Austrian Empire, which seemed at the time to be more democratic than the Russian, mainly because it granted basic civil rights to minority nations. One precedent for a socialist reformist position of this sort was to be found in the Austrian Social Democratic Party's platform, but the clearest precedent lay in a proposal by the Austrian Marxist Otto Bauer for a scheme which he termed cultural national autonomy. 11 applied to Russia. This scheme would call for civil equality and a form of federalism among the nations within the empire, but still within the single empire, and therefore far short of the Bolshevik goal of destroying the empire. Thus, at the level of program, or theory, the reformists wanted national autonomy within the Russian state, while the Bolsheviks rejected this form of limited nationalism in favor of the overthrow of the state. In the long run, the 147 Bolshevik position implied much more intense national struggle, since it called for the destruction of the integral empire and the right of all nations within it to secede. But in the short run the reformists seemed to be nationalists, and nationalism seemed to be reformism. Nationalism was also the main issue at the organizational level. An underground, Bolshevik-style revolutionary party had to be a centralized party. A non-revolutionary, legal party could perhaps afford to be a loose federation of sub-parties, each with a great deal of autonomy. Since the reformists' program was nationalistic, the proposed federal structure would naturally involve a cleavage along national lines. To the Bolsheviks, however, a federation of national parties was simply not a revolutionary party. Lenin called a party conference in January, 1912, to force these issues. The reformists countered with a conference of their own in August. Then Lenin opened his full-scale offensive. One battlefront was of course nationalism, and all serious-minded social democrats were urged by him to raise and discuss the national question. 12 Stalin prepared the first major polemic, Marxism and the National Question, which was followed in train by two major articles by Lenin himself. 13 The Bolsheviks regained their strength and party unity without sacrifice of program or structure, and Stalin's article played an important role. It was an attack against manifestations of nationalism which were objectively counter-revolutionary in the Russia of 1912 to 1913. It was a strong and consciously one-sided critique on those forms of nationalism which posed an immediate threat to the Bolsheviks. It was, in short, a polemic. Thus it was not an academic essay, still less a Marxist textbook on nationalism in general. Its argument should not be taken out of context. Stalin himself made this point very clearly. In Marxism and the National Question he castigated those pedants who solved the national problem without reference to space and time. Solving the problem, he said, will always depend on the concrete historical conditions in which the given nation finds itself, and conditions, like everything else, change. 14 Writing 5 years later, he commented in retrospect that the October Revolution, and related events of the period, had widened the scope of the national question and converted it from the particular question of combating national oppression in Europe into the general question of emancipating the oppressed peoples, colonies and semi-colonies, from imperialism. 15 And he returned to this theme again in 1924. Lenin linked the national problem with the problem of the colonies, transforming it from a particular and internal state problem, into a world problem of emancipating the oppressed peoples in the dependent countries and colonies. 16 I quote all these remarks to emphasize 2 points which, to us, are fundamental. Stalin became aware that his 1913 argument had concerned only one part of the world, one type of nation, and one historical epoch. He also came to realize that Lenin had transformed the national question, in fact had evolved a new theory which we will discuss in a moment, to deal with the non-European world, the colonial nations, and the epoch of imperialism, in effect, the conditions surrounding Puerto Rico and the Puerto Ricans. Realizing this, we can proceed to develop a fair and correct analysis of Stalin's argument itself. 148. What is a nation? Stalin asks, and then proceeds to give a rather formal definition. A nation is a human group which possesses certain definite characteristics. It is a historically stable community of people. It has a common vernacular language. It occupies a single piece of territory. It has an integrated, coherent economy. It possesses a community of psychological makeup, a folk psychology, or national character. And it is a historical category belonging to a definite epoch, the epoch of rising capitalism. 17 Stalin's definition of nation had, like the article as a whole, a polemical purpose. It served to underpin his attack on reformist nationalism. There were, broadly speaking, 2 reformist tendencies, and each was vulnerable to an attack from the vantage point of Stalin's definition. First, there were those who advocated a combination of cultural national autonomy and organizational autonomy within the socialist movement. The essence of Bauer's cultural national autonomy scheme was the thesis that members of a nation, regardless of where they lived within the state, would share the autonomy of that nation. Thus, for instance, Georgians everywhere in Russia would come under Georgian governance. But if a nation must occupy a single, common piece of territory, then Georgians outside of Georgia would simply be a national minority in some other nation's territory, and it would be absurd, Stalin argued, to place them under Georgian governance. It would be even more absurd in the case of the Jews, who had no territory of their own, and were therefore not a nation anywhere. In the case of the Jews, the demand for cultural national autonomy was paralleled by an even stronger demand for organizational autonomy. For more than a decade, the Jewish Socialist Organization, the Bund, had been demanding recognition as the sole spokesman for Jewish proletarians, and insisting on a federative relationship to the Russian Social Democratic Party. In 1913 this demand had become part of the reformist nationalist reaction. Stalin's emphasis on territory as an attribute of nationhood was a particularly effective answer to the Bund. Jews have no territory, hence Jews are not a nation, hence the Bund can have no standing as a national organization within the All-Russian movement. The second form of nationalism was a more diffuse tendency within what Stalin considered to be genuine nations to substitute national aims for revolutionary aims. The way to deal with this was to show that nationalism is strictly, and necessarily, a bourgeois, capitalist, sentiment by incorporating capitalism into the very definition of the nation. Thus we have the historical criterion: a nation is characteristic of the epoch of rising capitalism. 18. This would be a very telling argument among Marxists because an essential tenet of Marxism was, and is, the thesis that capitalism is indeed progressive during its rising stage of development, before it succumbs to internal contradictions and generates more and more misery. If nationalism is a feature of capitalism during its progressive stage, then nationalism will no longer be progressive when capitalism no longer is so. Thus a Russian Marxist in 1913 might become convinced that nationalism is simply out of date, and might refuse to defend a nationalist program. Stalin's definition had a third function as well. Attacking nationalism within the framework of the Bolshevik program was a rather delicate task because the Bolsheviks, unlike some extremely anti-nationalist groups, like Rosa Luxemburg 149, and her associates, insisted on the inalienable right of nations within Russia to self-determination, that is, to full independence. How does one attack nationalism and at the same time defend the right of self-determination? Stalin's way was to, first of all, give a precise definition of nation to make it clear that certain ethnic groups, being genuine nations, did have this right, while others did not. The Jews did not. Nor did those detached fractions of nations like the German settlements scattered across Russia. Then, by tying the idea of the nation to the epoch of rising capitalism, Stalin was able to defend the right of genuine nations to self-determination and at the same time hint that nations really should not exercise that right, on grounds that it /v could be reactionary to do so. Colonies did not qualify as nations under Stalin's definition. This can be shown both by example and by reference to Stalin's theory of nations. In few colonies, or semi-colonies, was a single vernacular language spoken in 1913. In India, for example, there were dozens. Common territory was often missing. Colonies did not really possess an integrated economy, given their dependent economic status. And equally inapplicable was the concept of rising capitalism. Semi-feudalism and underdeveloped capitalism are more appropriate terms. In Stalin's theory, nations came into existence in two ways. Western European nations formed themselves as nation-states from the moment of their birth at the beginning of the capitalist era. Hence they had no national problem to speak of, within their borders. In Eastern Europe, however, the great territorial empires, Russia, Austria-Hungary, Turkey, emerged before the ethnic groups within their boundaries had formed into nations, hence these states were multinational almost from the start, and hence the gravity of their national problem. Ireland, according to Stalin, was an anomaly. It followed the Eastern European route, forming itself as a nation after its absorption into the British Empire. But Stalin was wrong about Ireland. It was a classic colonized nation, and this significant error shows that he really had no theoretical model, in 1913, for colonial nations in general. He did not, as a matter of fact, discuss them in Marxism and the national question. Had he done so, or had he at least taken account of Marx's and Engels' analysis of Ireland in relation to England, Stalin would have seen that his model for Western European nation-states was also imperfect. Countries like Britain, France, and Holland emerged as integral nation-states not by chance, but because they were colonizing nations. They exported their national problem, as it were, to their colonial empires. Thus to understand England one must understand Ireland, Jamaica, India, and so on. One must understand imperialism. But in 1913 Marxism had not yet analyzed imperialism. Stalin's theory of nations was not therefore wrong. But it was not worldwide in scope. It was adequate for the multinational states of Eastern Europe, partly so for the nation-states of Western Europe. and wholly inadequate for the world of colonies and semi-colonies of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. This brings us at last to Stalin's theory of national minorities. It is merely the obverse of his theory of nations. An ethnic group is a national minority if it does not possess the defining attributes of a nation. 4 sorts of national minority communities are discussed in Stalin's paper, and it will be a straightforward matter to show that none of them resembles the Porto Rican community in the United 150 States today. 2 of the cases barely deserve mention. The first is what Engels would have called the detached fraction of a nation. The argument here is weak, since many such fractions are quite sizable, and many possess all the attributes which Stalin required of a nation. Stalin in fact cited the example of the United States to show that new nations can form as a result only of territorial separation. But the argument would only be relevant if one were claiming that the North American barrios are part of the national territory of Puerto Rico, and no one, to my knowledge, is doing so. Stalin's second case concerns what he described as undeveloped nationalities, with primitive culture. His argument here is best forgotten, though at times it is resurrected by chauvinists who deny the right of self-determination to certain nations by demoting them to the status of tribes. The argument is, in any event, irrelevant. The third type of national minority is an ethnic group which has no territory of its own, anywhere. The Jews of Russia provided Stalin's one example of this type, but he devoted more attention to it than to all the others combined, because his primary purpose in discussing national minorities was to prove that Jews were not a nation, in order to polemicize against Bundist organizational separatism. Not only did the Jews lack territory, they lacked a common language as well, according to Stalin, who thought that they spoke the various vernaculars of their many areas of settlement and could not communicate with one another readily. And finally, they lacked an integrated economy. Most crucially, they were entirely non-agricultural, though not by choice, and thus were deprived of that association with the land, which would naturally rivet a nation. 19. Stalin's argument that the Russian Jews were not a nation is unassailable. But, curiously, it is his analysis of this thoroughly unique Jewish minority which is most often used by those who wish to prove that Puerto Ricans in the United States are, too, a national minority. The analogy is false. Unlike the Puerto Ricans, the Jews had no territory, anywhere. The Jews of Russia did speak a common language, and so do the Puerto Ricans. As far as Stalin's theory is concerned, it would make no difference whether the common language were Spanish or English, or whether bilingualism prevailed, as it does in about 30 modern nation-states, so long as Puerto Ricans were able to communicate with one another. It is of course true that the Puerto Rican community in the U.S. is detached from the land, but not from the land of Puerto Rico. The fourth type of national minority is the only one which bears even a superficial resemblance to Puerto Ricans in the United States. In this case, Stalin's argument focuses on a causal process, not the resulting community. The process he described was one of migration under capitalism. In the early stages of capitalism, nations became welded together, but later a process of dispersion of nations sets in and groups separate off from the nations, going off in search of a livelihood and subsequently settling permanently in other regions of the state. 20. In the Russia of 1913, the migration was to new, border, areas of agricultural settlement and to newly expanding cities. The resulting situation was one of mixed populations, the inhabitants of these new areas of settlement bearing various ethnic heritages and the theory of national minorities 151 forming various national minorities. The apparent resemblance to the Puerto Rican condition is obvious. What Stalin is describing here is the familiar melting pot, which worked in 1913 Russia as it worked in 1913 North America. I say worked because melting did take place. The migrants lost their original nationalities and became ethnic minorities. Why did it work? There were at least 2 reasons. First, this was still the epoch of rising capitalism. After all, living conditions were improving, employment was expanding, and the destination areas, rural and urban, were able to absorb the immigrating populations both economically and culturally. Second, the whole process was taking place within what we now see as metropolitan capitalism. T did not, in general, involve the colonial and semi-colonial periphery in this pre-First World War era, and non-Europeans were not invited to participate in the process. In the U.S., blacks did not participate. Nor did Puerto Ricans. How else can we explain the fact that millions of Europeans came thousands of miles, in that period, to settle in the U.S., while Puerto Ricans remained in nearby Puerto Rico? In Russia, Central Asians did not participate. And so on. Thus there can be no comparison between this form of migration and the process which filled up Spanish Harlem in later years. Stalin was discussing a process that bears no relation to the ghettos of today. The process that takes place today is forced migration from colony to metropolis. The resulting community is not a national minority but an exiled portion of a colonial nation. Stalin had nothing to say about this new and different type of minority. His theory just does not apply. Minorities in the era of imperialism. The development of a theory of minorities which does apply to today's Puerto Ricans was begun only 2 years after the publication of Stalin's article, by Lenin. But those were crucial years for socialism, and for socialist theory. The outbreak of the World War, in 1914, demonstrated that the older Marxist theory of nations, and nationalism, was very inadequate. Nations were not merely a vestige of the epoch of rising capitalism, and nationalism was not a thing of the past. In 1913 Lenin could write that the awakening of national life and national movements, the struggle against all national oppression, and the creation of national states is a tendency which predominates in the beginning of capitalism's development. While the breakdown of national barriers, the creation of the international unity of capital, characterizes a mature capitalism that is moving toward its transformation into socialist society. 21 But in August, I-914, the national barriers were re-erected and turned into battlefields. And European workers, instead of joining their fellow proletarians of all nations in a revolution against the bourgeoisie, were following the bourgeoisie into a war against the proletarians of other nations. To deal with this shocking situation, Lenin had first to analyze it. The result was Lenin's new theory of imperialism. And one of its principal components was a new theory of national struggle and nations. Imperialism, Lenin wrote in 1915, is the era of the oppression of nations on a new historical basis. 22 In fact, the division of nations into oppressor and oppressed, forms the essence of imperialism. 23 Why so? Because, to begin with, capitalism does not really mature. First becoming international and then 152. Commencing its transformation into socialist society. Instead, it becomes parasitic, imperialistic. Each advanced capitalist country strives to resolve its deepening internal contradictions, declining profits and rising workers' resistance, by expanding its empire of colonies and semi-colonies, thus amassing what Lenin aptly called the super profits from imperialism. But there must come a time when no more places remain to be colonized. At this point, two new processes supervene. One is the intensification of economic exploitation, and political oppression, in the existing colonies and semi-colonies. The other is described by Lenin as the repartition of the whole world too. The advanced capitalist countries now try to steal one another's colonies and spheres of influence. This latter process must inevitably lead to general war among the colonial powers. Thus we arrive at Lenin's essential model. At the root of the whole process is the dialectic of oppression. Advanced capitalist nations transform themselves into oppressor nations in order to acquire the sustaining super profits. Other nations suffer deepening oppression in order to yield these super profits. And derived from this are two distinct political processes in each of the two types of nation. Among the oppressors, a cannibalistic form of warfare; among the oppressed, a struggle for national liberation. The era of imperialism is therefore an era of increasing nationalism. In the oppressor nations it is bourgeois nationalism, though of a new and more reactionary sort. The bourgeoisie distributes a large enough share of the super profits to bribe the labor aristocracy and make life slightly easier for the majority of the workers, a share just large enough to gain the workers' temporary loyalty to the capitalist state and their willingness to fight its wars. 25 But in the oppressed nations, imperialism generates a very different form of nationalism, a form that resembles neither the old bourgeois nationalism of rising capitalism in Europe nor the new bourgeois nationalism of the imperialist countries. This different form of nationalism is the struggle for national liberation. And corresponding to it is a different kind of nation. Colonial peoples too are nations, a fact, said Lenin, that Marxists often forget. 26 Lenin was aware that colonies did not originate in the same way as those European nations which emerged, with the rise of indigenous capitalism, out of medieval territorial linguistic units. Often in OH he wrote that colonialism leads to a forcible carving up, a partitioning, of pre-existing cultural regions, and that a colony's economy is not internally integrated but externally dependent. But the main distinguishing feature of colonial nations, for Lenin, was the special way in which their classes, and class struggles, evolved. In colonial nations, there was no epoch of rising capitalism, that is, no epoch dominated by a rising domestic bourgeoisie. Domination was exercised by foreign monopolies. Part of the local bourgeoisie rose to the extent of becoming a class of managers and agents, or occasionally very junior partners, but the remainder were rapidly disenfranchised by colonialism. At the same time, the workers, peasants, and impoverished petty bourgeoisie were also forced into rapid class evolution and struggle by colonial oppression. Under these circumstances, the nation was not the outcome of a struggle waged primarily by a rising capitalist class against the fetters of feudalism, the classic model for Europe. It was the outcome mainly of an anti-imperialist struggle waged by all the oppressed classes, and primarily the 153 working masses. This, for Lenin, made it likely that colonial nationalism, the national liberation struggle, would lead not to a form of mature capitalism, and thus to the classical capitalist nation, the type described by Stalin, but to socialism. So the nature and dynamics of colonial nations in the era of imperialism were inherently different from that of the old European nations, and the old theory of nations had to be supplanted. From 1915 until the end of his active life in 1923, Lenin discussed the national liberation of colonies and other oppressed nations in 100 or more articles and speeches. In none of these did he refer to or make use of Stalin's definition of the nation. Nor did he use Stalin's nomenclature, nation, nationality, and people were applied almost interchangeably, and national minority was used to describe differing kinds of communities, including a small nation within a larger state. 27 In 1915 he commented that the issue of self-determination in the era of imperialism is not the national question, and thereafter he used this phrase very sparingly in relation to oppressed nations, outside of Russia, eventually coming to distinguish fairly sharply between the national question and the colonial question. 28 Even to dwell, as I am doing here, on matters of definition and nomenclature is foreign to Lenin's method, which was to reject what he called abstract and formal approaches to questions of national liberation. In this age of imperialism, he said, it is particularly important to proceed from concrete realities, not from abstract postulates, in all colonial and national problems. 29 Lenin, after all, was a dialectician, not a catechist. Imperialism has evolved and changed since Lenin's time. And one of its newer modes of appropriation, exploitation, and oppression is the forced migration of tens of millions of workers to the imperialist heartlands. This process may have been limited mainly to Ireland in the 19th century, as we discussed before, and to peripheral parts of Europe in the first years of the present century, because of the cost of long-distance transportation and the immaturity of this new phenomenon of imperialism. Lenin was certainly aware of the phenomenon and its growing importance, and he did not confuse it with the older forms of labor migration which had characterized the period of developing capitalism. In his earlier writings, Lenin had indeed provided a thorough analysis of labor migration under pre-imperialist conditions, and had concluded, correctly, that its effects were generally progressive. This was capitalism's era of rapid growth. Migration to areas of expanding employment and higher wages was characteristic of the period, and the advanced areas, among them the United States, were able to absorb the immigrants fully into a burgeoning labor force. The result in general was national assimilation. It was part of a breakdown of all national barriers by capitalism, and was therefore inevitable and progressive. 30 But all this changed when capitalism entered the era of imperialism, the era of the oppression of nations on a new historical basis. It is clear that Lenin came to view the new era as one in which the conditions for national assimilation were disappearing, to be replaced by increased national oppression both in the colonies and at home. 31 One comment which he made just a few days before the October Revolution, during a discussion of the new Bolshevik Party program, is particularly revealing. 154. Comrade Sokolniko Ijafi, L. Osas o at THIRD-WORLDISM. Dura Funslmli foreign workers imported from backward countries. This addition is valuable and necessary. The exploitation of worse paid labor from backward countries is particularly characteristic of imperialism. On this exploitation rests, to a certain degree, the parasitism of rich imperialist countries which bribe a part of their workers with higher wages while shamelessly and unrestrainedly exploiting the labor of cheap foreign workers. The words worse paid should be added, and also the words and frequently deprived of rights, for the exploiters in civilized countries always take advantage of the fact that the imported foreign workers have no rights. 32. It is significant that Lenin speaks here of foreign workers, not immigrants or members of national minorities, that he relates the whole process to the imperialist stage of capitalism, and that he identifies a sector of foreign workers legally alien, and therefore unassimilable, as being particularly characteristic of this stage. Equally significant is his description of the imperialist country itself. Its capitalism now depends, parasitically, on super-exploitation, and national oppression, deprivation of rights, within its borders, hence imperialism has been internalized into its own class structure. Lenin also alluded to the rise of an oppressed Afro-American nation in connection with the transition to imperialism, referred to the national oppression of the Irish in England, and gave various other examples of unassimilated communities in the imperialist heartlands. Most crucially, he showed that the conditions which lead to assimilation are disappearing. Imperialism is an era of deepening national oppression, of capitalism which is now reactionary and moribund, not progressive and growing. It is not surprising, therefore, that Lenin said nothing after 1914 about the dissolution of nations or the formation of national minorities. Stalin's theory of national minorities is incompatible with Lenin's theory of imperialism. To be more precise, the former is inseparable from a theory of nations which was descriptively accurate for an earlier stage of European social evolution, the stage of rising capitalism, but which has now been displaced by a theory of all nations under modern capitalism, that is, monopoly capitalism or imperialism. National minorities were only created where, and when capitalism was expanding. In those times and places, job opportunities were growing, proletarian living conditions were objectively improving in the centers of expansion, and immigrants were assimilated, quickly or slowly, into the host proletariat and the host nationality. During the period of transition, the immigrants formed national minorities, communities which, for a time, remained ethnically distinct but were nevertheless becoming assimilated. I do not deny that the transition was painful. Capitalism made full use of the transients for slave wage labor and union busting, and the immigrants did, indeed, live in ghettos. But they escaped from the ghettos. Even in those days, however, there existed another kind of labor migration, signalized by the African slave trade and the forced migration of Irishmen to England, East Indians to the Caribbean, Chinese to Southeast Asia, Native Americans to reservations, all colonies and semi-colonies. These forced migrations were another, nastier face of evolving capitalism, and none of the communities which they created have anywhere, under capitalism, become fully assimilated. 155. LHI, are demographic minorities of another type, a type that does not satisfy Stalin's definition of a national minority. Under modern imperialism, almost all migration is forced migration. The era of imperialism is not one of developing, expanding capitalism, but of decaying capitalism, which is using every device it knows merely to survive. A most effective device is colonialism, the super-exploitation of colonial, semi-colonial, and, we now must add, neo-colonial workers, with the necessary aid of political domination and national oppression. Today the device of colonialism has become, as it were, technologically perfected and thereby immensely versatile. It can extract its colonial super-profits within the metropolis in ghettos, migrant labor camps, and foreign worker barracks, as abroad. Forced migration of colonial peoples is simply one of the options of colonialism, an option which is utilized under those conditions where greater surplus value can be obtained by translocating the colonial workers from colony to metropolis than can be obtained by super-exploiting them at home. Forced migration of this type is merely colonialism internalized, or internal colonialism, although we cannot speak of each ghetto as an internal colony in the strict geographic sense. But internal colonialism is inseparable from external colonialism. The greatest surplus value is realized if the reproduction costs of labor and the maintenance costs of sick, old, and unemployed workers can be exported. This explains, in part, the air bridge between New York and San Juan, the constant, massive, back-and-forth movement between colony and metropolis. When these social costs are borne within the metropolis, they are costs of maintaining a colonial workforce, not costs of assimilating immigrants. It follows that colonial forced migrants do not leave behind the special forms of political and national oppression which prevail in the colony. Nor do they find, when they arrive, a set of circumstances markedly more favorable than those prevailing in the homeland. All they find, in essence, is a replica of the same colonial conditions. In the colony, the imperialists impose the fiercest forms of cultural aggression, the purpose of which is not to assimilate the colonial people to the colonizer's nationality, but to pacify them by wresting from their culture all possible sources of resistance, including, if possible, their language. The same aggression descends on them in the metropolis. And so they do not lose their nationality. I am tempted to suggest the term colonial minorities to designate those communities of forced migrants which have been created by imperialism, and to distinguish them from the national minorities described by Stalin. Certainly the term colonial minority would perfectly fit that portion of the Puerto Rican nation which lives in the U.S. But Marxist theory is not much farther along in its analysis of forced migration, internal colonialism, and related phenomena than it was in the days of Lenin, and we are perhaps not ready for new terminology. Our legacy from Lenin is simply the recognition that there exists a general type of minority which originated in imperialism, and which differs fundamentally from the national minority of the pre-imperialist epoch, the epoch of the melting pot. But the newer type is almost infinitely variable in form. It includes workers who are legally defined, by the imperialists, as foreign, some of whom are even considered aliens in their 156 own age-old homelands. It includes workers translocated from classical colonies, like Puerto Rico, and in earlier times Ireland, as well as workers translocated from internal and external neo-colonies. Lenin himself would not have called for any further exercise in definition. He would probably have asked just one more question: are these workers engaged in a struggle to liberate their nation? Do they share with their compatriots a will towards national existence? 33 For Puerto Ricans, the answer is yes. 6. One false assumption has seriously interfered with an understanding of third world immigrant communities in the United States, Britain, and most other advanced capitalist countries. It leads to false judgments about these ghettoized, essentially working class communities, about the ghettos in which they live, about their national and cultural characteristics, and about appropriate strategies for social action. This false assumption concerns the phenomenon of assimilation. It can be expressed in the form of two false statements. One is that people who live in these third world ghettos are undergoing a process of directional social change, the terminus of which is assimilation into the host culture and nationality. The other is that the ghettos themselves, as culturally distinct and economically depressed regions within the cities of advanced capitalist countries, either will dissolve in time or will persist as the home space for successive communities of immigrants, each group arriving, dwelling for a time in this space, becoming assimilated, moving out, and having its place taken in turn by another immigrant community, the process then being repeated over and over in an eternal cycle of replacement. The assumption, then, is that the single force at work in ghettos is assimilation, and that assimilation will dissolve the cultural alienation of ghetto dwellers and even to 3LLY lift them out of the ghettos, dissolving the physical ghettos themselves or leaving these in place to serve as receptacles for the next arriving group. This assumption is false, as I will try to show in the present essay. But the assumption is peculiarly tenacious. This can be explained in part by the fact that the process of assimilation did indeed prevail in 19th-century cities in advanced capitalist countries, although there were important exceptions, such as the Irish ghettos in England. And in part it can be explained by the fact that the assimilation assumption is believed in, axiomatically, by mainstream social scientists and by very many Marxists as well. The assumption is conformist for the former group, to believe that the social problems of ghetto communities can and will be solved under capitalism is a crucial tenet of establishment ideology. Among Marxists, however, the belief in assimilation is mainly a vestige of earlier Marxist thought, and specifically the pre-First World War theory, which we discussed in the previous chapter, that capitalism dissolves national differences and does so with great rapidity in the case of long-distance labor migration to the urban centers of development. It did do so in prior times, but it does so no longer. 160. In this chapter I will show why the assimilation assumption is false, not by reviewing the Marxist and non-Marxist errors which have been built on this assumption, but by discussing the reality of the present period, the era of imperialism, the era in which millions of third world workers are transported to the metropolis and there remain, in ghettos. Only one word will be said about Marxists themselves, ourselves, by way of introducing the topic of this chapter. The struggle for social justice would be in better shape than it is today if progressive workers, and parties, had not been confused for so long by the myth of assimilation. We accepted that myth because it seemed to conform to the old theory that immigrant workers form national minorities and national minorities dissolve. We accepted it, more importantly, because it predicted what we all wanted, the breakdown of national barriers, the unification of the working class in terms of unified consciousness and unified forms of struggle, and the somehow natural disappearance of that peculiarly intense oppression and exploitation of immigrant workers which was, temporarily we thought, dividing the class. We thus reached the final paradox: by ignoring or denying the reality of national barriers, we failed to work out strategies to remove these barriers, and so, in the name of proletarian internationalism, we strengthened them. Internationalist unity is vital, but the myth of assimilation stands in the way of achieving it. Assimilation. Assimilation is a process of absorbing an immigrant group into the host culture, hence the word acculturation means about the same thing when applied to this kind of situation. Assimilation occurs only under certain conditions, and these conditions are very rare in advanced capitalist countries during the present century. For assimilation to take place, even in part, there must not only be a loss of the culture of origin but also a gain of the host culture. Culture cannot be divorced from class, which is one of its components and one of its determinants. Therefore, to gain the host culture means, among other things, to fit into the host class structure. This, however, can only occur when there is room for fitting the immigrants in. And this, in turn, implies that there is demand for a great deal more jabur, that the labor force is expanding rapidly. These conditions only occur, in general, when capitalism itself is expanding, as was indeed the case in the United States throughout the 19th century, with its insatiable need for new workers both as proletariat and to settle new lands and thus generate surplus value, directly and indirectly, from those who worked these lands. For European immigrants to the US during this period of expanding capitalism, assimilation was indeed occurring. I emphasize European because, as I know, Native Americans, Afro-Americans, Asians, Mexicans, and, after 1898, Puerto Ricans did not participate in the process. They were hardly encouraged to settle land on the so-called frontier, and they did not move in substantial numbers to the expanding urban centers. Thus even in the period when assimilation was an important and powerful force, it was selective in its choice of subjects. After the First World War II changes occurred. The growth rate of capitalism in the US slowed down, and the working class REAJLY began to organize itself, protecting the modest benefits it had already won and fighting for more. Since 161. Capital no longer needed a rapidly expanding workforce, and since the majority of the workers did not have a high enough level of class consciousness to appreciate the strategic implications of the situation, the owning class, assisted by pliant labor leaders, succeeded in getting legislation passed to severely restrict immigration. After the mid-1920s, very few immigrants were admitted to the U.S. And Native Americans, Afro-Americans, Asians, Mexicans, and Puerto Ricans were not invited into the industrial cities in their stead, although a few migrants from these groups trickled into the cities even so. Conditions had changed. During the prior period, new European immigrants had been absorbed into the class structure in, roughly, 3 stages. Upon arrival, most of them, excluding the many who came to the United States with some capital, joined a floating workforce which served both as a source of recruitment into the employed sector of the working class and as a major part of the reserve army of the unemployed. 2. Sooner or later, however, the great majority of these immigrant workers, or their offspring, rose into the steadily employed sector itself and became totally absorbed into the proletariat, enjoying the modest benefits which the proletariat had won for itself, including the right to occupy dwellings in decent neighborhoods, to move to different parts of the U.S. where opportunities for higher wages existed, to gain some education, and so on. The subjective factor here was very important. The act of rising into the no better than average proletariat convinced the majority of immigrant workers to remain in the country and actively to become Americanized, that is, assimilated. Objectively, they had become absorbed into the proletariat; subjectively, they were welcoming assimilation into the culture. 3. In the third phase of absorption, a phase in which only a minority of the former immigrants participated, there occurred a process of selective recruitment into the petty bourgeoisie, even occasionally into the big bourgeoisie. Even if we exclude those immigrants who arrived in the U.S. with some capital and, like many Cuban immigrants of more recent times, left the petty bourgeoisie of one country to join the petty bourgeoisie of another, it is nevertheless quite true that, as capitalism expanded, it did need to recruit new members of the petty bourgeoisie from the proletariat. It needed grocers, shoemakers, and the like, and it very particularly needed petty entrepreneurs in areas too risky, or simply too petty, for ordinary capital to enter. And so, in these 3 principal ways, the earlier European immigrants were fully absorbed into the host country's class structure and fully assimilated into its culture. That many of them retained certain European ethnic traits is quite beside the point. Between 1924 and the beginning of the Second World War there was no numerically significant immigration from Europe and no compensating internal migration, nor migration from U.S. colonies like Puerto Rico. The migration of Afro-Americans from the rural South was quite modest. Mexicans were periodically deported, and there is even some evidence that segregation in cities increased, indicating that a new type of ghetto was being created. But this was a complex period, punctuated by the Great Depression, and the full development of cultural 162 and class patterns appropriate to the mature stage of monopoly capitalism had not yet occurred. This really happened during the Second World War in the United States and after the war in Europe. By the early 1950s, the new patterns were entrenched in all advanced capitalist countries. The post-1945 expansion of capitalism in these countries was not spectacular, but it was indeed taking place. The demand for labor was growing at a moderate rate. The problem was that capitalism now was operating on a thin, and falling, profit margin, so it was vital to have the greatest possible control over the quantity, location, and above all wages, of labor. The existing proletariat was pretty strong, increasing relative surplus value was therefore very difficult. ANNMHPRNFM:*RAN ICMC or PRPNFRNNRCPNCIRL high RPIT LICMTNRNP at W with THI. Situation, among them a form of controlled inflation, responding to higher wages by jacking up prices, and a partial substitution of fixed capital and imported energy for labor. One principal mechanism was what we may call the controlled introduction of new labor. This was done in two ways. Labor-intensive manufacturing processes were exported, first to Puerto Rico, in the case of U.S. capitalism, and later to many other low-wage countries. Typically a semi-finished product left a country like the U.S. and the final commodity returned to it, so this expansion of the labor field for just one segment in a long chain of production processes was in no sense a diffusion of industrialization, much less of advanced capitalism, to peripheral countries, as some scholars, even some Marxist scholars, have asserted. The other mechanism for the controlled introduction of new labor began somewhat earlier and has proved to be at least equally important, perhaps in the long run it will be more important. This is the controlled import of labor from poor countries and regions to the industrial centers of the advanced capitalist countries. This mechanism was not in itself new, it had been used in a primitive way by British capital with Irish forced migrant labor, in the 19th century, and by U.S. capital in both world wars with, mainly, Southern Afro-American workers. But this controlled import of labor really became a structural feature of capitalism in more recent times. Its essential feature is control. This means control of the rate and source of migration, control of the conditions of life and opportunity of the immigrant workforce, and even, where possible, as in colonial Puerto Rico, control of the conditions determining emigration from the homeland. All this can be described as a deliberate policy, because by now capitalism had become modernized to the point where the state could be directed to enforce these forms of control, to the benefit of most and perhaps all sectors of the bourgeoisie, by means of overt legislation and covert regulation. One aspect of this policy was to prevent the assimilation of the immigrants. Let us look around the world at the forms of control used on migrant. No longer can we call them immigrant workers. Wherever feasible, they are legally defined as foreigners. This means that they are denied certain explicit rights, but, more important still, they can be deported if they should presume to demand higher wages, join a union, go out on strike, or even leave one employer for another. The most important example of this sort of controlled labor import is the guest workers, Gastarbeiter, phenomenon which has brought at least 20 million foreign 163 workers into Germany, France, and other industrialized European countries. The closest parallel in the US is the body of documented, legal, workers from Mexico and other New World countries. A further parallel is found in the South African racists' new policy. It did not exist in real force a couple of generations ago, to, first, force Africans by law to live in townships, and second, redefine them, again by law, as foreigners, by declaring them to have national homelands, Bantustans, far from the point of production, to which they can be deported. Not altogether different is the new immigration policy of Britain, with parallels in Canada, by which migrants from poor, non-white Commonwealth countries, formerly considered British subjects and bearers of British passports and automatically admissible, are now defined as foreigners and allowed to enter the country only as needed by British capital. A partial parallel is to be found in Japan, where long-time migrants from Korea were denied the right of citizenship until recently and are still for the most part non-citizens. Again in the US, there is still another parallel, or caricature, in the massive in and outflow of undocumented, so-called illegal, migrants, from Mexico, the Dominican Republic, and other countries. It is clear that this illegal migration is deliberately encouraged by US capital, or certain of its sections, behind a smokescreen of condemnation, rather like Shell exhorting people to save gasoline, because undocumented workers are under even tighter control than other foreign workers. In all of these cases it would be silly to employ the word assimilation. Capital in the US is frustrated by its inability to apply the same sorts of controls to Puerto Rican workers, Afro-American workers from the southern United States, and Mexican workers from the Southwest. Unfortunately for capital, it must cope with the legal relic of pre-monopoly capital which conferred citizenship on these workers. So other control mechanisms have to be used, though for the same ultimate purpose. Ghettoization. The main control mechanism is ghettoization. This has at least three dimensions. One is spatial segregation in the community, at the point of reproduction, a segregation enforced, not primarily by law, but by the way the law is applied and enforced. School segregation is unlawful, but persists nonetheless. Housing discrimination, in residential purchase, rental, and insurance, is unprosecutable. Police deal savagely with any sign of resistance, lawful or unlawful. And so on. Ghetto space is different from South African townships mainly because the measures used to segregate the ghetto are precisely these matters of selective law enforcement and tacit encouragement of housing discrimination, not overt legal statutes, but the ghetto is not much less clearly defined than the township. I think it is vital to add that few ghetto dwellers have the opportunity to move out of the ghetto, except to other ghettos, or back to Mississippi or Texas or Puerto Rico, regardless of the number of generations they have lived there. Evidence for this is to be seen in the oldest Afro-American ghettos, such as New York's Harlem and Chicago's South Side. Puerto Rican and Mexican urban ghettos are generally too young to supply this category of evidence. Except for the small percentage of people who rose into the petty bourgeoisie or other middle-class levels, in 164 consumption terms, and except for those who have moved to other ghettos or back to the South, almost every family that lived in these old ghettos in the 1920s is living there still. Everyone will agree that real assimilation does not occur without the social interaction provided by residential mobility. Culture change takes place in the ghetto, but it is not assimilation. The second dimension of ghettoization is segregation at the point of production and, more generally, segregation within the workforce, including the reserve army of the unemployed. I do not want to get into the sticky argument about a subproletariat or an underclass, but all of us will surely agree on certain obvious and well-known facts. For one thing, Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, Afro-Americans, etc., make up the majority of the reserve army, they make up less than 1/4 of the workforce. The official unemployment rate for minorities in the US is at present nearly 3 times the rate for whites. Secondly, minority workers are systematically excluded from many crafts and craft unions and, beyond that, are unable to get almost any sort of well-paid and secure job in most areas. There are exceptions, explainable in historical terms, such as the Afro-American, Mexican, and Puerto Rican workers in the steel mills of Gary, Indiana, and the Afro-American and Mexican workers in Michigan auto plants. Thirdly, these groups are concentrated, much more so than is typically the case with majority workers, in unorganized industries and relatively weak unions. When many other such indices are added to the list, it becomes clear that capitalism is seeking, as a policy, to divide the working class into a no more than ordinarily exploited and oppressed sector and a sector which is super-exploited and super-oppressed. The class is divided on other cleavage lines as well. This policy is merely a mechanism, an attempt, which the more conscious workers resist. But it is indeed policy, because it is needed for capital accumulation. It has been successful enough thus far to allow us to speak here of a super-exploited sector, so long as sector is understood to be a fuzzy category, since some minority workers are outside it and many majority workers are inside it. 3. And it goes without saying that a sector of the labor force which works under the constraints imposed upon Latino and Afro-American workers in the U.S. is not being assimilated, or absorbed, in class terms. Rather the opposite is the tendency. A small percentage is, indeed, being admitted into the petty bourgeoisie. Admitted is not precisely the right word. The reality is a dynamic tension between the struggles of minority workers to rise into security and sometimes into the petty bourgeoisie, and the selective resistance to that rise, greatest in spheres implying competition in the accumulation process, least in spheres which established capital cannot penetrate and in spheres which participate in control of the minority community. An additional small number enjoy middle-class consumption patterns because they work for the state or hold low-level managerial jobs. And a large number in absolute terms but a small number in percentage terms do manage to get well-paying and secure jobs. It may be correct to speak of class assimilation for these groups. But they add up only to a small fraction of the minority workforce. And it is not an increasing fraction. The third dimension of ghettoization is something that can be called cultural colonialism. When I introduce the word colonialism, I must at the outset indicate 165. Precisely what it means in the context of discourse. The ghetto is not a true colony in the geographical sense, a bounded political region under the explicit rule of a foreign state. Puerto Rico, for comparison, is a true colony. Commonwealth status carries with it no more political autonomy than was possessed by the most typical of the old British, French, and Dutch colonies. The ghetto is not, in addition, a true neo-colony, given the technical meaning which that term has acquired during the past decade, an officially sovereign state which is nonetheless under the economic domination of foreign corporations, usually those of a former colonial power, and typically under the political domination of that power. The ghetto is best called a semi-colony, because it possesses most of the defining attributes of NLNP.S, TN. RNTT. Ghetto workers are super-exploited in this sense, often outside the ghetto's boundaries, and in political terms they and their families do not possess very much real, as opposed to merely formal, enfranchisement and power in any respect from participation in lawmaking to control over the police. Conditions are perhaps not as stark as they are in most classical colonies, and in South African townships, but the basic colonial traits of super-exploitation enforced by oppression nonetheless are possessed by U.S. ghettos. The homology is most apparent when we look at industrialized colonies, like Puerto Rico. The class structures and modes of super-exploitation in Puerto Rico are strikingly like those in the Puerto Rican ghettos of the United States. In terms of the traits of ordinary political geography, such as the presence of political boundaries and the constraining of inhabitants within this space, ghettos of the urban American sort are not true colonies, or rather they are so only to the extent that segregation is enforced, and let us not underestimate this extent. But ghettos do not possess the single most essential political geographic trait, the realistic ability to strive for state independence. The demand for self-determination which is constantly voiced in ghettos is a demand for enfranchisement and people's power, not for independence. What, then, is this cultural colonialism? In classical colonies this is a mechanism designed to pacify, to suppress resistance. It includes such devices as forcing the colonized to speak the colonizer's language, and teaching the colonized in schools that the only true history is the history of the colonizer's country. Therefore, said Amilcar Cabral ironically, when we win our independence we re-enter history. 5. Clearly, cultural colonialism as it occurs in classical colonies is in no sense a process of assimilation. Nor is it such in the ghettos. The meaning which establishment social scientists give to the words assimilation and acculturation is usually neither spatial nor political nor economic, it is social and psychological. It is cultural only in the sense of that term which excludes many aspects of culture, most particularly matters of political and economic power. Cultural colonialism as a dimension of ghettoization is neither socially nor psychologically an effort to assimilate. It is the process, enforced in 166 many ways, of forming migrants into a mold which is qualitatively different from that of the host culture. Here we have to distinguish means and ends. The ends are to pacify the migrants, prevent them from protesting their living conditions, fighting for equal rights in the community and on the job, prevent them from demanding, or even expecting, the privileges enjoyed by the host proletariat, the privilege of moving to decent neighborhoods outside the ghetto, the privilege of gaining reasonably secure and well-paid employment, and the like. The end, in short, is not assimilation but ghettoization. But the means towards this end are sometimes mistaken for the mechanisms used in the old days to assimilate immigrants. This is most strikingly the case in the matter of forcing Latino and other non-English speaking migrants to the U.S. to learn English. Most mainstream social scientists simply equate the transition to English with assimilation to the host culture. It is not that. Language is only one part of culture. Many colonized peoples have endured the partial or total destruction of their language, yet have retained their culture, sometimes using the colonizer's language after independence has been attained, as in Jamaica, sometimes relearning the old language, as in Ireland. Migrants to U.S. ghetto communities are forced to learn English, elsewhere it may be Afrikaans, German, French, etc., in order to function as workers and consumers. It is a matter of survival in a place to which they were involuntarily translocated, and which they cannot leave. 6. Beyond that, the pressure placed on migrants, and most of all on their school-going children, to learn and speak English, and forget the language of origin, is an important aspect of the effort to pacify, in part because ideology is transmitted through language and in part because the establishment itself believes that language equals culture, hence that loss of the old language means abandonment of the old culture. This is why something called bilingual education is accepted and even favored by at least part of the U.S. educational establishment, because it is thought to serve as a mechanism for transitioning the migrant children to English language instruction, while something else called bicultural education, education in the language and the culture of origin as well as the host culture, is furiously resisted by the establishment and just as fiercely demanded by the community. This aspect of cultural colonialism is particularly transparent in the Puerto Rican ghettos. Since 1898 the United States has been attempting to impose English in the schools of Puerto Rico. For a time the colonial government attempted to displace Spanish entirely as a language of instruction, but this was successfully resisted. Exactly the same sort of pressure is now experienced in the Puerto Rican barrios in the U.S. It is resisted in both sectors. Indeed, resistance to cultural colonialism in every arena from education to art is, at the present time, in the island as in the barrio, one of the strongest manifestations of popular resistance in general. In Puerto Rico it is widely realized that cultural colonialism is ghettoization. Ghettoization involves certain profound cultural changes at the level of the individual, and it is easy to misinterpret the nature of these changes and take them as signs of assimilation. Some of the changes are components of a process of adaptation to big city life for people who come, for the most part, from rural areas and small towns, and forced changes of this sort have been the lot of rural-urban. 167. Migrants. Since the English peasants were forced into the 18th century mill towns. I refer here to changes in the type and size of family, in the rhythm of daily activities, in the scale of home space, in the strategies of keeping warm and well fed, and the like. Acquiring the host language is traumatic in itself. Particularly when the acquisition has to be accomplished without much help, and when any accent, even that of a different dialect of English, is an economic handicap. Apart from these sorts of adaptive changes, there are values and behavior patterns which the dominant culture, or rather its elite sector, tries to impose on the migrants and their children, patterns designed to pacify, to encourage appropriate consumption habits, and so on. One very important dimension of change is the partial growing together of the cultures of ghettoized communities. This, too, is often mistaken for assimilation, as when Latino youth in some areas speak English in the streets in preference to Spanish, but it is the English of the Afro-American ghetto community. It seems probable to me that this growing together is ultimately a reflection of capitalism's need for one homogeneous type of ghetto society, but the process, a very slow one in any case, has a positive consequence: the healthy interfertilization of cultures, the efflorescence of new creative forms of painting, poetry, music, and the like, and the linking up of struggles. Concerning the entire process of cultural change of the type I have called cultural colonialism, because it is homologous to the forced cultural change that takes place in true colonies, and has the same essential political and economic function, 3 additional observations must be made. First, there is fierce and continuous resistance to those changes which are unwanted. Second, it is characteristic of most ghetto communities in the industrial countries, including the U.S., that members of these communities frequently travel back to the home area, remain there for a while, working or looking for work, taking care of elderly or sick relatives, and so on, and then return, repeating the process a number of times in the space of a lifetime. In the case of Puerto Ricans, the relative, not absolute, rise and fall of employment opportunities in the island as compared to the mainland leads to strong surges, in one direction, then in the other. Thus we speak of an air bridge between San Juan and New York, a constant stream of people moving in both directions. And comparable processes are to be seen in other ghetto communities in the US and Europe, along with the guest workers in Europe and other instances of the process we are discussing. The result of all this movement back and forth is a constant reinforcement of the native culture in the ghetto. Hence a strong braking action on ghettoizing cultural changes. And the third critical observation, in part an implication of the prior two, can best be expressed as follows: ghettoization is slow. Before the process has gone very much farther, I suspect, it will have been stopped by socialism. A certain number of people in the ghetto do, indeed, become assimilated. The number is quite large, although the percentage is quite small. The essential prerequisite for assimilation is absorption into the ordinary class structure, with its modest benefits to workers, job security, above subsistence wages, and the like, and its much more modest opportunities for rising into the petty bourgeoisie. Some minority workers succeed in fighting their way into this structure. Although success 168 is always some combination of skill and luck, the skills are held by many. Only a few get the chance to capitalize on them. When a worker has gained the class position giving him access to the modest privileges of the average proletarian, and in particular the chance to leave the ghetto or buy a house at its more affluent margin, he, or more rarely she, then, for the first time, has a genuine choice in the matter of assimilation, or at least a choice within the wider constraints of racism. Empirically it is true that many such workers and their families in the US opt for assimilation, for Americanization. Many, on the other hand, make the opposite choice. For instance, they may return to the homeland to stay, now having the wherewithal to do so. The point is that either choice entails a rejection of ghettoization. A second route towards the same goal is education. Again, it is a combination of skill and luck that allows a Puerto Rican or Mexican or Afro-American youngster in the US to get into college and stay there. There is little if any correlation between these skills and the determinants of admission test or aptitude test scores, as evidence the fact that nationally used tests predict literally nothing about the academic potential of minority people. 7. In the ghettos, the great majority of young people have the ability to get in, stay in, and graduate from college, but the ability can only be put to use under those very unusual combinations of circumstances which I have designated rather crudely as luck. Luck here includes such things as, a family income high enough so that a teenager does not have to leave high school and go to work, teachers who will instill the knowledge and test-taking skills needed to pass the admissions and, so-called, aptitude tests and thus to gain admittance to college, an environment permitting successful resistance to drugs and gang culture, and so on. A college or university is an assimilation factory. Without invoking the mysticism of a Hegelian will, we can nonetheless postulate that the number of ghetto youth whom the system willingly admits into and graduates from college is roughly the number that capitalism needs for recruitment into various roles requiring some degree of assimilation, along with specialized technical and academic skills. Of course, an additional number of ghetto youths manage to go to college thanks to the community's struggles. A certain number are recruited into interface jobs, like foreign language radio and TV announcing, interpreting, advertising, and the like. Others are required for jobs that help to control and manage the ghetto community itself. Still others are required for the economic interface, minority-fronted businesses, ghetto stores of certain specialized types, low-level supervisory and managerial work involving supervision of minority labor, and the like. Hence there must be a measured, and a controlled, flow of ghetto youth through college and towards the roles which either require or permit assimilation. Again, however, there is a degree of choice. Ghetto teenagers do not ordinarily discard the cultural and class attitudes of their families and community. Almost all who graduate from college have been shaped to some degree by this assimilation factory. But the force is not irresistible. And many of them will have encountered the ideas which help to reinforce their sense of cultural and class identity. Overall, the changes which the college experience engenders are assimilative in their directionality, but the individual can choose to take a different path. I must add that 169. One of the most important reasons why thoughtful people in the majority culture believe that assimilation is truly taking place is their tendency to interact only, or primarily, with individuals from the ghettos who are college educated. Most are not. Resistance. Ghettoization is a necessary component of modern capitalism. It is the principal mechanism for maintaining a super-exploited sector of the labor force within the advanced capitalist countries. It follows that the only way to put a permanent stop to the ghettoizing process is to eliminate capitalism itself. However, there are manifold ways to resist the process, at the aggregate scale of entire communities, to slow the process down, at the scale of the individual ghetto dweller and his or her family, to fight it off successfully. Since superexploitation is the economic engine which drives the process, a crucial form of resistance is at the workplace. A second form is the political fight for legislation to protect the rights of labor in general and superexploited labor in particular, along with the fight for legislation to protect migrant workers, especially undocumented, illegal, workers, and legislation to defend the ghetto community. Still another form of resistance involves the community's own struggle on many fronts, against arson, police brutality, Nazis, forced sterilization, drugs, substandard education, community destruction euphemized as urban renewal, and so on. These and many other forms of collective resistance are too well known to require discussion in the present context. I need only add that resistance at this level, in the US at least, has apparently slowed the ghettoization process to the point where most ghetto communities in recent years have almost been able to hold their own. Even under Reagan, things have not improved, but they have not grown rapidly worse. They may well do so during the Depression years which lie ahead. Resistance to ghettoization at the level of individuals and families is in part a matter of participation in the collective forms of struggle which were mentioned above. But there are, in addition, strategies which can work for some people in a community while they cannot work for the community as a whole. I will call attention to two such strategies. One is the process mentioned in the preceding section. of fighting free of ghettoizing forces to the point where a partially free choice of life trajectory is possible. One such trajectory, paradoxical though this may seem, is assimilation. A migrant worker and his or her family can take this trajectory without giving up all of the valued components of their native culture. They can take advantage of the much vaunted cultural pluralism, and become hyphenated Americans, providing only, but here is the rub, that they have previously won the basically economic struggle to fight free of ghettoization and its constant companion, superexploitation. In other words, assimilation is a fruit of resistance. It is not a gift from the system, much less an inevitable fate for all migrants. What the system forces, or tries to force, upon the individual is not assimilation, but ghettoization. On the other hand, some individuals and families choose another trajectory, retention of the culture of origin. For Puerto Ricans in the U.S., and for some other migrant communities, this choice would normally, but not necessarily, involve a return to the native land. There are, of course, two sorts of 170. Return. One is the desperate strategy of returning to seek a livelihood when such cannot be obtained in the U.S. The other sort presupposes successful resistance to ghettoizing forces and in particular the acquisition of savings or attainment of a skilled trade or profession, such that the return will perhaps bring a life free from further superexploitation. Let me once again emphasize that these relatively free choices are only accessible to a small minority within any ghetto community. One other strategy of resistance remains to be discussed. Whether it is available to all ghetto communities or not I do not know. I will outline it first for the Puerto Rican community, and later venture some tentative generalizations. Puerto Ricans in the U.S., or almost all of them, have retained their Puerto Rican nationality. Just why this is so, and why we can speak of Puerto Rico as a nation divided, with 2/5 of its 5 million nationals living as forced migrants in the U.S., I have tried to explain in Chapter 5. In this chapter I have noted two crucial reasons, the air bridge, and the fact that the vector of imposed cultural change in the U.S. ghettos is not assimilative but ghettoizing, a process that does not destroy the native nationality and replace it by the host nationality. In any event, Puerto Ricans in the U.S. consider themselves to be Puerto Ricans. And this leads them to participate, sometimes very actively, in the struggle to free their country. True independence for Puerto Rico must entail not merely flag sovereignty but also socialism, as most independentistas agree, because, among other things, the Puerto Rican economy is almost entirely, 90%, US-owned, and colonialism in Puerto Rico is itself mainly a reflection of the profitability of this island for U.S. corporations. One of the real, and often quickly attained, fruits of socialism for poor countries has proved to be a transformation from a jabur surplus condition to one of labor shortage. Thus we may argue that not very long after the liberation of Puerto Rico there will begin to be opportunities for Puerto Ricans who now live in the U.S. to return under circumstances in which they will be able to find work and enjoy a perhaps modest but certainly supportable standard of living. Today the circumstances of return are unemployment and food stamps. Not all, and perhaps not even the majority, will choose to return. But it is clear that one side benefit of the liberation of Puerto Rico will be an opportunity for Puerto Ricans in the U.S. to fight free of the ghetto by returning to a socialist Puerto Rico. This strategy is not at all a withdrawal from struggle in the U.S. In general, immigrant and foreign workers tend to be among the most militant participants in labor's struggles in the host country while they also fight for the liberation of their native land. Militancy is not, after all, a substance to be decanted out of one struggle into another. It is a wellspring. Notes. I. C. G. Davis and F. Donaldson, Blacks in the United States, A Geographic Perspective, 1975. Chap 6. 171. Citizenship was conferred on Puerto Ricans in 1917, but it entailed no civil or political rights other than the privilege of free entry into the U.S. That privilege did not become significant until 30 years later, The Puerto Rican population in mainland US today is about 10 times what it was at the beginning of the Second World War. Note that the free entry privilege was also accorded British colonial subjects for immigration to Great Britain in former times. They were technically British subjects, but they gained no political or civil rights from this status. 3. The sectors identified here are congruent with the sectors distinguished, and by now established empirically, by dual, or split, labor market theorists. C.M. Empire, Birds of Passage, Migrant Labor and Industrial Societies, 1979, and R.S. Bryce Laporte, ed., Sourcebook on the New Immigration, 1980. Duality, and its relationship to migrant labor, is given a Marxist theoretical interpretation by M. Castells in his essay, Immigrant Workers and Class Struggles in Advanced Capitalism, The West European Experience, in R. Cohen and others, eds, Peasants and Proletarians, The Struggles of Third World Workers, 1979. Although Castells does not discuss ghettos or assimilation, he demonstrates, for Western Europe, that the maintenance of a permanent fraction of immigrant workers is a unified interest of the dominant classes, p. 370, and that the status of foreigner is crucial to the functionality of these workers. 4. J.M. Blaut, The Ghetto as an Internal Neocolony. Antipode 6. I. 1974. I would now use semi-colony instead of neocolony but would not otherwise change the argument of this paper. 5. A. Cabral, National Liberation and Culture, in Africa Information Service, ed., Return to the Source, Selected Speeches by Ami/Car Cabral, 1973. 6. Translocation seems a better term than migration in cases such as those we are discussing, in which movement is essentially involuntary, or forced, in which the decision to migrate is a forced decision. 7. It proved to be true for Latino applicants to my university, the University of Illinois at Chicago, that test scores on the American College Test, or ACT, a college admission test used in many universities throughout the United States, were absolutely uncorrelated with academic success. Many other studies have yielded comparable findings with minority students for this and similar tests. These tests have become a key device for denying a university education to third world people in the U.S. 7. Class struggles across a boundary. The problem of Eurocentrism in the Marxist theory of colonialism and nationalism. The purpose of this chapter is to generalize the Marxist theory of national struggle, to infix it firmly in the broader framework of historical materialism. This is more than a matter of fitting the part into the whole. Some rather serious problems are involved, and something will have to be said about these problems before we come to the main task at hand. There is one underlying problem, Eurocentrism, with its constant companion, diffusionism. There is Eurocentric diffusionism within each of the two aberrant views of the Marxist theory of nationalism or national struggle against which I have argued in this book. One of these is the view that nationalism is at root an idea, a European idea, which diffused outwards from northwestern Europe to the colonial world, and that national liberation movements do not, therefore, reflect the colonial people's response to oppression and super-exploitation, but simply reflect the spread to and through the colonies of a supposedly enlightening European idea, the idea of the nation-state, or the idea of freedom. See chapters 2 and 3 above. The second aberrant view, it was, as we have seen, the dominant Marxist view in the years before the First World War, but was then challenged by Lenin and later discredited by the reality of national liberation, is the thesis that national struggles are inherently bourgeois, that they arose with the rise of the European bourgeoisie and later appeared elsewhere as some form of belated bourgeois revolution, or emergence of capitalism, that they must somehow decline in importance, or become irrational, as capitalism itself becomes fully international, no longer having need for the national state, and that national struggles have no integral place in working class struggles against the bourgeoisie. See Chapter 1, Chapter 4, and Chapter 5. I have tried to show that the central Marxist position, sketched in by Marx and Engels and then developed by Lenin, holds that national struggle is specifically a form of the class struggle for state power, that it can be employed by any of several classes, including the working class, and that it became a central arena of struggle in the Third World precisely because externally imposed oppression and colonial super-exploitation required this response, a struggle to seize state power. This conception of the national question is not Eurocentric. But historical materialism as a whole is still not free of Eurocentrism. If we are to understand national struggle as a form of class struggle, we have to understand the L73 manifold forms which are taken by class struggle itself wherever and whenever it takes place, that is, throughout the space-time region that embraces the class phase of social evolution. Much present-day thinking about class processes in the Third World is too narrow for this purpose. Some writers, for instance, misconstrue production relations as relations of exchange, leaving us with the false idea that production is somehow governed by pre-class or non-class social relations, or is, at most, pre-capitalist. Other writers misconstrue Third World class struggle as some sort of boundary transaction, articulation, between different modes of production, not as a relation, and struggle, between definable classes and class combinations. These positions, which I have oversimplified, and others like them, seem to me to be grounded in a conception of class, of exploitation, and of class struggle which uses as its templates the industrial working class of 19th and early 20th century Europe, the rising bourgeoisie of that place and time, and a supranational bourgeoisie of the present day. Within this conceptual framework, an adequate understanding of national liberation movements, and of national struggle in general, is very difficult. But the problem of Eurocentrism is much larger than this. It extends to our view of history as well as geography. In fact, the weakest part of Marxist theory as a whole is that portion of it which seeks to explain social evolution at the very largest scale, that of human history since the dawn of class society. We understand the dynamics of the capitalist mode of production quite well. Likewise the socialist mode, or socialist transition. We know relatively little about pre-capitalist modes of production, anywhere, and about pre-capitalist forms of the class struggle. This is not simply a lack of empirical, factual knowledge. We suffer from historical tunnel vision about pre-capitalist modes of production. We see the sequence of modes in the historical space-time column which embraces Europe and the Near East, but, failing to have adequate understanding of the modes of production in other parts of the world at given historical times, and failing even to have an adequate methodology for comparison across areas and cultures, we cannot successfully establish some of the most crucial causal generalizations. For example, we note that fact B appears in Europe after fact A. But we do not know whether B follows A in other areas at comparable epochs, hence gives evidence of a general causal process. We do not even know whether band A are related, B may have diffused into Europe from somewhere else. We do not know enough about historical non-Europe, or consider ourselves obliged to seek to obtain such knowledge as part of our methodology for studying these facts I label A and B. This is historical tunnel vision, or tunnel history. Marx and Engels made errors because of this same tunnel history, but they could not have avoided these errors, since crucial knowledge about the non-European world either did not exist in their lifetimes, or had not yet diffused into Europe, or was actually suppressed for political reasons. An example of the last is quite relevant. The importance of private property in land in India was a body of fact which the British government and the East India Company deliberately suppressed, because, in essence, non-private land could be aggregated to the Crown and thereafter sold or otherwise used to produce revenue. 1. Much the same legal trickery was performed in other colonies, British, Dutch, French, etc. Marx and 174. Engels had no access to the truth about private landed property in India. If they had had such access, a major part of the theory concerning the causal forces leading to capitalism would have been modified. In particular, the idea of Asiatic stagnation would have been rejected, and the causal model for the transition from feudalism to capitalism would have had to be modified very drastically, because the historical facts thought to be causally efficacious occurred outside Europe as well as inside, Yet the transformation to capitalism completed itself only in Europe. More on this problem below. But errors of this sort, which could not have been avoided by Marx and Engels, are still being made today. And they cannot now be excused in the same way. Some of them give evidence of a dogmatic parroting of, so to speak, the master's words. Some reflect the kind of Eurocentrism which permeates conservative social thought but is incompatible with Marxism. Not all of the failings of the Marxist theory of social evolution result from Eurocentric tunnel history. Another methodological hobble is geographical diffusionism, a very close relative of tunnel history. The former leads us to make false causal generalizations because we only look down, so to speak, the European tunnel of time, and fail to consider extra-European historical events both as data for historical or evolutionary generalization and as possible causes of events known to have occurred in Europe. The latter, diffusionism, as we have seen in prior discussions, particularly those in Chapter 3, assumes that the only historically efficacious events, those which are innovative and have evolutionary consequences, occur within Europe, and, for pre-Christian times, the Near East, the Bible lands, and then diffuse outwards to the rest of the world. Both habits of mind find evolutionary causes only in the European sector. They fail to notice the processes occurring outside the sector. Therefore they fail to see the larger processes comprehending social evolution on a world scale. But there is still a third habit of mind to be added to the list of reasons for our failure to develop a truly adequate body of evolutionary theory, comprehending all class society and all of the world. This third element is a kind of time-boundedness which leads into one of the crucial contradictions in contemporary Marxist theory. On the one hand, our theory of social evolution based on class struggle and modes of production has as its universe of discourse the entire history and geography of human society since the emergence of the first class-based mode of production, and even earlier. On the other hand, we scrutinize the capitalist mode in such a myopic way that we assume its major attributes to be peculiar to this mode alone, or only to the phase of industrial capitalism. It should be evident that many of the fundamental features of the capitalist mode must be features also of earlier class-based modes, and sometimes features of class society in general. Yet Marxists airily discuss, for instance, exploitation as though there were no pre-capitalist forms of exploitation, class struggle in the same way, likewise the state. Yet there can be no general historical materialist theory which does not consider these three categories, and others, as facts of class society in general. These limitations of Marxist theory as a whole are, unsurprisingly, found also in the theory of nationalism or national struggle. For various reasons that we have explored in this volume, all the processes associated with national struggle are usually placed within the period of industrial capitalism. And the origins of these 175 processes are generally assumed either to be European or to reflect a reaction to some impact, some diffusion, from Europe. This is not a matter of describing the spread, diffusion if you will, of exploitation, oppression, and misery as capitalism enlarges its domain. It is, rather, a matter of seeing all of the essential traits associated with national struggle as being, themselves, European, and products of Europe's modernity. Nations are placed within this framework. So, too, are national movements. So, too, are states. This last is crucial. I have argued in this book for a conception of national struggle which sees all of it as a form or type of the class struggle to seize state power. National struggle is the form of political class struggle which is associated, in general, with states which are externally governed, that is, by foreigners. But consider again our concept of the state. There were states within pre-capitalist class-based societies in Europe and indeed everywhere else. Lenin argued that every class society has its form of the state, and I find no cogent arguments against this view. Are there not struggles for state power in all of these sorts of societies? And do they have no underlying common features with the national struggles associated with capitalist states? This is not a matter of discovering, as conservative social scientists are wont to do, some interesting forerunner of nationalism, or some precocious early national movement. It is a matter of determining whether we are dealing with phenomena appropriate to one class mode of production, capitalism, or to many modes, or to all. On the other hand, it is not a matter of succumbing to that other tendency of mainstream social science, to imagine that contemporary social processes in capitalist society are somehow rooted in man's essential human or animal nature, and thus have been with us since the dawn of time. National struggle per se is a relatively modern emergent. The question is, does it emerge from a general phenomenon of class society which has been around for a very long time? The central argument of this chapter is the thesis that there is indeed a general feature of all class modes of production, in all parts of the world though not in every individual class society, which is the essential underlying process that in our own times becomes nationalism or national struggle. This feature is a form of the class struggle for state power, something, I need hardly add, which is very old and very widespread over the earth. I am not, this needs re-emphasis, denying the specificity of the nationalism which is characteristic of the capitalist era. And I am certainly not arguing that nationalism transcends class society itself, is transhistorical, palances, or is an attribute of man's biological nature as is argued by the right-wing theorists of territoriality, aggression, and the like. 3. My argument is simply an attempt to generalize the theory of nationalism within the Marxist theory of social evolution and nothing more. I will develop the argument of this chapter in a series of steps. First, I will discuss the phenomena which I call external class struggle and external exploitation, and show how these have been features of class society in general, eventually, in our epoch, becoming national struggle and related phenomena. Secondly, I will show why external class struggle and external exploitation are, indeed, important forms of class struggle and class exploitation in all modes of production though not all individual societies. Emerging from all this will be a generalized theory of national struggle. 176. A word must be said now about this writer's theoretical presuppositions concerning social evolution. I maintain, and have argued elsewhere, that social evolution was proceeding in about the same way, and at the same rate of progress, in Africa, Asia, and Europe down to the end of the 15th century. Europe's rapid rise thereafter I attribute only to its location, or rather the location of its mercantile maritime centers of incipient capitalism or proto-capitalism, many thousands of miles closer to the New World than was the case with the nearest competing mercantile maritime centers, East African and Asian port cities. For the sudden rise of Europe, then, I conceive to have been a process fueled by European-dominated production in the New World. It was production, not merely exchange, and it related European pre-industrial capitalists, and their allies, to several exploited class sectors, slave and non-slave, in modes of exploitation as close to capitalism as one can find anywhere in the world at that precise period. This allowed the process whereby European proto-capitalists were able to overcome feudal class power and to defeat competition from other proto-capitalist centers, eventually destroying them as a prelude to direct colonialism. As to social evolution after the time of the bourgeois revolution in England, I attribute much greater causal efficacy to colonialism, and specifically to the super-profitable production in colonial and semi-colonial areas, than do many Marxist and most non-Marxist writers. Thus, without denying the importance of autonomous developments within Europe prior to the 19th century, I argue that the non-European world, throughout history, has been much more significant than is usually conceded to be the case. Europe is of course an abstraction standing, for example, for Northwestern Europe in one period, all of Europe plus Anglo-America and minus colonial areas like Ireland, in another. This is not an argument about culture but about the differentiation of what became, on the one hand, the advanced capitalist world, including Japan, and, on the other hand, the underdeveloped capitalist world, including a bit of Europe and most of the tricontinent, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. I emphasize the foregoing for the following reason. As I discuss internal and external class struggle in history and geography, I will be bringing to bear my own theoretical position. The arguments concerning external class struggle and external exploitation are not contingent upon this historical position, although they are strengthened by it. The argument would remain valid even if a moderately Eurocentric historical model were accepted as reality. But the kind of Eurocentrism which is encapsulated within a space that includes only a European causal efficacy, and within a time that includes only the period since the rise of industrial capitalism, is a more difficult matter. Scholars in this tradition, some of them Marxists, are like the people chained in Plato's cave, they see nothing beyond the confines of their Eurocentric cave except flickering and meaningless shadows. Internal and external class struggle. The place to begin our analysis is with the most basic postulate of historical materialism. The history of all class stratified societies is the history of class struggle. More concretely, the most important motor force of social change since ancient times has been the dynamic tension between ruling classes, which control 177. The means of production and demand an ever-increasing share of production, and the producing classes, which in resisting this demand in some ways, acceding to it in others, engage in unceasing economic, cultural, and political struggle not only to retain the fruits of their labor but also to gain control of the means of production. But now we ask, who, in reality, are the contenders in this struggle? It is not sufficient to answer ruling class and producing class if these categories are left hanging in the air of abstraction. A geographer will want to know, where is each of these classes to be found on the face of the earth? An anthropologist will want to know whether the two or more class groups belong to the same society and share the same culture, are connected perhaps by a common language, participate in a common web of social relationships, and engage in constant face-to-face interaction, or whether the rulers belong to one society, over here, and the producers to another, over there. When the question is posed in this concrete way, our attention is drawn to a fact so obvious that its importance tends to go unnoticed. The ruling class of a given society may exploit two groups of producers, one native, the other foreign. I will refer to them as, respectively, an internal producing class and an external one. Likewise, from the point of view of the producers, there will be an internal ruling class and there may also be an external one. Many combinations are possible. Class conflict may be entirely a relationship between a ruling class and its internal producing class. It may involve both internal and external producers in varying weights and kinds of exploitation. It may involve, from the standpoint of a class of producers, a combination, often quite complex, of internal and external ruling classes, sometimes, more than one of each. It can never be purely an exploitation of external producers, since this would imply no exploitation at home. 5. It goes without saying that not all ruling classes have had the political power to exploit external workers. But in some societies, in all class modes of production, in all portions of the world, we find the situation in which a ruling class is powerful enough to gain from an external producing class a significant portion of the surplus, or surplus product, upon which it subsists. Let us briefly review this matter historically and geographically, then draw implications from it for the theory of national struggle. External exploitation, its history and geography. Class society emerged sometime during the 4th millennium BC or perhaps earlier. Why it arose is of course a matter of speculation, but Marxists would argue that the transformation must have been an evolutionary advance. The ruling classes in the first epoch of their existence would have performed a function for the societies out of which they emerged, a function such as food distribution in times of shortage, defense, ritual, or the like. It is very probable, therefore, that the earliest ruling classes did not, strictly speaking, exploit the producers. 6. They obtained surplus production from the producers, but they performed a social function in return. Quite possibly the first people to be truly exploited, using exploitation in the Marxist sense as implying a substantial one-way transfer of the value created in production, and measuring value in terms appropriate to the particular mode of production, were slaves, thus external producers. By the beginning of the first 178 millennium BC, slaves were used by ruling classes in various parts of all three Old World continents, slaves who had been obtained in conquest, or through trade, or perhaps as tribute, and then put to work within these ancient class societies in the direct service of the ruling classes. 7. In ancient society there also appeared other forms of external exploitation. One of these was tribute, a relationship in which, typically, a local ruling class was forced to deliver part of the surplus obtained from local producers to an external ruling class. 8. This should not be conceptualized as a relationship of exchange rather than production, since the external ruling class maintained the same relationship with the producers as did the internal ruling class, who merely forwarded surplus from producers to external rulers. Perhaps at this point I should call attention to the fact, not necessarily an obvious one, that exploitation can take place even when producers and rulers reside in different localities. The spatial movement of surplus does not become a process of exchange unless the product is transferred from hand to hand, and at a price. 9. Still another important form of external exploitation was the settlement of internal producers on lands obtained in conquest, sometimes with the genocide or forced displacement of the original population. This form remains important in all subsequent class-based modes of production including capitalism, for example, settler colonialism. Admittedly, the domain of the term external can become somewhat blurred here, since internal producers now deliver surplus on external lands. However, in some of these cases the original producers remain as an exploited or super-exploited class. And in all cases of this type the labor productivity of internal producers now settled on external lands must become much higher, and therefore also the potential rate of surplus obtainable from each producer, because a given population of producers is now exploiting more land. 10. Many other cases can be found in which it is difficult to tell whether a form of exploitation should or should not be called external, but such blurring of distinctions in some situations does not alter the fact that external exploitation can by and large be distinguished from internal without much difficulty. When we come down to the period of the Roman Empire and its contemporary civilizations in Africa, India, China, and elsewhere, it is evident that both forms of class exploitation had by now become intense. The ruling class was now fully a class for itself, thus whatever functions it served for the generating society were relatively inconsequential in comparison to the amount of surplus it demanded from the producers in that society. During this period, in some class societies across the Old World, there was exploitation and class struggle in both the internal and external dimensions. The internal dimension was perhaps typified by the form of landlordism, incipient feudalism, found on Roman estates in Italy and France and on similar estates in contemporaneous India and China. 11. The external dimension now made quite heavy use of pillage and a level of exploitation of conquered societies that was no doubt so intense that it could only last for brief historical periods, since it could not have allowed these societies to retain enough of their production and labor to permit social reproduction. But now the use of slaves was even more intense, and in the urban centers of the Mediterranean area, India, China, and elsewhere, as well as in the rural estates. 179. Which supplied these centers with food and raw materials, slave labor was the most important source of surplus and also the most intense focus of class struggle. Witness Spartacus. In this precise sense, some though by no means all of these societies were grounded in the slave mode of production, that is slave labor was the major source of surplus for the ruling classes, although not usually the society's main form of productive labor, which would still be that of free peasants and artisans. Still, in some areas, including much of China, while the use of slaves was ubiquitous, the basal mode of production in this period was not slave-based. Since exploitation was primarily visited on the internal peasants, the mode of production was feudal. 12. The relative importance of internal and external exploitation and class struggle is more difficult to ferret out in the feudal period, partly for lack of clarity of concepts, beginning with the concept of feudalism itself. I will take it as agreed that the feudal mode of production has as its essential features a landlord class, titled or not, and a dependent peasantry forced, even when not legally in serfdom, to deliver surplus to the landlord in kind, in money, or in labor, with the means of production, principally land, owned by the ruling class and not by the peasant producers. The social and political attributes of northwestern European feudalism were epiphenomena, most of them not found even in southern European feudalism, much less in non-European areas, and in no sense serving as defining attributes of the feudal mode of production. This agreed, it is clear that the feudal mode dominated broad areas of Asia and Africa as well as Europe for a very long time, sometimes under centralized kingdoms, sometimes under fragmented polities _LL in Europe, India, and perhaps other areas. Classical civilization collapsed into a dark age. 14 Associated with this collapse was a decline in the surplus produced by slave labor and probably also tribute from conquered peoples, the unstable basis of the ancient, urbanized, ruling classes. In the centuries thereafter the dominant mode of production was feudal, and the principal producing class in most of these societies was the internal peasantry. But matters were not quite that simple. As a feudal ruling class inevitably attempted to enlarge its power and surplus, it did so both by intensifying exploitation of the local producers and by expanding its rule in space. A significant part of the increased surplus came from the local producers, and here, doubtless, was the main seat of class exploitation and struggle for most feudal societies at most times. The producers responded to the intensified demands, as they had to if the needs of social reproduction were to be met, by increasing labor productivity, doing so in part by inventing or borrowing technology intended to intensify production on existing acreage, and in part by expanding cultivated acreage in a given region. But this did not suffice. Externalization on a very large scale took place through major expansions of the regions dominated by the feudal mode. In Europe this involved, for instance, the spread of deep plowing into northern Europe, a development that resulted from the exigencies of feudalism, not, as some conservative historians maintain, from a supposed miraculous technological revolution in European agriculture, none having occurred, colonization by feudal societies of the marchlands of Eastern Europe, and other spatial expansions. 15 parallel processes occurred in northeastern, Gangetic, India, southern and southwestern China, and elsewhere. 16 But the 180 feudal ruling classes were insatiable, again following the logic of the mode of production, which is always in disequilibrium, and everywhere we see major moves of conquest. Some of the colonization just mentioned was facilitated by conquest of external societies and their lands. In addition, kingdoms and principalities expanded, bringing external peasants within the given feudal ruler's sphere of power and sometimes, over time, internalizing them. To this must be added the almost purely external exploitation associated with the large-scale conquests of the Mongols and other comparable expansions. This process displays a further complexity in the system, as the conquerors usually superimposed their own demands for surplus upon the existing demands made by the local feudal ruling classes. Finally, during this period, a relatively new form of urbanization was emerging, with its economic base in long-distance trade and medieval industry. Although there was direct exploitation of an internal producing class in these new mercantile maritime industrial centers of Europe, Africa, and Asia, external exploitation was also centrally involved. For instance, use was often made of slaves, as in Venetian galleys, plantations, and manufactories, and also of an external class of peasant producers tied to urban merchants, as in the case of pepper cultivators in South India, cotton farmers in Fujian, sugarcane farmers in the Venetian colonies and in Egypt, and the like. 17 Overall, when we examine the entire array of class-stratified societies in medieval times, it is clear that external class exploitation and struggle still remain important, although the substantial increase in agricultural productivity, mainly reflecting areal expansion of cultivation and adoption of more intensive cropping systems, which characterized this period everywhere, suggests that internal exploitation and class struggle had greater significance than before the feudal period. Greater also than external exploitation and struggle during that period. This brings us to the period of the emergence of capitalism and the rise of Europe. All would agree that external exploitation was immensely important during this period, the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. I argue that, for Europe, it was more important than the internal exploitation of Europe's producing classes, and I argue further that external exploitation by Europeans accounts for the fact that capitalism triumphed first in Europe, and accounts for related facts, such as the later suppression of emerging capitalism in Asia and Africa and, thereafter, the expansion of European colonialism. Call this the strong argument for the importance of external exploitation, and colonialism. But if only the weak argument is accepted, the importance of external exploitation and struggle during this period will still be admitted. Iberian Europe's late medieval expansion in the Atlantic was in no important way different from the maritime expansions radiating outwards from mercantile maritime centers in other regions, stretching from East Africa to East Asia, at the same time. Europe's single advantage was a position closer by some 5,000 miles to the New World. Conquest of the New World gave European merchants, among other things, an amount of gold and silver possibly equal to 1/4 of the total stock of these metals in the Old World as a whole. The significance of this fact has nothing to do with monetarism. In an already monetized urban and rural economy. 181. Stretching unbroken from Europe to China, one group of merchant capitalists suddenly acquires the cash resources sufficient both to outcompete every other such group in every major market across the hemisphere, hence in this way to accumulate, and the resources sufficient to allow them to offer better prices for land, labor, and commodities within Europe itself, hence to accumulate in this way as well and at the same time to buy out the European feudal class opposition, or some of it. And this goes on unabated for a century and more, at a rate of precious metal supply and capital accumulation that always remains ahead of the inevitable inflation. But this process is seen more revealingly when we look at the forms and extent of external exploitation which it entailed. One form, in the 16th century, was pillage and the forced labor of millions of Americans in mines and other European-owned enterprises. Another was slave labor and much free labor on plantations to an extent not often appreciated for this early period. For instance, it appears that, in the year 1600, the value in pounds sterling of sugar exported from Brazil alone was double the value of all exports of all types to all of the world from England in that year. 21. There is also the beginning of the process of externalizing European producers through emigration to the New World, to the trading factories of Asia and Africa, to Eastern Europe and Siberia, and so on. In the 17th century, external exploitation became much more intense, both in terms of the number of producers involved in the process and the amount of surplus transferred into the hands of European capitalists. 22. The focal process now was slave plantation production in the New World and associated with it a large amount of non-slave labor in the plantation colonies, ships, slave trading enterprises, and the like. In 689, capitalism's formal moment of triumph in England's Glorious Revolution, the slave labor force in British colonies may have been 1/3 as numerous as the proletariat in Britain itself, and more than 1/3 as significant if we consider the respective rates of surplus extraction for slave and free labor, while the thousands of non-slave laborers associated in one way or another with British plantations and colonies added further external exploitation. 23. By this time, also, there was substantial exploitation of Asian peasants and artisans by Europeans and their allied merchants and landlords, and a somewhat parallel process associated with the slave trade in Africa. And there was further externalization of European producers by emigration to less densely populated and fertile lands in the New World, a process which, as we discussed above, increased the surplus obtainable from each producer. In sum, the 16th and 17th century was a period of rapidly expanding exploitation of an external working class, paralleled by an expansion, but far less rapid, of internal exploitation within Europe. By 1689 the external producing classes, consisted of millions of Native American farmers and miners, millions of African slaves, a relatively smaller number of Africans exploited in their own continent, a large though uncounted number of Asians working directly or indirectly for Europeans, and another large though uncounted number of externalized European producers working as farmers, overseers, artisans, fishermen, sailors, soldiers, etc., in most of the extra-European world. And already there were notable slave uprisings, wars of resistance, and more subtle forms of external class struggle. 182. Not all readers will agree with the assessment that external class exploitation and struggle was more important than internal, during this period of early capitalism, and that it was crucial and central to the rise and triumph of capitalism in Europe. But everyone will agree that external exploitation was, in absolute terms, of great significance. We need not try to assess the relative contributions of external exploitation, mainly colonial and internal exploitation in the development of capitalism in Western Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries. Suffice it to say that it is difficult for any Marxist scholar who is a student of colonialism to accept the conventional, vulgar, teleological, tunnel historical one belief, not properly attributable to Marx himself, that the evolution of industrial capitalism DCV the late 19th century was an unfolding, sui generis, of processes internal to Europe, and European settlement elsewhere. During the 18th and 19th centuries the now enlarged power of capitalism permitted the rapid proletarianization of European workers, and after the Industrial Revolution gained momentum a tremendous increase occurred in the productivity of each industrial worker. These and other factors make it certain that internal exploitation was increasing at a much greater rate than external exploitation during the period, say, from 1789 down to the late I9th century, and was, on balance, of much greater economic significance, for capitalism, than external exploitation. The same held true for internal class struggle, which during this time was forcefully pushing capitalism along its road to ruin. But external exploitation was nonetheless of great importance, from the early role played by Indian craftsmen and peasants and U.S. and West Indian slaves in the rise of the British cotton textile industry, the leading sector in the Industrial Revolution, to the eventual proletarianization and semi-proletarianization of uncounted millions of workers in the colonies and semi-colonies, and to the externalization of millions of European workers on lands newly emptied by genocide. And there was class resistance in all of this, starting with resistance to enslavement and colonial conquest, continuing through the many wars of resistance and liberation in the 18th and I9th centuries, including the Sepoy Rebellion or First Indian War of Independence, the Taiping Revolt, the immensely important Haitian War of Liberation as close to a proletarian revolution as you will find in its time, and many other such struggles, then continuing with both economic and political class resistance throughout the history of all colonies and settler colonies. For all of these struggles were, in one form or another, class struggles, and their opposing class was the bourgeoisie, with or without feudal allies. Colonialism assumed greater proportional and absolute significance in the late 19th century, the beginning of what most Marxists call the period of monopoly capitalism or the era of imperialism. 25 The extent to which class exploitation in colonies, semi-colonies, and neo-colonies has propped up capitalism in the present century is a subject for serious debate. I would argue, with Lenin, that it has been the single most important prop, partly because it has permitted capital to sustain the incremental growth of accumulation when this is obstructed or stopped, mainly by working class struggle, in the metropolitan countries, and partly because higher productivity of workers in metropolitan countries seems to be offset by the much greater number of workers, overall, in the colonial and neo-colonial sector, the 183 sector which is now conventionally called the Third World. Differing opinions on this issue are matters of emphasis. Everyone would agree, I think, that there is indeed a distinction to be made between sectors of the capitalist world which today deserve to be called internal and external, crudely. The advanced capitalist countries and the Third World respectively. 26. Allowing for exceptions and intermediate cases, we can generalize that producers in the external sector encounter qualitatively different conditions, economic and political, and are subject to greater exploitation in the sense of that term which indicates the amount and share of produced value which is retained by the worker, and thus indicates the worker's standard of life. The external worker, in this precise sense if not in others, is superexploited. The conditions surrounding this situation reflect colonialism and its various offspring. For instance, it is no accident that rates of profit in the colony of Puerto Rico are more than twice as high as they are in the U.S., and that real wages are 25% of the U.S. rate. 27. To be precise, these conditions reflect the political environment of colonialism in its many guises, and the political struggles appropriate to this environment. In the external sector or Third World, as we noted in Chapter 1, the two world sectors do not differ merely as a matter of geographical distance from the foci of advanced capitalism and accumulation, in a sort of continuous cline outwards to the ends of the earth. A cline which is supposed to be a momentary snapshot picture of continuous outward diffusion of economic development, industrialization, and wealth from center to periphery, such that each peripheral, or Third World, country will eventually become an advanced capitalist country in its turn. Built into the structure of world capitalism, for reasons emerging from the colonial experience, is the quite necessary strategy of maintaining a repressive political environment in the colonial and neo-colonial part of the world in order to permit super-exploitation of workers in this sector. This, I would argue, is the present-day form of the dichotomy of internal and external exploitation. I should emphasize that we must not underestimate either the intensity of exploitation and oppression nor the power of resistance by the working classes in metropolitan capitalist countries. I am in essence summarizing the argument, almost a conventional one among Marxist scholars, which delineates the systematic increase in exploitation and oppression of external workers since the onset of the imperialist or monopoly capitalist era. Class contradictions in advanced capitalist countries intensified after the end of the 19th century, to the point where increments of accumulation had to be drawn to an ever-increasing extent from the exploitation of external workers. Further burdens set upon the internal working classes would have produced revolution, and other ways of increasing accumulation, such as technological change and population growth, were incapable of providing the increments of accumulation without which capitalism would collapse. Hence, in the modern world, and down to the present, external class exploitation has continued to gain in importance. So has external class struggle. The new increase in the importance of external exploitation has taken two rather different forms. On the one hand, much more intensive exploitation of workers in colonial and neo-colonial areas, accompanied by a great increase of proletarianization in such areas, and on the other hand, a truly massive importation of workers. 184. From these areas into the advanced capitalist countries themselves. Unlike earlier migrations under capitalism, when immigrating working-class populations were internalized, that is assimilated, relatively rapidly, because of the rapid and continuous expansion of the labor force during that period of rising capitalism, today the external workers who are forced to migrate to the metropolitan countries are, by and large, neither internalized economically nor assimilated culturally. Usually, as I explained in earlier chapters, they remain external workers. They serve, within the metropolitan countries, essentially the same function, super-exploited workers and components of the industrial reserve army, that other external workers do in the colonies and neo-colonies themselves. It is not crucial for the present discussion to weigh the question whether most of the increment of accumulation now comes from the exploitation of these two types of external workers or from internal workers. The process has not lifted the burden of exploitation from the backs of the internal workers, and both groups are engaged in the same struggle with the same ruling class. Thus, in a rapid survey of 4 or 5 millennia of class exploitation and struggle, we find that during all stages of class society, the role of external, more or less foreign, workers or producers has been unmistakably important. We can generalize as follows: the history of class society has been grounded in class struggle, but a significant portion of this struggle has crossed cultural and political boundaries, involving the struggle of workers in, or from, one society against two class groups of exploiters, some from their own society, some from an external society. Also, at times there has been class struggle between the two ruling class sectors, internal and external. Until we insert this socio-spatial element into our theories of historical materialism, we shall not fully understand the past evolution of class society and its present condition. And, for modern times, we shall not understand the mechanisms and functions of national struggle, which, as I will try to show in the following discussion, is a direct manifestation of external class struggle. External exploitation, its specificity. There is nothing particularly surprising in the fact that class societies with powerful ruling classes are able to expand in space and thus enlarge the number of producers from which the ruling class gains surplus. Nor is it remarkable that this has occurred in all class modes of production down through the capitalist mode, so that internal and external exploitation have coexisted, though not everywhere, since the earliest class societies. Much less obvious is the fact that external exploitation tends to be significantly more intense than the internal kind. That the forms of class struggle which it engenders are in some ways, and to some degree, different from the internal forms, and that all of this leads to certain political differences in the struggle for state power and in the nature of the state, differences which in modern times explain the specificity of national struggle. In the discussion which follows, I will take care not to overemphasize the differences between internal and external exploitation, oppression, class struggle, and politics, for to do so is to retreat into a non-Marxist kind of argument which maintains, falsely, that the working class in advanced capitalist countries is not 185 exploited, not oppressed, and not engaged in serious class struggle, including the struggle for state power. But there is a danger also in the opposite direction, that of failing to notice that there are, indeed, differences, that external exploitation tends truly to be more severe, to be super-exploitation, and that political struggle in externally ruled societies is something more consequential than bourgeois nationalism. When Marxists argue that class conflict is the motor of history, they are referring to all stages in the evolution of class-stratified society, not merely the capitalist stage or form. Each ruling class must engage in a process of ever-expanding accumulation, if it were ever satisfied with a particular volume of surplus product, and a particular rate of exploitation, we might have a condition of equilibrium, in which the equation of forces between a ruling class which demands no more than a specific amount of surplus and a producing class which accedes to these demands so long as they do not reach a point threatening its biological and cultural reproduction, would lead to a kind of class armistice. But we know that history works, so to speak, in a different way. The ruling class is never satisfied, and each social formation thus eventually reaches its final crisis. Therefore, although the conflict of classes is, overall, the motor of history, it is the intensification of that conflict which really pushes history forward. This reasoning provides us with the first and most important proposition needed to explain the coexistence of, and differences between, internal and external exploitation. The amount of surplus which any ruling class, in any social formation, or society, can obtain from its own, internal, working or producing class is finite and limited. Processes such as technological advance and population growth can indeed increase the surplus, but only at certain times and necessarily at a rather slow rate. If the rate of increase is faster under capitalism, the rate of increase in ruling class demands is proportionally faster still. It follows that a ruling class will attempt, wherever possible, to gain an increment of surplus outside its own society. That is, it will attempt to exploit external workers as well as internal ones. For reasons that I will address in a moment, the mechanisms used in exploiting an external workforce are necessarily to some degree different. They must involve forms of oppression that are not, and cannot be, visited upon the internal workforce, and they will typically generate a per capita level of exploitation much higher than the internal one if suitable power is at hand. In fact, external exploitation would seem to be a close correlate of power. Internally this is not the case. There are compelling reasons why a ruling class should, in its own long-term interests, restrict the internal level of exploitation. Buried within the conventional wisdom of Marxist thought is the idea that every ruling class attempts to extract the absolutely maximum amount of surplus from the workers. This theoretical maximum level, and rate, of exploitation is the limit beyond which the workers will not be able to retain enough of the means of subsistence to survive and reproduce themselves as a class. If, however, surplus extraction were adjusted to this biological maximum, a given mode of production would have a very short lifetime. It would in short order kill the goose that lays its golden eggs. Let us briefly examine some of the reasons why the average long-term level of exploitation has tended to be well below the biological maximum during 186. Those long periods when a mode of production is functioning with relative smoothness and class contradictions have not yet begun to pull apart the fabric of a social formation. We will then see that these limitations do not apply in the same degree to the exploitation of external workers. In pre-capitalist agricultural modes of production, there is a partial parallel for the capitalist mode. One very important factor which operated to limit the level of exploitation was the extreme fluctuation in annual per capita production, a fluctuation that moved in deep and long cycles, often climatic cycles. Thus there were great variations from year to year in the amount of production and labor which was surplus to the biological needs of the producing population. In principle, a ruling class can vary its demands for surplus from year to year. But it can only do so within a fairly narrow range, because the social processes within the ruling class itself are fueled by the surplus. During periods of low production, and hardship in the producing class, there is no surplus after the subsistence needs of the producers have been met. If, even so, the ruling class enforces its demands, the working class will at the very least lose some of its population and therefore its long-term productive capacity, through disease, famine, emigration, and so on, and if the period of low production is long enough the system as a whole will be threatened. It follows that the long-term typical level of exploitation would adjust itself to the production level of high production years, so that some surplus labor or production would always be available without threatening the reproduction of the producing class. Really disastrous crop failures probably occurred only once in several generations, so the actual exploitation level would have maintained itself well below the biological capacity of the working population to produce in nearly all years. On the other hand, the producing class could not be allowed to accumulate surplus. This also would destroy the social fabric, since the ruled would begin to become the rulers. Thus we can define in principle a very rough level of exploitation in pre-capitalist agricultural societies, falling somewhere between these two limits, a level which must have been the typical one during the very long periods when a social formation was enjoying reasonable stability. The level 9F exploitation is always a resultant of the two opposing forces of ruling class exaction and working class resistance, so the generalization just stated must be slightly reformulated. Even when a ruling class has the power to demand surplus up to the biological maximum, it will tend not to do so, in the light of its own long-term interests. This, then, is the first limitation on exploitation of an internal producing class. It remains only to note that this dynamic applies to peasant farming communities in the essentially capitalist environment of most rural third world areas today, and to note as well that the boom and bust cycle of industrialized capitalist societies seems to obey a very similar dynamic, with some of the surplus value being shunted off to public sector functions which ensure the survival of the working class during times of recession or depression. Productive behavior takes place within a total cultural framework, and in stable social formations the maintenance of production, and hence the supply of surplus, requires that cultural mechanisms function relatively smoothly, mechanisms which embrace all aspects of the life of a community of producers, and include such 187 elements as religion, art, and all types of formal and informal social interaction. If surplus demands were so high that the producers lacked the time and physical resources needed to maintain these cultural processes, the mode of production itself would tend rather quickly to collapse. This holds true for the capitalist mode as for others. Those situations in which the working class in this mode has become immiserated to the point where social life and culture in general are sacrificed to the elemental need to earn a living, are situations of severe disequilibrium. One possible outcome is inadequate social reproduction of the working class, which must be compensated for by the proletarianization of new workers, such as occurred in early 19th century Britain. Another outcome is revolution. Governed not only by the productive capacity of the workers, in situations where the ruling class possesses the relative power, in the face of resistance, needed to force production up to this limit. It is governed also by the need to constrain exploitation in ways which will ensure the biological and cultural reproduction of the producing class, and thus ensure the long-term stability of the system. We will see in a moment that these constraints do not apply, broadly speaking, to the exploitation of an external producing class. To understand the specificity of the latter we must consider briefly the mechanisms which govern the internal constraints. The constraints on exploitation of an internal producing class in any mode of production are expressed in rules which regulate, and in a sense govern, internal class relations, using the word rule to indicate both the customary patterns of behavior and the ideological imperatives which persuade people, rulers, and producers alike, to continue to conform. 28. These rules should be seen as rules of the game, or, somewhat imprecisely, as rules of class struggle. They are patterns of social behavior and patterns of belief and value to which both classes, rulers and ruled, conform out of necessity. For the rulers, they ensure stability and continuous delivery of surplus. For the producers, they permit the retention of enough production and productive labor time so that biological and cultural reproduction, and social life, can continue unimpaired. Obviously, the rules change during the lifetime of a social formation, and conformity to them never completely is out of the question in the disruptive or revolutionary situation preceding the collapse of the formation. Less obviously, these rules do not govern external class relations, they do not apply to foreigners. To say that rulers and producers are constrained by a set of social and ideological rules is to say that the two classes participate in a common culture. Participation in a common culture does not imply commonality of interests. During those periods when a social formation is providing the producing class, or classes, I use the singular form as a generalization, with at least minimal subsistence, social life, and culture, and when the achievement of an alternative social formation grounded in a higher mode of production is not realizable, it would not usually be in the interest of the producers to destroy the social formation, though it is always in their interests to struggle for better conditions. Even when, in the declining years of a social formation, oppression is intensifying and contradictions are sharpening, and it is in the producer's interest to destroy the class structure, it is still not in their interest to destroy most facets of the common culture, including art, science, technology. 188. Religion, language, obviously, and so on. For all such matters, we can argue that the interests of the producing class in defending their culture tend to run parallel to those of the ruling class. I stress all of this to avoid the serious error, to which Marxists are rather prone, of believing that a working class does not have its own self-interest in the culture which it shares with the ruling class, a culture which, to a large degree, the working class itself created. Commonality of culture between rulers and ruled within, internal to, a society seems to manifest itself in two principal ways. The first is a matter of social interaction. In all class societies there is some degree of interaction between the two polar classes. In the most ancient forms of class society, and particularly in the societies emerging from pre-class character, rulers and producers were joined in common kinship, and at least a fictive relic of this survived for a long time thereafter. In all class modes of production, inter-class interaction remains important. It consists primarily of participation by all members of the society in smaller social networks, each of which embraces class fractions not too distant from one another, for instance as serf and free tenant, soldier and knight, worker and foreman, petty bourgeois and middle bourgeois, all such networks being interlinked in an overall network extending throughout the society, the point here being the continuity of a chain of interactions extending from the lowest producer to the highest ruler. In addition, in all class modes of production, from ancient society to monopoly capitalism, there is, in reasonably stable periods, at least some interclass mobility, involving on the one hand a trickle of recruitment from the producing class into the ruling class, via small incremental movements from one class fraction to the adjoining higher fraction, and on the other hand demotion downwards in the class structure, the gentry family fallen on hard times etc. The second set of commonalities resides at the level of ideology. Only when a social formation has reached the stage of intense, pre-revolutionary contradictions, can we say that the public ideological realm is largely dominated by those beliefs and values which are generated by the ruling class for the purpose purely of mystification and pacification, of generating false consciousness in the producers' minds so that they will misperceive their class interests and remain quiescent. At all other times, although mystification is always present, the ideological realm as a whole is vastly larger and more complex than that area embracing only ruling class ideology and its projection as false consciousness, and it would be both untrue and terribly elitist to argue that the ideology of the working class is merely one that has been handed down from the rulers. Such would imply both a denial of working class culture and values for some societies, peasant class culture and values, and a denial that the ideology of the producers at all times incorporates attitudes of anti-ruling class struggle. In general, then, it can be seen that the rules of behavior and belief, which are incorporated in culture, and which constrain both rulers and producers, play an important role in conditioning, indeed tempering, the internal class struggle. We come now to the crux of the argument. External exploitation is the principal means by which a ruling class can continue, if it has the power to do so, the incremental increase in accumulation after internal exploitation has reached such a level that a substantial increase in the delivery of surplus from the internal. 189. Producing class is no longer possible or no longer prudent. Immediately our attention is drawn to the matter of social and ideological rules, rules of culture, and we notice two things. First, the limitations on exploitative behavior which one observes in the case of internal class relations do not extend to external class relations, to the exploitation of foreigners, either in their own homelands or after their importation in statuses such as that of slave, guest worker, or the like. And second, the ideological rules governing and legitimizing internal class relations do not apply to external class relations. This last requires a bit of discussion. Internal workers are conceptualized, both by themselves and by the ruling class, in a category which can rather loosely be described as citizen, or at least as member of the society. In all class stratified societies, from the most ancient to the most modern, this status has provided an internal worker with a bundle of rights, defined by ideology and sanctioned by law or by a binding moral code. Such rights may include, in one society, the right to inherit property, a right not accorded a slave; in another, the right to vote, a right not accorded colonial workers or guest workers in modern times. All such rights are won in struggle, and they institutionalize the means by which a producing class defends itself from incremental increases in exploitation. Some of these rights are very general, but no less important for being so. For example, there is a definition of murder in every class society, sharply constraining the conditions under which a producer can be put to death. But the killing of foreigners is much less constrained, if at all. Foreigners can be killed, if it suits the interests of an expansive ruling class to do so, in battle, in the ordinary repression visited on a conquered people, and, beyond this, in plain genocide, as when the ruling class wishes to empty the conquered lands of their inhabitants and resettle internal workers on these lands. In sum, the rules which restrain internal exploitation do not restrain external exploitation. Foreigners always have diminished rights, sometimes they have no rights at all, sometimes they are not even defined, and treated, as human beings. All of this is to be explained in simple historical materialist terms by the fact that within a class-stratified society social and ideological rules are necessary to maintain stability and continuity in the mode of production. Exploitation outside that society, and exploitation of external workers forced to move into the space of that society, need not be so constrained by rules. Or, to be more precise, the rules are strikingly different. They allow for a much higher level of exploitation, a level that often throughout history has been so high as to prevent the biological and social reproduction of the external producing class. It is true, of course, that, sooner or later, the ability of an expansive class society to shift the incremental burden of exploitation onto the backs of foreigners diminishes. At a certain moment in the life of a given social formation, one of two things is likely to happen. Either the ruling class becomes dependent on external producers to just the same extent that it had been dependent upon internal ones, at which point the social and ideological rules constraining exploitation of the internal producers are extended to external producers, who may even become internalized, culturally redefined as citizen, or the rules are not extended in this way, the outcome being continued super-exploitation and oppression up to the point at which the external surplus ceases to flow, because of successful rebellion or 190. Destruction of the external producers as a class. In both cases, the option of gaining an increment of surplus from external producers is withdrawn, and class contradictions within the ruler's own society become much intensified, conceivably to the point of successful revolution. It is also possible that the resistance of the class of external producers will significantly help such an internal revolution. This has happened often enough in the past and may happen again today or tomorrow. External exploitation involves more than an internal ruling class and an external producing class. We have to consider as well the role of the internal producers in this process, and also the role of the external ruling class, for most conquered societies are themselves class stratified. It is true, to begin with, that members of the internal producing class participate directly in the conquest, subjugation, and exploitation of foreign workers, doing so, at the very least, as members of a military force. Such participation is, basically, one of the job assignments forced on a producing class, one of the alternative ways in which members of that class are exploited. Never, I suspect, does the internal working class as a whole, as a class gain absolute benefit from foreign exploitation. No part of the burden is lifted from its shoulders. At most, its members gain some respite from additional, incremental, exploitation. The burden does not increase, or increase quite as rapidly, when additional surplus can be extracted from foreign workers instead of themselves. This matter is very complex, of course, and deserves much more attention than I can give it here. For the purposes of the present argument, it is only necessary to emphasize the fact that internal and external exploitation coexist. The latter does not replace the former. 29. We come finally to the external or dominated ruling class, the fourth class group in our highly simplified model of two class stratified societies interacting as dominant and subordinate, each with one ruling class and one class of producers. Obviously, we would not usually find in reality just two clearly defined and neatly segregated classes in each of the two societies, but at the level of abstraction of the present discussion, which seeks in the space of a few pages to generalize for all class modes of production, no further elaboration is possible. I should just add that one additional case can be neglected in this discussion, that of a class society dominating a classless society. As I noted in Chapter 2, this case is far less common than theorists tend to realize. Most of the so-called tribal societies are class stratified. Many of them have, or had, a state. All, today at least jive within one or another sort of state and most experience external exploitation, and this held true in times prior to the rise of capitalism to a greater extent than is generally realized. Civilization, if you will, is and has been far more widespread than conservative and some Marxist theories would lead us to expect. Just as there are cases in which an external producing class is wiped out or forced to emigrate, and internal producers then take their place, so there are cases in which an external ruling class is wiped out and the external producers thereafter maintain class relations of production only with the, from their perspective, foreign ruling class, with or without the participation of subaltern groups drawn from either of the two producing classes. This having been noted, we can turn to the far more widespread and significant case in which the external, subordinate society, ruling class remains in place and continues to rule. This is significant mainly for 191 reasons. First, from the outset there is competition and a consequential form of class struggle between the two ruling classes. I assume a situation in which the two societies are sufficiently distant in terms of culture and social interaction that the two ruling classes do not participate in a single web of customary interaction and kinship. This competition between spatially and socially separated ruling groups, as it occurred during the period of rising capitalism in Central and Eastern Europe, was the paradigm for not a few general theories of nationalism, including the post-classical Marxist theories. It was argued that national movements in this region tended to reflect the efforts by local elites, petty bourgeoisie, perhaps also landowners, to fight off the competition of the larger bourgeoisie of the dominant, imperial society, by trying to secede and form a state in which they, the local elite, would hold power and a more or less exclusive license to accumulate. Hence small nation nationalism and its adversary, great nation nationalism. The difficulty here is that this kind of case is paradigmatic only for any of many kinds of national struggle, a kind which is no longer in any sense typical. The conflict between internal and external ruling classes can have a second type of outcome, somewhat different in character from the one just described, although, I suspect, all real-world cases reflect some combination of the two types. This second form involves a relationship of tribute between the external, subordinate society, ruling class and the internal, dominant, one, the former shares surplus with the latter. This must imply a great increase in the exploitative burden on the external producing class. Indeed, failure to impose this added pressure would force the external, subordinate society, ruling class either to accept an erosion of its class position or to engage in the kind of inter-ruling class struggle discussed in the preceding paragraph. The latter strategy is usually unavailable in a situation of real dominance. The most typical outcome seems to be intensified exploitation of the external, subordinate society, producing class. This implies, among other things, a systematic violation of the customary rules governing exploitation, class relations, and the like, in that society. Thus incremental exploitation is accompanied by intensified social and cultural oppression. The results must be volatile. The politics of external class struggle. All class struggle is political, as anyone ever involved in a strike picket line knows very well. But the different forms of struggle lie at differing distances from the core of power, the state. The winning of state power does not always signal definitive victory. Witness Chile and Grenada, but it is a safe generalization that the winning of real political power, the seizure of the state in the fullest sense, is normally the closest measurable point to victory in the struggle of subordinate classes to displace ruling classes, whether or not the victory is progressive and whether or not it produces a change in the underlying mode of production. This holds true for all class modes of production if we agree, with Lenin and many other theorists, that wherever there is a class society there is a state of one sort or another. 30. External class struggle employs the same essential forms of struggle as does internal class struggle, but there are nonetheless important differences between the two. One such difference underlies, and in major part explains, all the others. This is the specificity of external exploitation. External exploitation is almost always more 192 intense than internal exploitation, intensity here meaning the proportion of production which is appropriated by the ruling class, a proportion which cannot exceed a certain level without impeding the maintenance, reproduction, of the producing class and generating instability. For the reasons already abundantly discussed, internal producers are not pushed beyond this limit during most segments of the life cycle of a social formation. This is not true of external producers. Exploitation, in all class modes of production, has tended to be much more intense for external producers than for internal ones. There are a number of fundamental differences between the politics of class struggle in externally ruled societies and autonomous societies, differences which more or less directly reflect the specificity of external exploitation. Four such differences are particularly important for an understanding of the roots of national struggle. The first of these differences is quite simply the fact that external class struggle is more nakedly political than internal class struggle. This follows from the fact that customary and stabilizing relations exist between ruling class and internal producers in a given society, such that exploitation will continue without the need for much resort to naked, that is, political, power. In the case of external producers, we are dealing with a situation in which greater exploitation occurs, and one which therefore incorporates overt political oppression from beginning to end. It begins with pressure for increased delivery of surplus, and it continues to apply pressure for further incremental increases, such pressure necessarily involving political oppression. In our own time the difference can be seen, for instance, if we compare the primarily, but not exclusively, economic struggle of the proletariat in 19th century England with the intensely political and military struggles in Britain's old and new colonies in the same period. Not only was there a striking contrast but, as Marx, Engels, and Lenin all pointed out at one time or another, the two contrasting situations were dialectically related to each other. 31. Secondly, the form of the state is likely to be very different in societies which are externally dominated. It goes without saying that this is true in the capitalist era. We need merely note the forms of the state found in colonies, in neo-colonies, and, in the recent past, in the externally ruled societies within the great multinational continental empires which existed up to the end of the First World War. In earlier social formations the same basic difference would be found. These societies are oppressive. The producers are subjects of super-exploitation and, to enable this, special oppression. The local ruling class, in these externally ruled societies, does not in general retain real power. Its class position is likely to be under attack from the external, dominant, ruling class, and it cannot transmit all this pressure to the producers since they are already exploited more than is, so to speak, normal for a given mode of production. Moreover, the local ruling class has very little chance to increase its ability to accumulate, thus to rise, under conditions of domination. One might say that these externally ruled state forms are undemocratic, although this begs a very complicated question. We would not, for instance, speak of democracy in feudal societies, yet it seems to be objectively true that the oppression of their producing classes, even including serfs, is restrained within limits governed by one or another form of the customary rules which we discussed previously. 193. Hence, it is legitimate to suggest that externally ruled societies in feudal and other pre-capitalist class modes of production were in a real sense less democratic than the autonomous societies. As to the capitalist epoch, it seems true that essentially all externally ruled societies, including colonies, semi-colonies, and neo-colonies, are, and must be, less democratic than autonomous societies, that is, the metropolitan countries, again because of the imperatives of super-exploitation and its constant companion, oppression. Nor is it certain that we must make an exception for advanced capitalist countries which are, or were until recently, fascist. There is no democracy under fascism, yet the most fearful characteristic of fascism is its ability to mobilize majority support for some, at least, of its inhuman policies. In externally ruled societies in which producers are super-exploited, that is, in colonies, neo-colonies, and the like, it seems likely that there is less consent, less constraint upon the rulers, than even there was in European fascist countries. Consent is not the same as quiescence, that is, acceptance of externally imposed rule as a reality against which one may struggle but with the knowledge that liberation will take some time to organize. It is classically true that colonized peoples have seemed, to the colonizer and to literary travelers, to be consenting to their colonial condition, simply because life seems to be going on in a normal sort of way and signs of struggle are not apparent. One recalls in this regard the famous case of the French plebiscite in colonial Algeria, which seemed to show that 97% of the people wanted to remain under French rule. Shortly thereafter the War of Liberation broke out. After the French had been beaten, the Algerian government organized another plebiscite, asking the people whether they wanted to remain tied to France, and 97% voted no. So much for the appearance of consent. 32 In all colonies, with or without the evidence of an artificial plebiscite, the colonized people seem on the surface to be consenting to their condition until they are on the verge of winning their liberation, after which the idea that they had earlier consented to colonialism becomes ludicrous. 33 It is for this reason that I think we can support the proposition that there is no more real freedom in colonies than there is, or was, in the classical fascist societies. The proposition also holds true for some neo-colonies. As I argued in Chapter 4, undemocratic states are essential for the maintenance of a political environment permitting super-exploitation. One cannot really speak of consent in countries like Chile, El Salvador, and Indonesia. 34 The third of the salient differences in political process between externally ruled societies, with external exploitation of their working classes, and autonomous societies has to do with the fact that the struggle to seize the state is much more likely to be a viable short-run strategy for working classes in the former case than in the latter. In the latter, incremental victories are often to be won in the production process, in cultural struggles, in the winning of democratic reforms, and the like. In externally ruled societies, struggles are generally carried on in the midst of direct oppression and naked use of political power, and the direction of struggle tends, therefore, to turn towards the seizure of state power, or to do so more directly than is usually the case in autonomous societies. It is important to note here that the original imposition of external rule on a society is, itself, a nakedly political act. The state thereafter is intensely visible, its presence cannot be so easily mystified, as we the people, for example. And typically, though not in all cases of external rule, the 194 state is more clearly, directly, and immediately the focus of class struggle than is true for autonomous class societies. The fourth political difference concerns the relationship of classes in political struggle. The producers in externally dominated societies tend to be, as we have discussed, super-exploited. This usually implies a superimposition of demands on those of the local, subordinate society, ruling class. The posture of the local ruling class, as we saw, may vary from collaboration with the external rulers to opposition. Depending upon this posture, and of course upon a number of other variables, recall again that this discussion is supremely abstract. Since its universe of discourse is the whole of class society, the producing class may find it advantageous to form an alliance with its own ruling class, or some fraction of that class, in a struggle to be rid of external dominance and super-exploitation. Generally this seems to occur when, for whatever reason, the external, dominant, rulers truly undercut the class position and accumulation opportunities of the internal, subordinate, ruling class. But when this alliance occurs it tends to have major significance. In pre-capitalist class societies wars were often waged without the masses of the producers becoming seriously involved, their participation was often limited to obligatory or mercenary military service, forced delivery of additional surplus, and the like. When rulers and producers were jointly involved in a struggle, this struggle tended to be qualitatively different. The whole society and indeed the whole of the culture shared by producers and rulers could now be directed towards the goal of struggle, and the struggle had a way of becoming much more intense, and much more successful. In many of the 19th century European and Latin American national movements against external rule we find much the same process. Most, not all, classes were mobilized towards a common political goal. Quite often the passions, irrationality, Hobsbawm, false glorification of national history, Nairn, appeal to folk heroes and symbols of national unity, invocation of the common religion, and the like, which tend to be traits of this kind of struggle, are denounced or satirized by theorists of nationalism, including as we have seen some Marxists. But there is passion, irrationality, etc., in all kinds of struggle including the struggle for socialism. And more concretely, the essential dynamic of unifying all patriotic classes and invoking all available symbols and attributes of unity may correctly reflect the logic of class struggle. Of course, it may not. There are countless cases of narrow nationalism in which the involvement of the producing classes reflects, not class interest, but simple false consciousness, mystification. Probably the desideratum, in most cases though not all, is the presence or absence of super-exploitation involving superimposed demands for surplus product. When producers are thus both externally and internally exploited, it tends to be to their advantage to fight against the external source of exploitation even if this involves some collaboration with internal exploiters, though only if the latter are truly engaged in struggle against external domination. In anti-colonial struggles this logic of class struggle rather typically calls for some form of alliance between producing classes and those who are often described as patriotic local businessmen, usually petty bourgeois figures, though middle-level bourgeoisie may occasionally join the ranks. It will be recalled that Lenin fought a major ideological struggle on this issue with those, like M. N. Roy, who considered L95 it an abomination to make any sort of alliance, even a temporary one, with any bourgeois sectors in the anti-colonial struggle. Said Lenin, in effect, the national liberation movement must try to ally all anti-imperialist sectors. 35 Now there is also a logic, under certain circumstances, to the forging of interclass alliances in the advanced capitalist countries, as for instance in an effort to isolate monopoly capitalism from all other sectors and class fractions. But it tends to be a general, structural fact in externally dominated societies in which producers are super-exploited and local elites are forced to fight to defend their class position from external attack, that some form of multiple class alliance towards the seizing of state power is called for. In this sense, and noting many exceptions, there is a specificity to the politics of external class struggle, namely, the potential parallelism of class interests in opposition to external exploitation and rule. We may conclude, then, that there is a degree of specificity to the politics of class struggle in externally ruled states, states in which the producing class has to cope with external exploitation. This specifically external form of class struggle is found in all class modes of production, though not in all social formations and geographical circumstances. In the modern world, dominated by capitalism, the politics of external class struggle becomes the national struggle. National struggles and history. At the beginning of this chapter I undertook to broaden, or generalize, the theory of national struggle as class struggle, by taking up the question which had been posed in Chapter I, is national struggle a feature of class struggle in general? I then proceeded to argue that there is a distinctive form of class struggle, and a form of the struggle for state power, which has been characteristic of certain societies and geographical circumstances in all class modes of production since ancient times. It is, briefly, the struggle for control of a state which is externally ruled, and in which external rule has the function of enabling what I have called external exploitation, that is, the peculiarly intense exploitation of the producing class or classes when part or all of the ruling class is from another society and another state. We concerned ourselves first with the various forms of external exploitation in differing epochs, then considered the inherent functions of external exploitation, or more properly its specific differences from internal exploitation, then examined the cultural nexus within which each form of exploitation is embedded, and finally considered the political implications of external exploitation and resistance to exploitation, external class struggle. We concluded with a summary of the specific political features of external class struggle in general, that is, in all class society. Does it follow that national struggles go back to the dawn of class society? It does follow that a specifically external form of the struggle for state power is very old in class society. When we trace this form of struggle down to modern times, it is clear that in all epochs, and in all class modes of production, this form has been both important and distinctively different from internal forms of struggles. By concentrating nearly all their attention on the internal form, Marxists have not only built an incomplete model of class society, and of its history, they have also very seriously misinterpreted the nature of class struggles in externally dominated societies. Today these are, broadly speaking, the countries of the Third World. 196. Countries which share a common history of colonialism and in most cases a common experience of neocolonialism. Failing to perceive the specificity of their struggles, and the special oppression and super-exploitation against which these struggles are fought, failing even to perceive these struggles as class struggles, many Marxists accept a model of the world in which the Third World sector is seen as relatively inconsequential for social change on a world scale, and social processes in this sector are reduced to the status of late-arriving diffusions from the metropolitan sector which have no historical potency. As I have tried to show in this book, many variants of the Marxist theory of nationalism or national struggle are flawed in precisely these ways. The idea of nationalism is an artifact of diffusion. The bourgeois democratic revolution is an artifact of diffusion. Like Sleeping Beauty, these societies have slumbered throughout history, waiting for the prince to waken them. And the wakening, the national movement, is just that, an awakening. It is not a form of class struggle. There is no class enemy. And so on. To avoid these illusions, modern struggles for national liberation should be seen against an historical backdrop of prior forms of struggles to seize state power from external ruling classes. The modern forms, like their predecessors, are class struggles, and class struggles of a relatively distinct type. But does it not follow that the entire social category should be labeled national struggle? The most important reason why we should reserve the term national struggle for modern forms of external class struggle, those which take place during the lifetime, more or less, of capitalism, is precisely the importance of capitalism in this equation. National struggles of the capitalist era differ fundamentally from comparable pre-capitalist struggles for many reasons, reasons which boil down to the specific difference between capitalism and all prior forms of class society in the matter of external exploitation and class struggle. But these differences, as I argued at an earlier point in this chapter, are not absolute. There are many crucial processes which characterize class society in general, not merely capitalist society. We have here two intersecting causal principles, the specific causality of external class struggles for state power, and the specific causality of political struggles within capitalism. National struggles can only be understood if both parts of the explanation are drawn together. In the case of national liberation struggles in Third World countries, we must take account of the fact that they are external class struggles, struggles fueled by special oppression and by super-exploitation, and struggles which are directed against external ruling classes and with their local allies. And we must take account of the fact that these societies are dominated by political forces unleashed by capitalism, with its special logic of accumulation and exploitation. A second reason for reserving the concept national struggle to external class struggles of the modern period is mainly a semantic matter but still an important one. This is the fact that it is sensible to bracket the term national struggle with other important concepts labeled national, and notably the concept of the national state. Marx and Engels made a very sturdy argument about the importance to capitalism of forming moderately large states, and states which are relatively undifferentiated in cultural terms. This was classical bourgeois nationalism and the creation of bourgeois national states. The era during which these states emerged. 197. And grew powerful was indeed revolutionary in terms of the history of political forms, and all subsequent state forms, including socialist forms, have in any measure evolved from the primal capitalist national state. 36. I prefer not to use the expression nation-state in this discussion because it tends to evoke the idea of a state with only one nationality or culture. So it is appropriate to speak of national struggle as a matter which typically, but not always, involved forces struggling to create a national state and forces opposing this objective. National struggle is struggle. The objective may be a socialist state. It may be a multinational state. It may reflect some concept of federation without the loss of sovereignty, as in the political programs of some native nations. It may take some other form. I would MFRFLV PMNH117 PTHPC, PM1 NTLRRP:1 CNN1 HLPNPC, NFHR1 RLCPT ENO THPNDIN NF-. C. National struggle and national state. This is not to be confused with the Stalinesque dogma about the nation with which we dealt in Chapter 5. National struggles and culture. The remaining task of this chapter is to examine some relationships between the theory of national struggle and two other bodies of ideas, one concerning the concept of the nation, the other the concept of culture. Both of these concepts have received some attention here already, but neither has been treated as really central, crucial, to the theory of nationalism. There is a widespread view among Marxists that the very heart of the theory is the exercise known as defining the nation. The theory itself, in this view, is a theory of nations, and the principal application of the theory to instances of national struggle or the national question is a judgment whether a particular community engaged in some form of national struggle is, or is not, a genuine nation. If it is, its struggle may possibly deserve the support of progressives; if it is not, it does not. Period. Limited though this enterprise is, its very validity depends upon there being a definite and unvarying thing to be called a nation. Stalin's 1913 essay, Marxism and the National Question, postulated such an invariant entity, and most Marxists who adopt this approach to the theory of national struggle also adopt Stalin's definition. In Chapter 5 I tried to show that Stalin's definition is not well grounded and not very useful. But my basic argument is that we do not need a hard, unvarying, concept of nation in order to construct a valid and useful theory of national struggle or nationalism. From another quarter comes the thesis that culture has much the same centrality for a theory of nationalism as Stalin accorded to nation. This is mainly a conservative view, echoed by a few Marxists. Its traditional form is the once famous principle of nationalities, the argument that each culture, or, synonymously, nationality, has some inherent urge to form its own separate state. 37 Today, pseudo-anthropological, pseudo-psychological, and even pseudo-biological arguments are added, to yield a theory which derives national movements, national aggrandizement, and indeed national frictions in general from a source deep in human culture or biology or both. The important point for the present discussion is that all versions of this theory deny that, first, national problems are rooted in exploitation; second, national struggle is a part of class society, it is, they say, as old as culture or older; and third, politics and the state are central to national struggle, not epiphenomena. 198. Nations are important, not least to those who are trying to build nations and those who are trying to liberate nations. By the same token, culture is important, not least as an integrator of national states and as a dimension of liberation struggles. But to say this is not to reduce the theory of national struggle to a theory of nations or a theory of human culture. This point of view was implicit, at least, in the arguments of prior chapters and the first part of this chapter. In the following paragraphs I will try to make it entirely explicit. Nations. A distinction has to be made between two sorts of concepts of the nation, or two forms of definition for the word nation. One is hard, the other soft. The one asserts exactly what are the characteristics of all nations, and also asserts that the future political behavior of nations can be predicted from these characteristics. The other, the soft concept or definition, merely gives a description of the sorts of things which are usefully labeled with the word nation. In the Marxist literature, there are two very famous attempts to S11 a hard concept, those of Bauer in 1907 and Stalin in 1913. Marx, Engels, Luxemburg, and Lenin never went beyond a soft concept, they did not try to give a technical definition to the word nation. 38 For Bauer and Stalin, on the other hand, the idea that nations are definite, invariable, discoverable, highly predictable entities lay at the root of their theories of nationalism. As I explained in Chapter 5, Stalin defined the nation in terms of its invariable internal characteristics, all of which must be present in a community if it is truly a nation, and in terms of its invariable space-time coordinates, belonging to a definite epoch, the epoch of rising capitalism. He then asserted that nations, and nations alone, enjoy the right of self-determination, that is, have a political biography, past, present, and future. Bauer, as I mentioned briefly in Chapter 2, used the same assertive form of argument, except that his definition was very different from Stalin's and conformed to his argument that nations do not have political biographies and do not have the right of self-determination. Stalin's definition, and more consequentially his form of argument, became immensely influential in Marxist discussions about the national question. Few seem to notice that Stalin really gave no theoretical grounding for the definition in his famous essay. Nowadays, as I showed in Chapter 5, the definition is only useful in describing one type of nation among several. Most of the former colonies would not qualify as nations under this definition, nor would many other countries to which we would comfortably apply the word nation, such as Switzerland, Czechoslovakia, Denmark, and the German Democratic Republic, which emerged as a nation after the rise of socialism. The specific definition is less important than the form of the argument. Can we look at the array of human communities and decide on the basis of fixed criteria which of them have the realistic potential to subsist, viably, as independent states? The answer is no. For one thing, viability relates to external as well as internal conditions. For instance, it takes nothing away from the revolutionary achievement of some of the younger and smaller socialist nations to say that their viability, their long-term ability to survive in a still largely capitalist world, has something to do with the fact that the world environment also includes larger, older, and more 199 formidable socialist countries. For another thing, viability in one epoch may not be viability in another epoch, as witness the bisection of former Germany. But most crucially, the internal characteristics are predictors of viability only in a probabilistic sense. For instance, possession of a common language is a good integrative trait for a nation, but some multilingual states have achieved national integration, and have survived and flourished. But notice, in addition, that the form of argument is like an equation. On one side are the necessary traits, on the other side is not simply the concept of nation, but the concept of politically independent state. In short, Stalin's definition of nations is really an effort, a good one for its time, to advise Marxists on the viability of states. He argued in essence, non-state communities occupying one space and possessing a single culture and an integrated economy can become viable states, though only in the period of rising capitalism, since when have social democrats begun to occupy themselves with organizing nations, constituting nations, creating nations? 39. The chief theoretical virtue of Stalin's definition and theory of nations was that it described the typical independent capitalist nation-state of the 19th century and showed, in part, why this kind of state was viable, cultural unity being a crucial factor. We are no longer in the period when this model does us much good. We can get more use out of a soft concept of the nation. The one which I am comfortable with, and which I suspect, but cannot prove, was the concept in the minds of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, is roughly as follows. The term nation is usefully applied to communities of two sorts. One is an independent state which is viable in the sense that it is unlikely to decompose or lose its independence. The other is a non-state community which clearly has the potential for becoming, and staying, politically independent. This potential is assessed in either of two ways, normally but not necessarily in both. One is the presence of fortifying, unifying characteristics, such as cultural and social integration, economic potential, size, and spatial coherence. The possession of a common piece of territory is crucial, in the sense that the community will have to have territorial expression when it has become an independent state. It will have to be the sole occupant of a space on the map. The second way of assessing the community's potential for becoming an independent state focuses on the national movement. Is it a strong, popular, durable movement which, in the circumstances prevailing, is likely to win through to state independence in the future, near or distant? Guinea-Bissau, as Cabral pointed out, became a nation through its national movement and national struggle. 10 years ago we were Fula, Manjac, Mand Inca, Balant, Pepel, and others. Now we are a nation of Guineans. There is a simpler and more direct way of expressing this soft and rather open concept of nation. We use the word nation when we are talking about a political community. The word brings politics into any discussion about, for instance, a culture, a society, an economy. We may engage in any sort of discussion about Puerto Rico, for instance, but when we begin to talk about the Puerto Rican nation we are talking politics, serious politics, about the struggle for self-determination and independence. It is in precisely the sense that the concept of nation denotes something real, tangible, and important. There is a Puerto Rican nation because the 200 people of Puerto Rico form a genuine, integrated culture and community, and because they act together for a common political future. Something like this meaning emerges also in young independent countries which are struggling for integration and development. Our nation must have, must do, and so on. Granted, this concept of the nation is not altogether precise, nor is it theoretically hard. But no one has produced a concept which is so, and many have tried. When we discard Stalin's definition, and the hard form of definition of the nation, we can produce a more meaningful theory of nations. We can, for one thing, look at communities empirically to decide their actual political potential, instead of depending upon a Stalinesque checklist. We can sensibly discuss socialist nations. And we can consider the possibility that some nations existed before the epoch of rising capitalism without falling into the morass of mysticism which imagines that nations are as old as human culture, are, in Poulantzas's startlingly un-Marxist term, transhistorical. This matter of pre-capitalist nations deserves a comment, by way of concluding our discussion about the nation. Using a soft definition of the nation, we can certainly point to pre-capitalist nations, and not only to early modern, precocious nations and national movements. There seem to be two sticking points. One is our general theory of nationalism or national struggle. As we discussed previously, there can be no discussion of national struggle or nations in pre-capitalist eras if our theory simply asserts that national struggle itself is a product of modern capitalism. But, as I argue in this book, national struggle is class struggle, and the first class struggles in history occurred long before there was a bourgeoisie. The second sticking point is a little bit of Eurocentrism, expressed, typically, in the following proposition: before the rise of modern nations came the period of feudalism, which was one of extreme political fragmentation, hence of nothing that could be called a nation, and before that came the Roman Empire, again a polity that could not be called a nation, ergo, no pre-capitalist nations. But the political fragmentation which characterized medieval Europe, though not all of it, and not at all times, did not characterize some other regions in various pre-modern periods. Suppose, for the sake of argument, that we were to apply the concept of nation as a description of historical societies which were politically independent states of some fair size and power and were reasonably well integrated communities in social and economic terms. We would allow for some degree of cultural differentiation, and for the fact that economic integration in pre-capitalist economies had to be somewhat limited, although the belief that pre-capitalist economies were completely unintegrated is another invalid generalization from feudal Europe. Given all of this, one could make a strong case that the following countries, among others, were nations during long historical periods: Vietnam, China, Northern India, from the Mauryan period, Iran, Zimbabwe, Sudanic states, for instance Songhai, Egypt, France. My own preference, applying the reasoning used previously for the concept of national struggle, is to reserve the concept of nation for capitalist and socialist nations. But I cannot see that it makes much difference either way, so long as the concept of nation is congruent with the theory of national struggle, and so long as we accept the legitimacy of the claim by countries like Vietnam that their nations are very old, and so long as we avoid the dreary dogma. Class struggle across a boundary. 201. That a country cannot be a nation until it is fully capitalist. 41. Cultures. The collective concept of culture, the idea of a community of people who hold a number of fundamental traits in common, language usually being one of these traits, has played a very important role in the theory of nationalism and in nationalism itself. As we discussed in Chapter 2, the first important European theory of nationalism, the mainly Hegelian Germanic theory, claimed that some cultures, the historic ones, possess an innate need, right, and will to become unified and sovereign states. The principle of nationalities extended this to all cultures, each nationality its state, each state its nationality. A nationality in this sort of discourse is a culture. 19th century national movements in Central and Eastern Europe tended indeed to be grounded in particular cultures, and their struggles made important use of the culture's traditions. And, in general, there is no doubt that the pre-existing unity of a people, expressed in the facts which make it a single culture, is a powerful weapon in any struggle for independence. By no coincidence, the opponents of independence movements always try to destroy this unity and suppress the culture. In Puerto Rico, for instance, the United States has been trying without success since 1898 to suppress the Spanish language, and to destroy the consciousness of nationality. At the same time, the defense of Puerto Rican culture has been one of the most important arenas of struggle in the fight for independence. All of this is fairly well understood in the Marxist theory of nationalism. Engels wrote about culture in relation to social evolution and to national struggle. In his 1866 essay, What Have the Working Classes to Do with Poland?, he developed what I think is the basal Marxist position on culture. He wrote of nationality and its relationship to the politics of national struggle, taking into account the importance of language, territory, external political context, and other factors, and he carefully distinguished the Marxist view from the principle of nationalities. 42. Otto Bauer, in 1907, argued that a nation is simply a culture, from which he developed his argument that nations have nothing much to do with states. Political implications aside, his treatise on nationality incorporated a profound analysis of European cultures and a very sensible set of ideas about defending minority civil rights. 43. For Stalin, 1913, a nation is a culture with added attributes, definite territory, integrated economy, and historical emplacement in the period of rising capitalism. His discussion of cultural processes per se in the 1913 article is quite useful. In more recent times, Amilcar Cabral has written eloquently and profoundly on the role of culture, defense of culture, and culture unification, in the national liberation struggles of colonies. His analysis of this question is one of the most important new contributions to the Marxist theory of nationalism. 44 other important new contributions have been made by Horace Davis, Rosa Ismagilova, and many others. 45. This is not the most backward sector of the Marxist theory of nationalism, although serious problems remain to be solved. But culture is also the cloak for some very bad theories about the inherent nature of national struggle, its purpose, and its politics, or lack of politics. I will not go into detail on these matters now, but I will offer some generalizations about the 202 views which place culture at the absolute center of the national question and the theory of nationalism. Most importantly, there is a widespread view, found mainly in conservative thought but not unknown among Marxists, that a culture, sometimes called an ethnic group or nationality, is in some fundamental sense the source of national struggles, including the struggles for state independence and for territorial aggrandizement, and including also every sort of national friction and ethnic conflict among culturally different communities within states and between states. All such views are variations of the thesis, criticized in Chapter 2, which describes nationalism or national struggle as an autonomous force, something unrelated to class struggle. The worst variant of this position turns up in fascist ideology and pseudoscience, in neo-racist doctrines like sociobiology, in the related right-wing animal fetishism of many ethologists. I put this word in quotes because this school arose mainly as a political split from the science of animal ecology which, with its traditions going back to Kropotkin, was considered too socialistic by the early ethologists, in more than a few college textbooks, including many in my own field of geography, and in many, many other places. It argues two juxtaposed theses. First, humanity is basically aggressive, acquisitive, competitive, bellicose, i.e., capitalistic. And second, people in groups, cultures, behave tribally, they naturally and inevitably engage in struggles with other groups, struggles for territory. Such struggles emanate from a supposed instinct for territoriality, something bequeathed to us by our animal ancestors, and something which leads cultures to make war on one another, to fight for territory, for supremacy, and so on, ad nauseam. 46. This is often labeled social Darwinism, but, as Vladimir Novak has shown, it is not really Darwinian, but is rather a projection of the bellicose politics of some sectors of capitalist society today, who seek to persuade us that their point of view has the sanction of science, worse, is a reflection of true human nature. 47. It would take me too far afield to discuss these unscientific doctrines in the present volume. Suffice it to say that even those versions of this view which seem mildest, least ideological, still postulate that human cultures, reflecting human nature, are innately given to struggling with one another, that is, to national struggle. There simply is no evidence to support this position. Or, to be more precise, the evidence that men and cultures are aggressive, territorial, and so on, is more than counterbalanced by the evidence that individuals and cultures are cooperative, social, sharing, and peace-loving. Yet this position is very nearly the conventional one in conservative social science. Even those social scientists, and others, who shrink from the suggestion that man is innately aggressive, territorial, and so on, allow the doctrine to slip in through various cracks in the wall, for instance, claiming that human territoriality is analogous to animal territoriality, or falling back on the disguised Malthusianism, popular among some human ecologists, which argues that, food and other resources tending to be scarce, human groups naturally compete, and struggle with one another. Instead of cooperating socially to distribute resources fairly and increase their aggregate availability, which tends to be what happens in the real world. This doctrine of the innate antagonism of cultures offers a complete, packaged 203 explanation for all problems of nationalism. Nationalism, supposedly, is natural. It has always been natural, and always will be. But if the illogicality, and ideology, of this body of doctrine be admitted, how shall we explain the importance of culture in national struggles? The answers to these and related questions are straightforward enough so that a skeletal argument should suffice for our purposes. To begin with, we establish a historical baseline. There is no important evidence to suggest that cultures engaged in systematic struggle before the origin of class society. Conservative exponents of the doctrine of the innate territoriality of cultures are prone to point to examples of cultural struggles in putatively classless societies today as supposed evidence for the human past. But it is dangerously diffusionist to claim that attributes of classless societies today are a reflection of the pre-class past, since these societies are always under intense pressure from class society, and ultimately imperialism. They are subject to forced requisitions, forced jabur, forced compression of their lands or translocation from these lands, and the like. Even so, these few classless cultures are not notably bellicose. Furthermore, most struggles between so-called tribes are struggles within class society, as we noted in Chapter 2, and they too reflect the direct or indirect impact of imperialism. The pattern of exploitation and oppression in multicultural societies, colonies, or former colonies, tends to be uneven, with some cultures holding privileged positions, either suffering less exploitation or participating marginally in the exploitation and oppression of other groups. Most of the intercultural frictions in supposedly classless, tribal, societies are frictions in and between class societies, and are incidents of class struggle. Still, there remain the truly important intercultural struggles in class society, struggles mainly of two sorts: conflicts between state-organized cultures and conflicts between ethnic communities, cultures, within modern states. Some of these are genuine national conflicts. There is, I would suggest, a fairly straightforward argument which can show in principle that national struggles which incorporate whole cultures or whole ethnic communities are, like other national struggles, forms of the class struggle, and can be explained without invoking the idea of autonomous forces. The essential principle is that class relations of production, and class struggles in general, are not something separate from culture. They occur within culture and make use of culture traits, like those of language, social networks, and the rest of culture as components of the exploitative process and the response to exploitation. This leads to various kinds of struggle which seem to be displacements of class struggle into non-class channels. For example, capitalism's need for a dual labor market, with a super-exploited sector, in the urban centers of advanced capitalism, requires, as we saw in Chapter 6, the maintenance of ghettos, and this leads more or less directly to struggles over housing, which in turn seem to be conflicts between majority and minority communities, whereas in fact they are displaced conflicts between workers and capital. Other examples can be given in abundance of conflicts between culturally distinct groups on both the intranational and international levels, in which the apparent basis for conflict is a matter of culture. It may, for instance, be religion, as in Northern Ireland today and in India at the time of partition, but the underlying forces are those of class exploitation, with its 204 attendant oppression, and the resistance to both. Much more needs to be said about this matter of national struggles which seem to be cultural conflicts but are, beneath the appearances, class conflicts. I will have to content myself here with a discussion of one of the least visible, yet most important, forms of the process which we describe as displacements of class struggle. I can best approach it by using a physical analogy. If external pressure is put upon an object, let us say, for instance, a piece of crystalline rock, and the object breaks apart, we have not one but two problems for analysis. One is the nature of the external force. The second is the way in which the object broke up, the shape and number and arrangement of pieces. In systems terms, a force acting on a system from the exterior will affect it, but in ways determined by the internal subsystems. Thus, the cleavage planes, which determine the way in which an object breaks apart, must be analyzed, along with the force acting on the object. This image of cleavage planes can be applied to cultures. Human beings live in groups of varying sorts and sizes, extending outwards from the family, of whatever type. Some of these groups are large, stable over time, and consequential in the sense that they strongly affect the behavior of participant individuals. Any problem confronted by a population will tend to be passed on and responded to by the large, stable, consequential groups which structure it. I will call the boundaries between these groups cleavage planes. The two most important kinds of cleavage plane are whole-cult-u.re boundaries and state boundaries. National struggle is class struggle, that is, it is fueled by the exploitative behavior of some classes towards other classes, understanding a class to be a group with some spatial definition, and not, example all the workers of the world. Were it not for exploitation, there would be no serious and lasting oppression. The imposing of this exploitation and oppression on people of another community, what I have described in this book as external exploitation and external class struggle, is the nexus of national struggle. Now the way this struggle is carried out, and indeed the way external exploitation is carried out, will depend on the kinds of groupings in the societies which are involved. Some but not all of the units of social action will be whole cultures. Exploitation may, and in colonial situations usually does, attempt to make as much use as it can of the divisions between these groups, the cultural cleavage planes. Perhaps more typically, there is no deliberate plan to set groups against one another, there is, instead, one or another sort of exploitative or oppressive pressure on a large population such that the effect is, so to speak, a breaking up of the population along cultural cleavage planes, and conflicts between the differentiated groups, conflicts which represent a transmission of class struggle or a displacement of class struggle. The overall structure, described in the most general terms, would involve cleavage planes creating what Anselme Remy has called ethno-class communities. As the term suggests, there are two elements: first, exploitation, which produces class divisions, and second, the stable, large, consequential groupings of human beings, the cultures. Neither explains the other. Class struggle explains the fact of national struggle. Cultural and other cleavage planes explain many things about the form of the national struggle. The problem is much more complicated than this, of course, but further discussion will have to be left for another volume. 205. 8. In place of a conclusion. This book has argued that national struggle, nationalism in the broadest sense of that word, is not an autonomous force or process, it is a form of class struggle. Nor is it underscore only the class struggle of the bourgeoisie, bourgeois nationalism. It is the contemporary form taken by a basic process within class society as a whole, going back to ancient times, namely, external class struggle, and more specifically the class struggle for state power when a ruling class is external or foreign. Thus national struggle is engaged in by different class groups in different modes of production, both exploiting groups and exploited groups. Implied in this argument are a number of subordinate theoretical arguments, but three of them are given special attention here. First, nationalism did not diffuse from Europe to the rest of the world and cannot be ascribed to the diffusion of modernization. Second, nationalism bears no special, organic connection to fascism, or to any particular kind of social formation within capitalism. And third, the large-scale, long-distance labor migrations of the era of monopoly capitalism or imperialism do not, as a rule, lead to the creation of national minorities, communities which become assimilated and lose their national identity. Most of these propositions are embedded within the traditional Marxist theory of nationalism or national struggle, originated by Marx and Engels and developed thereafter by Lenin and later Marxists, particularly those, like Amilcar Cabral and Fidel Castro, who write from the perspective of the national liberation struggle against colonialism. The theory has come under attack, but, as I think I have shown, the attacks are ineffectual. Nonetheless, we do not yet have a complete, much less a perfect, theory of national struggle or nationalism. At least some of the profoundly difficult national problems of today's world would be more easily resolved in favor of human progress if our theory of nationalism were more satisfactory, more general, and more explicit. So this book has no conclusion. In place of a conclusion, I will list several of the important issues of theory which have not been dealt with in this book, or have been dealt with only partially. I. Separatism in developed capitalist countries. We have seen that separatist national movements are forms of the class struggle for state power, but we have not examined the reasons why movements for state power may coincide spatially with cultures. 213. 2. Separatism in developed socialist countries. Marxists living in the capitalist world are likely to exaggerate the scope of this problem, although in some regions, for instance, southern Yugoslavia, it is very real. We do not yet have an adequate analysis of this phenomenon, but such an analysis will probably show that most cases reflect a form of class struggle which has little to do with the existence or non-existence of remnant classes. The typical case will probably resolve itself into some combination of three elements: direct intervention or ideological influence from capitalist countries, real problems in the construction of socialism, the persistence of some regional inequality, or of some great nation chauvinism, or of some old-fashioned bureaucratism, and the tendency of regional political movements, when they exist, to cleave along cultural lines. 3. Native nations, what they are, and why their right to self-determination, to sovereignty, cannot be opposed by socialists. In Chapter 5 we saw that the old Stalinesque definition of nation is not useful for colonial and neocolonial societies. This old definition, or theory, with its a priori judgment that nations arise only with the internal rise of capitalism, and that nations are fixed throughout history to a specific invariant territory, has been used by some Marxists to argue that native peoples, such as American Indians, do not possess or deserve the right of nations to self-determination. When this inappropriate theory of nations is set aside, the Marxist view of this matter must change. Almost never have Marxists questioned the moral right of oppressed peoples to win equality with other peoples, including equal right to culture and to a self-chosen way of life. The problem for Marxists, almost always, has been a Stalinesque tendency to deny that native peoples can form viable sovereign, or co-sovereign, states, because they are national minorities in process of dissolution. Setting this theory aside will simplify the problem. Under capitalism, native nations can viably, realistically, struggle for some control of land, for cultural survival, and for equality with other working people. In a socialist world, native nations will have the right to full self-determination, including state independence or multinational co-sovereignty. Viability will no longer be an issue. I think something that begins to approach this socialist solution may be emerging today. It cannot yet be put into effect in places where socialism is under siege. As in Nicaragua, here, as the Sandinistas have recognized, the immediate need is to guarantee the right of self-determination for native peoples as a principle and to provide regional autonomy for the troubled present. The problem of understanding native nations is terribly complex, but the starting point is basically the acceptance of the Leninist principle of self-determination and the rejection of old and inapplicable concepts of the nation. 4. Fianalism improperly invoked. Granting the fact that narrow nationalism may persist after socialists have won state power, it is nevertheless incorrect to declare every error of state policy, internal as well as external, to be due to nationalism. Political errors are political errors, and they have to be analyzed and understood, not consigned to a wastebasket category called nationalism. Much work remains to be done.